Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes.
Okay, we'll give everybody a 60-second warning to find their seats, please. Ready? And there he is. Okay, we will call the April 2nd, 2024 Volusia County Council meeting to order at 9 a.m. And just to let you know how we start, we will begin with an invocation. Any faith group in Volusia County is welcome to participate in this if your faith group would like to, and we do appreciate it. Send an email to K, the letter K, Green at volusia.org. This is Carissa Green to my left, and she will get you all set up in what needs to be done. This morning we have Pastor Brad Gortney from Stetson Baptist Church who will be leading us in the invocation, and then we'll go right into the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you would like to stand, please join me.
Fellow citizens, County Council, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Brad. I'm with Stetson Baptist Church in DeLand, and it's an honor to pray this day, even just after Easter. So if you will, pray with me. Father God, we thank you so much for the work that's to be done today. We pause for a moment to give you thanks. The Bible refers to you as the great healer. Lord, so many around us are suffering and need comfort. The Bible also calls you the great provider. So I pray for those who have needs, and to be honest, we all have needs. Help us find a solution to those needs. The scripture refers to you as a wonderful counselor. And God, I pray for insight today as decisions are to be made. Give us all wisdom and patience to make good decisions. Finally, God, I thank you for Volusia County. I thank you for my city of DeLand. And I thank you that you are for those places. God, I thank you that you're for each of us. And I pray that we would be drawn closer to you. God, what will happen today in this room is important. And I pray for courage to make difficult decisions. And I pray for patience and grace when hard decisions are to be made. Lord, heal our land and draw us into an ever-deepening relationship with you. Father God, we love you. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. I always forget.
Krista, would you
Miss-
call the roll, please?
Mr. Dempsey,
Here.
Mr. Johansson,
Here.
Mr. Kent,
Here.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Here.
Mr. Robbins, Mr. Santiago,
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here. Thank you. And we will start our meeting with public participation. You will have, when I call your name, just come up to the podium here. The podium goes up and down so that the microphone can be right at your mouth. We want to be able to hear you, and we want the public that's listening online and being recorded be able to hear you. So please make sure a microphone is right in your face. And just tell us where you're from, what part of the county, so that your representative up here is aware of that. And you will have 3 minutes to...
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just noticed some devices on the front here. I don't know what those are.
I don't know what they are either.
Okay. Well, the meetings are recorded and broadcasted. I don't think that's necessary. So it's up to council, but I've never seen that used.
Do you recommend they be removed?
I do.
Okay. Who can do that? Thank you. This is interesting. Okay. Paul Richardson, you are very, you're used to doing this, so lead the way for everybody. Paul Richardson.
Morning, Council. My name is Paul Richardson of DeLand. You gentlemen have heard me for some time talk about how the COVID-19 virus may have likely been created in a Wuhan lab, in Wuhan Institute of Technology. Well, it seems that I've been right. Quote, COVID-19 may have been created in a Chinese lab, a British professor told the UN March 28th, with another expert claiming that evidence of the likelihood has reached the level of a smoking gun. Richard H. Earbright, a molecular biologist at Rutgers University, was quoted saying in a new Wall Street Journal article that the virus that killed millions around the world may have actually been man-made in China's Wuhan Institute of Virology. He cited evidence found in a 2018 document from the lab that talked about making such a virus. The papers from the lab, cited by Earbright, contain drafts and notes regarding grant proposal called Project Defuse, which sought to test engineering bat coronaviruses in a way that would make them easily transmittable to humans, end quote. I have sent this article to all of your email addresses, so if you may want to read it further. Now, I'm not saying that the COVID-19 virus was released intentionally, far from it. However, I am renewing my strong call to outlaw such gain-of-function research and hold China accountable for creating this virus. I further call on the Florida legislature to outlaw anything used in Florida that was developed using gain-of-function research as well. This is a result of playing God with amoral science, and it is completely unacceptable. Scientists and medical professionals who still say that this wasn't from the Wuhan lab have no shred of credibility left, and those who defend gain-of-function research should absolutely be ashamed of themselves. If they continue to obfuscate and lie, they should be stripped of their credentials. Now, I'll finish that. I'm on a more personal note. Due to scheduling conflicts for both the Library Advisory Board and the Cultural Council Board, I'm going to have to tender my resignation from the Library Council Advisory at this time. I do apologize. I really was really hoping I could avoid this, but both boards are unable to change their schedules at this time. This isn't because I think the library or the cultural board is more important than the library. I'm actually more far from it. I hope it still continues. You hope, and hopefully, maybe in a later time, with scheduling permits, I could reapply for that position if possible. Again, I do apologize for all you council members. I appreciate your opportunity, but I do feel that the Cultural Council has a grant, and it's not that it's more important. It's just that I want to stick with that for a while. Anyway, thank you. I appreciate it, and God bless Bristol County, America, and Israel.
Thank you for your service. Jacqueline Clark.
Good morning. My name is Jackie Clark. I live in Port Orange in unincorporated Volusia County, 2 houses down from the proposed access road to the new motocross park off of Tomoka Farms Road. On February 20th, direction was given to get feedback from the community. Since I haven't been contacted yet, I thought I was going to be here today anyways. I'd just give you a couple thoughts. I actually love the idea. I think it's a perfect fit for that area. It's very rural. A lot of kids on, 3-wheelers, but there are 2, 3, 5 acre lots full of horses, people who have lived there for 50 years. I'm not going to speak for my neighbors, but I think it's going to be a very hard sell. They're also really mad right now at Volusia County because of the whole stormwater stuff. So, a few of the things I thought I'd bring up is we are completely saturated. Our soil is totally saturated. If you walk out into my pasture, it feels like you're walking on a marshmallow. And probably that area is too. Not only is there a house 1,500 feet away from the track, but my neighbor's driveway runs parallel to that access road, and it's just feet away from the road. It's just, I have a hard time believing anybody went out there to look at it, because you look at it and you just would know that it doesn't work. I hope you will save the staff's time and look for a better location. Thank you.
Dana McCool.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. I think that we're all friends here, so I would like to invite you on September 27th. We'll be doing the second annual Wig Out for Cancer charity event. And if you were not able to attend last year, it was wildly successful. This charity is dedicated to local Volusia-centric cancer charities, and these are small grassroots cancer charities that go out and provide meals, wigs, food, rides, medication, appointments. I can go on and on, but we choose local charities, the smaller ones, and anyone is encouraged to apply to be the recipient. Last year was popular. We are also launching on that evening the wildly popular Guns and Hoses calendar. So the call is going out today officially for all Volusia County law enforcement and firefighters to go to volusiagunsandhoses.org and put an application in to be on the calendar for 2025. The sales from that calendar goes partially to the law enforcement agency. We give a portion of it to their charity and the firefighters as well. It was well received by all of the departments. Right now we are going out, we're doing our packaging now. In May, we'll go out to every one of your cities. So you'll be getting a visit from myself or someone from our committee. I don't know, maybe the wildly popular Miss Sherry Simmons there. She's part of our committee this year. So I encourage you, if you can, to go ahead and please save that date. This year, Wig Out for Cancer will be held at the Deltona Center. It'll be from 7 to 11 p.m. This year's theme is A Midsummer's Night. We will have food. We will have live auctions. We had great success last year, and we want all of Volusia to be involved. We have now committee members on in all of the sides of the county here. We want it to be Volusia-centric, so I'm asking you to save the date for that. And thank you very much. I appreciate your time. If I don't see you there, you can send a check in lieu, so we'll be in touch about that also. This is just kind of save the date. Thank you all who are sitting up there that supported us last year. Mr. Santiago, I know you were there. I know that we also had donations from other people, so I'm going to be up here every month gently reminding you to participate this year. We want to see our community involved. This money went back to Childhood Cancer Foundation. It also went back to Mission Blue, local cancer charities. So stay local, spend your money local, and let's support local cancer charities. Thank you.
Thank you. John Nicholson.
That was quick. John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. A couple of things. One, I wanted to speak on the library. After COVID, well, prior to COVID, it was inhabited by a lot of homeless people, and there was an incident and people stopped going to the library in Beachside. It is now totally safe, and they're adding things every day. The launch pad I find fantastic if you're digitally inclined, if you can do computers and that new little system they have where you put a goggle on and you see all around the world. So I just want to put a plug in for the library in the Beachside. Secondly, a better solution to the motocross location. I mentioned it to Mr. The idea is that that location is relatively close. A block is really close if you live anywhere. You can hear the noise. You have the traffic, because it's a very narrow road, going in front of your house. I think a better location would be the north side of the, I want to use the word dump, landfill. They don't like to use the word dump. The north side of landfill is a wetlands, all right? It's never going to be used. To me, it has an access road. It has nobody within, I guess, a quarter of a mile, so maybe 5, 10 city blocks in either direction. So I think if you're going to do it, it's ideal location. It's absolutely necessary. It adds not only to Daytona Beach, which I happen to like, but Port Orange and Holly Hill and all the surrounding areas that will benefit from it. So we need to get the correct location where it can grow, and I hope we have it as the largest facility of its kind in the United States eventually. So that's the kind of thing we need, and that's the kind of thing we have to have, and we just have to put it in the correct location. And lastly, driving over here, there was a comment made on retirement, and we've been hitting this forever, like it seems. I know Ronald Reagan wanted to do something about it, and it's been a couple of years since he was president, and they wanted to up the age, and well, we're not fixing that. And we can do that in our city as well, in our county as well. We don't have to have, and I know I got holy heck when I did it in Daytona Beach, police retire at 20, okay? So they become policemen at 18, 20, they retire at 40, they get a second job, they retire, they get a third job, so they have 4 incomes. We
Thank
have to
you.
look at that.
You are retired. I'm going to kill this name. Is it John or Tram?
I believe it's Joseph.
Okay. What's the last name?
Tresby.
Tram? Thank you. Oh, boy.
I'm here once again about code enforcement. Code enforcement has been after me forever. 3 years ago when this started, I put in 300 same exact violations that I had on my house. And they did absolutely zero to any of those violations. When I talked to the code enforcement main guy, he says, "Oh, did you want me to look into those?" So it was an infutility that I can't get nobody. Now, if you see the pictures up here, I turned that one in 30 days ago. As of today, there's nothing done for it. It says open case. That's what they did on all the other cases, and they're not doing anything. Through the Freedom of Information Act, I got that, all the printed paperwork on what he's done, which is absolutely nothing. If you're going to make me abide by these ridiculous laws, then you have to make everybody in this county abide by the laws. Not just who you feel like wanting to, or who your neighbor is. Oh, we're not going to touch him. Oh, the neighbor down here, we're not going to touch them. That's wrong. A law is a law. And this is America. And if you don't think that's in violation, I don't know what you people want. I really don't. You don't even play fair. I tried to talk to my district councilman, and he won't even answer me. What's wrong with this country? I don't know what you expect me to do. I have to have a architectural drawing on a $300 building that I want to sit out with a screen around it. That's absolutely ridiculous. You can't build a $300 structure to sit on your own property without an architectural stamp? Well, I went over into Orange City and found 37 same-sized buildings as mine. And you will be getting all of theirs. And once we open this can of worms, I'm not going away. I just want to let you know that you don't have the right to do this. And there are the pictures to prove it. And he's done nothing on that property for 30 days.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to item 1, but before I start, I believe we have a request for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Council, I wanted to ask that if we could schedule a hard stop at 12:50 for lunch today. We got a 1 o'clock that can't be changed, so if we can do lunch at 12:50, I'd appreciate it. Get support for that.
Okay, now everybody knows. Thank you.
Do you need a second for that? Was that a motion?
That was a motion.
I'll be happy to second that.
Any comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So a hard stop at 12:50. So if you're talking at 12:50, we'll give you a little grace. And the second was by Troy Kent. Okay, now that takes us to item 1, the consent agenda. Does any council member have an item they'd like to pull for a vote or for discussion?
Mr. Chairman, to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second, Johansson.
Okay, Vice Chair Kent makes a motion to approve as presented, and the second is by Jake Johansson. Since there's no discussion, I'll call for the vote to approve the entire consent agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda is passed unanimously 7-0. Those of you that this is not your first time here realize by now that I'm trying out my new voice this morning, so I hope you enjoy it.
Chairman, just kudos to Mr. Rechtenwald. I think 6th meeting in a row.
Waiting for you to say that.
6th meeting. Well, it wasn't like this. It was problematic. There were things on the consent that shouldn't have been on the consent, and George has listened to what we've said, and we're running more efficiently. Thank you.
Okay. Item 2, which may be why most of you are here this morning, is the 2024 ECHO Grant Award recommendations. We will hear from Dr. Burbaugh first, and then if there's no issues with the rest of the council, I would like to take each of the items one by one because they're all different and they all should get their own consideration and vote. Brad Burbaugh.
Good morning, council members. So I've included this PowerPoint as part of the update on Friday, but before we get started, I just wanted to share with each of you that my team heard you loud and clear last year when you gave us feedback on the process. And so we've added a more rigorous evaluation of the construction timeline and cost estimates by engaging our construction and engineering team on projects where we find those items to be questionable, and it's added as a new heading in our technical review. With regard to holding applicants responsible to the timeline they've committed to, we have renewed our focus on emphasizing this during the mandatory workshop. We've shared the video of your discussion about extensions with each of these folks so they know kind of the expectation of the staff and council. So I wanted to share that with you as we get started. Today we have 9 grant proposals before you for consideration. The recommended funding for 7 of them is $2.6 million, which is the request. There was one project that was not recommended for funding, and I will go over that if you'd like. And then the exceptional grant that's before you today requires council direction. So the total funding request is $5.3 million. Of the 9 applications, we have three nonprofits and $10 million in match that would be leveraged with council's investment. As you can see here, these are the 9 applicants. We have 7 outdoor, 1 historic, and 1 environmental project. And I'd leave it to the pleasure of the council. Would you like me to go through each project quickly or move directly to questions?
Well, we'll see if we have any questions at this point, but for me, we'll see what the rest of the council wants. I'd say since we're going to take each one by one, why don't we, as we get to each one, you give us your any feedback and insight. We also have members of the public that would like to speak to various projects. So.
Yes, okay. So the first one on the list is the historic Seville School restoration. This is a historic project. They're requesting $214,000 in ECHO dollars, and they're bringing to the table $218,000 in cash match, and basically restoration and preservation of the historic school. Some comments from advisory committees on this project. For a small organization, the grant is well done and very clear to understand. The historic school needs to remain open and be supported. They know what they're doing. Those were selected comments. I've selected 3 comments from advisory committee member notes that I'll share with you on each of these projects. Next is the
question.
Yes.
Sorry, I should have put my name up, Chairman. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I think you're, Brad. Why don't, when you do each one, let's just stop and we'll
Yes, sir.
ask questions, debate it, and then vote on it.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Burball, was this application complete?
Yes.
Did they follow the rules?
Yes.
They have a plan to be successful?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Is there a motion for the Seville School?
Motion to approve.
Second.
I'm sorry, I didn't see the motion. Was that Matt? Jeez. You're throwing your voice. Okay, and the second one's
Troy
by
Kent.
Troy Vice Chair Kent. Any debate on it? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And Seville is passed unanimously 7-0.
Great. The next project that before you recommended for funding is Ormond Beach Sports Complex softball quad installation of LED lighting. So this project will install LED lighting in the softball quad, about 130 lights. So they're asking for $456,000, which will be matched with an additional $456,000 in cash match. The comments from the advisory committee members on this application, well organized and detailed, and good feasibility study, as well as well-run project.
Any questions? Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Was the application complete?
Yes, sir.
Were they missing anything?
No, sir.
Do they have a plan to be successful?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Mozio, great job, Ormond Beach.
Would you like to make a motion, Vice Chair Kent?
Yes, I'd be happy to make a motion to approve the Ormond Beach Sports Complex softball quad installation of LED lighting.
Second, Johansson.
And the second is by Jake Johansson. And you okay? All right. Any other questions, debate? All in favor of the City of Ormond Beach Sports Complex, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That one is also passed unanimously 7-0.
The third project before you is the Ormond Beach project, Nova Community Park Fields 2 through 5 improvements. There is precedent for improving fields. It has been funded in the past by ECHO because it is an improvement, and that language is in the ballot language. So they're asking again for, sorry, I didn't advance the slide, $216,000 with a total match. And essentially, this will convert 2 fields to baseball fields and improves fields 3, 4, and 5. Some comments from the advisory committee are the new smart irrigation technology upgrade will save water, which we always like when we're looking at the environmental benefits of ECHO projects. and this is a shovel-ready project. That was the other comment from the committee.
Thank you. Vice Chair Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Was the application complete?
Yes, sir.
Missing any information?
Sure.
They have a plan for success?
Yes, sir.
And did I read in this also that Ormond Beach is now putting a dedicated millage so that they have money readily available every time they need to apply for an ECHO grant? They have money ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? Great job, Ormond Beach, and make sure you tell them I said that. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve Nova Community Park Fields 2 through 5 improvements.
Second, Johansson.
Motion to approve by Troy Kent, second by Jake Johansson. I will just add that I really like the new irrigation technology. I think that's forward thinking, and it's with our water issues. That sets a good standard. Any other questions on the City of Ormond Beach and Nova Community Park? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
So the fourth item before you is the application from the City of Port Orange requesting $150,000 and providing $150,000 in cash match. This project will improve an existing playground by installing ADA accessible equipment. I will say, you know, in terms of playgrounds, if you've not been to the Airport Road playground that we funded previously with them, Port Orange knows how to do playgrounds. So we're excited to support this project. Some comments is from the advisory committee is it fills a definite need in the community, and they'll use eco-friendly turf and materials and a good maintenance plan with details.
Thank you. Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Burpaw, is the application complete?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Were we missing any information?
Full disclosure, there's an asterisk here. The city did ask to fund a pavilion as part of this project, but it was missing the construction documents or the street-ready RFP for a design build. So the city, at their at their discretion, pulled that portion of the project out to make it successful going forward.
That was very wise of Port Orange because they had some missing information and they decided, you know what, we need to make sure we have this. And I appreciate that Port Orange did that. Do they have a plan to be successful moving forward?
Yes, sir.
And I just want to publicly thank Port Orange for helping to make this park ADA accessible. It reminds me of the Limitless Playground in Ormond Beach that I believe received ECHO funds years ago out at our airport. And it's fantastic to see kids of all ages, despite any disabilities they have, being able to participate, having fun with their peers.
Did you make a motion?
I didn't, just because
Okay.
I saw
Jake
Mr. Johansson and that's his stomping grounds.
Jake
I know.
Johansson.
I stomp all over the place now, Troy. Do you know if the City of Port Orange is going to fund the pavilion on their own?
I do not. Yes, their grant consultant is shaking her head yes.
I see that. All right, so the pavilion's still going to be built. Great, thanks, that's all I have.
Is there a motion to approve or?
Motion approved, Johansson.
Second, Kent.
Motion to approve is by Jake Johansson. The second is by Vice Chair Kent. Danny Robbins.
Chairman, thank you. Just a quick question. Are we having any public, excuse me, public participation on each item before we
Yes,
vote?
we have participation in for all of DeBary. For New Smyrna, we did have participation.
Okay, just making sure.
We've already taken that up and approved, but if you would like to speak, you can take your time. Rob Salazar, do you want us to still wish to speak?
He's with New Smyrna.
Oh, that's New Smyrna, New
Sure.
Smyrna.
Yeah, we haven't voted
all
on
of these are for New Smyrna.
Yeah, I put
Okay,
the
we
two that we
skipped
would
it.
have public comment
Okay.
for at the end, I figured.
Okay, I'll call you when we get there.
All right, the
Okay.
next
Did we
Need to
vote
vote.
on Port Orange?
No.
We did not vote on Port Orange. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
All right, the next on the list is an application from the city of Edgewater. They're asking for the maximum request for a standard grant, which is $600,000. They're bringing total match of $704 to the table to leverage our county funds. This will construct the first ever pickleball courts in Edgewater, and it will include 4 standard courts with amenities, including a parking lot, stormwater management, landscaping, and an ADA sidewalk for people to walk on around the facility. So some of the comments from your advisory committee is this is a shovel-ready project. Great application, first pickleball courts in Edgewater, and very informative about the sport of pickleball, the application was.
Thank you. Councilman Robbins?
Motion to approve Hawks Park pickleball courts and amenities.
Councilman Danny Robbins makes a motion to approve. The second was by Councilman Matt Reinhardt. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Burball, was the application complete?
Yes, sir.
Were they missing anything?
Sir.
Do they have a plan for success?
Sir.
I love it. Where's Edgewater? Are they in the house? Edgewater here where? I heard you. Are you trying to compete with Holly Hill? I absolutely love it. I love that you all are bringing pickleball courts down to the southern part of Volusia County. I have yet to do it, but you heard Ms. McCool use my wildly comments earlier. Pickleball is becoming wildly popular, and I'm sure one day I'll jump on. Congratulations.
And I will say they did a great analysis of going to the pickleball club in New Smyrna, where nearly half or over half of those members are from Edgewater. So they demonstrated the need well.
Thank you. Next.
All right, the final project.
Did we vote?
Didn't vote on pickleball?
Nope.
No, we did not. Motion was by Danny Robbins, second by Matt Reinhardt. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0 to approve.
Next is the Deltona YMCA Athletic Fields and Playground by application by Volusia Flagler YMCA. Thank you. Thank you. The request is $428,000, which will be leveraged with $428,000, a portion of which is land match, but $320,000 in cash is what they're bringing to the table to leverage our funds. It will construct new ADA accessible playground and approve the adjoining soccer fields. Some comments selected from your advisory committee is this would be the first artificial turf soccer field in the area. Good project, and they were attentive to detail.
Thank you. Vice Chair Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Was the application complete?
Yes, sir.
Were they missing anything?
No, sir.
Do they have a plan for success?
Yes, sir.
And now I've got another question. How's the public going to access this free of charge?
So the YMCA has a no one is turned away policy when it comes to this project. So they've shared that. Their members will get first dibs, for lack of a better term. But we require, let me back up and say that about 35 of our projects are fee-based, so they're generating fees through memberships or other means to sustain the project in the long term. So there is a precedent for this, and the Y has received money from us in the past, but there is a process and an understanding that the public should be able to access this without paying a membership fee.
I appreciate that, and thank you for sharing that. And I have supported in a big way the project in Ormond Beach with the YMCA. I'm a fan. I'm an advocate. But I need to be sold that we're giving public echo dollars for a project here and that any of the public can access this property whenever they want. I'm a little hesitant when I heard that their members that I think pay $79 a month, if my memory is correct, that they're going to get first dibs, because I'm concerned about the taxpayer that's not a member there, but yet their tax dollars are being spent there. So I either need a better response from staff or from the YMCA themselves to make sure that the public will be able to access the properties where echo dollars are going to be spent.
So I think the Y would be better suited to answer that question. And with the caveat, I will share, that we had originally, the plan was to originally bring these to the last meeting. By changing it to this meeting, the YMCA CEO is in Europe. Transition period between CEOs at that time, and rather than continue to ask for extensions of this council, they rescinded those 2 grants. We did not pay out any money for those grants.
Did you look at their annual reports?
Yes, sir.
Looking at the annual reports for ECHO grants, it doesn't show a lot of public use, which goes back to Vice Chair's question. I think ECHO was set up for the general public, not just for the paying public, although that has happened. And I haven't seen any kind of supplemental information that the public wants this. And so I guess I need to be sold too.
I would defer to the Y. For
Yes,
this question.
thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Good morning, I'm Dave Shaw, I'm the CFO. You probably all know how a soccer complex works. I have grandchildren who are on soccer teams, and we go to the games and we don't pay any fee to go to the games. And I have other grandchildren that will play on the playground under the shade structure while our grandchildren who are on the teams will play. We have teams that are sponsored by the Y, and those participants pay a fee to be in the youth sports program of the YMCA, and they play a team from somewhere else that is not sponsored by the Y. They're not paying a fee to the Y or anything like that. So it's a very open thing. It's not open to the general public to just go out there anytime you want to and kick the ball around with your son for 2 reasons. One is it has to be maintained, and people bring teams in and start to use the field, and the one that's not artificial turf, the one that's natural turf, will wear down pretty quickly. So the idea is that the artificial turf field will be used extensively for practices, and then the competitive games will take place on the natural grass turf. So that has to be maintained, has to be insured if somebody gets hurt. The YMCA has insurance and responds if somebody breaks a leg or sprains an ankle or whatever, and those are costs involved. So we can't just leave it open for people to just come out there whenever they want, but it's the whole community's soccer complex.
Okay, Mr. Shaw, I think you're going to have more questions. What is your position?
I'm the CFO.
Okay, that's actually very encouraging. Full disclosure, I know you. I know you well, and I know how well equipped you are financially. So that's encouraging to me. David Santiago.
I don't have questions for him, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I got questions for Brad.
Does anybody have questions for Mr. Shaw before?
Okay.
Do you mind if we
Sure,
get it?
sure.
Okay. Troy Kent.
I do. Mr. Shaw, thank you for coming forward. I heard you say this is everybody's soccer field, but then I also heard you say in the same breath, you can't just come up and walk onto the field. That's not helping me with my hesitation because it doesn't feel like it's everybody's soccer field. For example, in Ormond Beach, the city of Ormond Beach gave money to the YMCA, and they have, believe it or not, council, a dog park. And that dog park is set up, and the way it's located is so that anybody, unless I'm wrong, can just, I'm not good, Ormond's shaking their head, I'm right, can walk up and use that dog park. Because Ormond Beach residents, they put in on this.
Yes.
They participated. They paid with their tax dollars. And again, council, one of you maybe is going to have to help me with it, because I'm just not seeing how this is everybody's field if not everybody can access it whenever they want to.
Of course, a dog park is a lot different than a soccer complex in terms of the way it has to be cared for and maintained. And we have had, in the last couple of months, we've had to call the sheriff to come out and arrest some young people who were doing drugs out on the field. They just park at the end of the parking lot and go out there and have a party, and of course we can't allow that kind of thing. There's been vandalism out there. So there's a chain up. You can't just drive your car out onto the soccer field. You know, we have those kinds of restrictions.
Right. Nobody should be.
You know, pardon me?
Nobody should be driving on a soccer field. No one should be doing drugs on a soccer field. But how would Troy Kent? I'm in Deltona. I'm visiting the area, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go kick the soccer ball around. How do I get on your field? Tell me how that's going to work.
You come into the Y, and we give you a guest pass, and you go out there and you do that. Yeah.
And I can get how many guest passes throughout the year?
6.
So after 6 visits, I'm done. I can't go use that
Well,
field?
then you become some sort of a member if you want to continue. If you're that avid of a soccer player, you.
But I'm adamant about it because Echo paid for a portion of that soccer field.
Yes.
So I may not want to be a member at the Y, but I want to participate on the field that my Echo dollars paid for. Thank you. You've been very helpful for me.
Okay.
Does anyone have any questions for David Shaw?
I'm going to ask David Shaw a question,
Okay.
and then I want to go to Brad, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Can you talk a little bit about your scholarship program?
Yes, thank you. We don't reject anybody who wants to come to the Y because they can't afford to pay. So if you want to put your kid in youth sports, or you want to put your kid in child care, or you want to exercise and you can't afford to, there's a financial aid process. We have an annual scholarship campaign. It's a fundraising campaign. Ours just finished at the end of March for the year. And the money we raised during the first 3 months of the year, we use to fund those scholarships the rest of the year. Last year, we had $600,000 worth of scholarship awarded to all different kinds of people with various needs, second children, third children in a program, those kinds of things. And membership that people can't afford to continue their membership because they have an adverse situation at home or in their work or whatever.
So it's safe to say nobody's really denied.
Nobody's denied.
By lack of income. Thank you.
Yes.
My question is for Brad, Mr. Chair.
Please,
Thank
Brad. Thank you, Mr. Shaw.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Brad, can you give me a little bit of examples of other Echo type of projects that we funded that have fees for access control, and how do they operate?
Correct. So Pickleball at Pictona is a prime example of an exceptional project that requires a fee to use. One of the things, and we allow fees in the Echo rules, one of the things that we ask, as we build pavilions too, because some of our partners charge rental fees for pavilions as part of parks, is that they have a uniform fee structure for people across Volusia County. So we cannot say DeBary residents will pay $10 to rent this pavilion that was built with Echo, and all other residents outside of the city will pay $20. So Pictona is one. The Athens Theater is another example of one. I've done this analysis when I first got here to try to get an understanding. And there's about 30, and I would think the ones that we've added a few since then, but over 30 projects. And I think we talk about sustainability of projects. And I think that these folks have done the analysis and understand that they can't live on government alone, so they've got to charge a fee.
So there's precedent to do it this way. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll ask my friend Troy's questions. You asked them. You asked them because you're doing good. If you want to, sorry.
No, I don't have any.
I just got comments.
I think what makes this a little different is that it's a membership versus a fee. But one of the things we do as staff is we negotiate with the Y, like, how are you going to advertise this? And this one is no one turned away. For some in Ormond, we have them place it on all of their flyers. That it will be. Sometimes they have open days during the month that allows free public access. There's hours that they may provide free public access. So each project has a negotiated pathway for public access that's free.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I know I pressed my button again, but I'll just wrap up with this. This particular project's like 3 minutes from my house, and it is used widely because when they're having activities there, I can see the Wolfpack Run there is packed, and it comes around, so I could walk there in probably 5 minutes. So I think there's precedent as to the way it operates versus paying a fee every single time. You can choose to pay a one-time fee and become a member, or if you can't afford to, then you get access to it otherwise. I don't know if other programs have similar grant type of programs. They may, but I think this one is worthy, and I think it's utilized. And I think, certainly I'm open to the conversation in the future to figure out how we handle things that are maybe fee accessible. But I think right now staff has done the work that checks the boxes. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
If I may add as well, just for council's situational awareness, that the individual, I'll holler our compliance specialist that visits these projects, twice a year while they're in construction and once every 3 years after construction, makes sure that the Y is advertising and doing the things that they've said in the application when we show up for those visits. So we've in the past said we've seen this flyer come across our desk and it doesn't say that the public can access it for free on these days. So please add it. So just so you're aware.
Thank you. Councilman Johansson.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I heard what you said, Brad, but don't also cities have certain ECHO fields that were paid for by ECHO that they reserve or otherwise lock up when not in use?
Yes, sir.
And only use them for sanctioned events, pop warner football, soccer games, football games, things of that nature.
Daytona Stadium's prime example.
Yeah, well, that's true. All right. That's all I had. And thank you for answering it twice.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Burbaugh, thank you. 3 questions. Does it fit the rules?
Yes.
Are they missing anything?
No, sir.
Is it set up for success?
Yes, sir.
I have nothing else.
Danny already took my questions. I'm sorry.
Councilman Reinhardt.
No, I'm sorry. I was going to. No,
go ahead.
Jeff, I'm going to go real quick. Dr. Burbaugh, I am next, right?
Yes, you are.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Dr. Burbaugh, the county retained the Hunden Group to do a study for the needs of soccer fields, playing fields on the west side of the county. Have they come back with a report on what the needs are for these types of facilities on the west side of the county?
The preliminary draft report, yes.
And what did they say? Do we need improved fields?
We need multi-purpose fields. I think was I read it a few weeks ago, so don't quote me on it, but this will be added to the inventory, really the dearth of fields that we see is on the west side of the county.
Right. And so would this help fill in that void?
Certainly.
Okay, that's all. Thank
Because
you.
I think the goal here is to have league play. So you will have a league that's supported with fields here.
Okay, thank you.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. A lot of my colleagues have already asked the question, so I'm not going to reiterate it, but I will reiterate one thing. One of my colleagues a while back talked about how being consistent and how so important it is. And I think consistency is going to be the key thing here. Following the rules, being consistent, and I think it meets that. So I just wanted to point that out, being consistent. You talk about, you pointed out the few structures that we have. I said structures, lack of a better word, few places that we already have, like the Athens Theater, like those things that charge a fee that have ECHO dollars that were poured into it. So we're being consistent, and that's what I want to make sure that we stress. So that being said, unless Chair, I'll make a motion, but motion to approve, but I know that you want to. Thank you.
No, you can still make your motion. Okay, Matt Reinhardt makes a motion to approve. Second was by Danny Robbins. And Jake, do you have a question for Brad or for?
I have one follow-up question for Brad. Some sparked my interest. Brad, or maybe YMCA. YMCA has league soccer teams right now. Do they have these soccer teams right now in existence?
Not in Deltona.
Do they have soccer teams in existence anywhere in Volusia Flagler? Do they play on YMCA only fields? So by having this field,
Mr. Shaw, can you come up to the microphone?
So the answer was no. So by YMCA teams inviting other teams, YMCA and non-YMCA, to this field, there's indications that they'll free up a non-YMCA field for additional play as well, right? Because
Yes.
right now they would play. So So it does increase the inventory in a roundabout way on the west side, is what I'm seeing, or what I'm saying. All right, thank you.
One more question for you. Are you a CPA?
No.
An accountant? Okay. It's been years since I've seen you.
Yes.
But I know that I remember that financially you were, you're very gifted. So that does give me some encouragement. However, the issues that we've had with the YMCA before was not so much with the way money was handled, but just following the guidelines. Will you be overseeing that?
I'll be in charge of that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Council. Some of your comments actually did help me. Santiago, it's your district, especially yours. And I'm also pleased that Dr. Burball is, got his pencil ready and paying close attention to all of these grants, and then once they're awarded. So my comfort level is better.
Okay, Chris, I'm going to ask you to call the roll on this one, please. Brad, were you done?
Sure.
Okay. Carissa?
Mr. Dempsey. That was a yes. Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Kent.
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins.
Yes.
Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
Yes. So this passes 7-0. Although it was a strain, but what you are learning, everybody, is that this council is going to be a stickler for sticking with the guidelines. We want to spend the public's money the way they expect us to, and not have this become, a political football. So go ahead.
Yes, sir. And we hear you loud and clear. So the last project that's recommended for funding from your advisory council is the Lake Beersford Shoreline Restoration and Public Access enhancements at the Stetson Aquatic Center. So the request is for $600,000, and the total match that they're bringing to the table in cash is $600,000. So a $1.2 million project. Showcase green infrastructure through the adding of a living shoreline, construction of a dock for public use, and the expansion of ADA accessibility on the site in terms of a trail and kind of boardwalk, as you can see there, that will give folks access to the water. Some comments from advisory committee members are, number one, it benefits DeLand and the county. It's well-written and informative application, great project that's shovel-ready.
Thank you. Councilman Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. I've personally been out to this facility. I love it. I just don't like it. I love it. The student interaction, the community interaction, and really it checks all the boxes with a lot of what this council is called for and is looking for. With that being said, motion to approve.
Second, Johansson.
Motion to approve the grant by Danny Robbins, second by Jake Johansson. Troy Kent.
Dr. Burball, was the application complete?
Yes, sir.
Okay, nothing was missing?
No, sir.
They have a plan for success?
Yes, sir.
Have we given any other private universities ECHO money?
Yes, sir.
Which ones?
Bethune-Cookman, Daytona State, Stetson. There's
precedent. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anyone here from Stetson?
That's all somebody, yes.
And also, Chairman, if you don't mind, because my name was still up there, if Stetson or you want to come up and just say how the public's going to be able to access and utilize these improvements, that will help me.
I'll let Stetson.
Please. Yeah,
Okay.
that's good. So Stetson, if you want to come up, and I'll give you my hesitation as well. I love this project. I love the aquatic center. I've been out there numerous times. My concern is in giving public taxpayer money to a private university with a very large endowment, $355+ million. So my question to you would be, could could the university do this on their own without going to taxpayers to pay for it?
Sidney Johnston, Associate Director of Grants, Sponsored Research at Stetson. And I'm here with a team who's helped build this proposal over the last several years. Our Chairman of the Board, Mr. Stephen Alexander, our Chief of Staff, Rena Arroyo, and our top shelf grant writer, Kelly McGee of the Riverside Conservancy, Inc. So directly to your question, the answer is no. We want to do this with ECHO money. That's a critical piece of the public access that Stetson prides itself on. We have an existing grant there since 2016 that provides free public access, not just to an open park, but also to the waters of Lake Beresford. This will enhance that first grant. I'm glad to take any other questions.
Troy Kent. Did he answer your question? Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. So this peninsula that I got to tour, it'll be open to the public, and so you're showing us a picture right here of the area, right? What's that junk in the water next to the trail there? Those looks like little game cubes or something. I know the answer. Could you answer though, please?
Absolutely. So part of this project is in honor of Matt Euler, who's a nephew of President Chris Rolke, who couldn't join us today. And so this project began with the impetus of our Chief of Staff, Rena Arroyo, and our top shelf environmental scientist, Dr. Jason Evans, speaking with Chris, Dr. Rolke, about the loss of his nephew and how important this project is, because Matt was a fisherman, a conservationist who loved the water. And so these are attractors that help build the resiliency that's been lost on the peninsula. The peninsula was created by the dredging of a lagoon at this site in the 1950s and 60s. And over time, water, wind, tropical storms, and hurricanes have eroded the peninsula. And so those devices that are part of best practices for living shorelines help create visual interest, as well as bringing fishes to the region. And we're expecting that this will become a site that supplements the exciting manatee experiences at nearby Blue Spring. I'm sorry for the long answer. I think I nailed that.
Thanks. Absolutely. And one of the things I think is important about ECHO is this is Stetson University. It is a private university. But the water by and large is public, and some of the value added here is to the lake and to the area, and as well as the public that's going to be walking on the ADA approved path to see all these great things. So I'm pretty supportive of this project, just not because because it very much supports the environment, and I really don't care that it's Stetson in that we have access to it. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you once again. I may make a mixture of questions and statements. I'm just going to go based on my observations when I was there on why this qualifies. Anybody that's been there, if you look out in the center and along that shoreline, they have a lot of native plants, and they're promoting native plants. They're teaching about native plants. What does that equate to in our language? LID, okay? They're doing everything that qualifies to promote this LID push that members of this council have been on. They do that same thing with the college and follow the same line when it comes to education and falling in line with not regulation that this council has made a standing to deny future regulation. So education is a big thing. Does this improve the water quality, yes or no?
Yes.
That's what I thought. And shoreline resiliency protects the shoreline, armors it in that area to further protect the investment that the college has made, that the investment the public has made, and that the investment the ECHO and the tax dollars are making, correct? Resiliency?
Yes, it's a significant investment by the county and by Stetson University, and we're on the hook for 20 years.
Okay. I'm good with that. This fits everything that this council has said, both past, present, and what we're looking to do in the future. It's in line with the precedent that we've set with the program as well.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to the question that I asked. I'm struggling with your answer. I'm not sure I understand it. I said, could you have a $356 million endowment? Could you do this without taxpayer money? And you said no. And you related that to the ability to have public access. Is that the only way the public would have access if you do this through an ECHO grant?
The public has access to the site for 40 years from our 2016 grant. This enhances that access by creating a new dock or boardwalk that's in the neighborhood of, let me get this right, ...266 feet of dock or boardwalk, and 195 feet of that is in the water. And that provides a brand new opportunity that otherwise Stetson would not build, not at this time.
Unless you had taxpayer money.
Yes, sir. And we've done this before.
I know.
And we're solid in our reporting. We've got good participation in about 10 to 12,000 persons a year. And in addition to that, what we have not been counting and will begin counting are those rowing teams who come to use the site in January and February, generally during the winters when the New England and Mid-Atlantic rowing teams cannot practice back home. And so this year we had a number of teams from farther north, Exeter, Iowa, Dartmouth. And so you're welcome, all of us from Volusia County, all of us anywhere, are welcome to come access the site to watch these teams and Stetson's rowing team practice. So if you've never seen the longboats, some of which are nearly 60 feet long, practice on Lake Beresford, it's an experience. So please come enjoy the public access in this fabulous site that does many different things. Let me pause to stress that our first grant was an O for outdoor recreation. This grant is an E for environment. And so with one site, we do two things with taxpayer funding. And we're on the hook for a long time. So please come enjoy.
Okay, thank you for your answer. You have one more question. I'm going to let the council know I'm struggling with this one. Danny, you're right. There's many benefits to this project. It will help clean up the water. It's a good teaching tool. My issue is in my opinion, this stretches the intent of ECHO to give taxpayer money to a private university who, when I look at the money, could easily afford this without asking the taxpayers to pay for it. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think your points are well taken, at least for me, is something that we should look into, right, and consider for future. My struggle with it today is that it's met the requirements, and I'd be willing to have that discussion to see how we do it going forward. And I think staff has done the work to say that it meets the requirements. There's precedent, but I'm open to that dialogue, Mr. Chair. I think it's worthy of a good discussion. But I think if they've met those checked those boxes already, going back to what I kind of sort of the comments I made earlier. Yeah, exactly. So, Mr. Chair, with that I haven't done this in a while. I'd like to call the question.
Okay. Troy, you've just been stepped on.
Sorry.
Okay.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Santiago, you okay?
Called
before
the question, which means we have to vote immediately, but he's yielding to,
Thank you.
to
Thank
Troy
you.
Kent.
So I'll just say this, Chairman, and not that, I'm trying to help you on this, but this is where my mind went with it. I had some of those same concerns that you shared, and it's obvious to me that Stetson can. My concern is always public access, and I think you've answered that question. I think that the Echo Board had some very healthy questions for you all as well when this came up because of the public access piece. We want to make sure that the public can participate and can access, and they're not being shunned away. And listen, Stetson students, either from this area or outside of this area, they're ours, man. They're Volusia County residents while they're here, and I love that they're here. So I think that they can afford it, Chairman, but I think if any of us were in that situation and there was a government program that was for these purposes, and like Mr. Santiago said and Mr. Robbins said, the application was complete, they weren't missing anything, they have a plan for future success. Okay.
Okay. End of comments? Then I'll call the question. All in favor of the Stetson University Lake Beresford shoreline restoration, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
And the motion carries 7-0.
Thanks, Sydney. Thank you. So I think we're willing to have a further conversation about that, but I would just, for the public record, like council members to know and our taxpayers, that the 10 projects that have been funded by the ECHO tax assessment that are operated by the universities in this county, those projects have as the primary use the public use. So one of the things that I will share with you based on my experience is that these governments and like universities are the best operating partners that we have. So part of the conversation that's missing is that they have agreed to operate this for our public for 20 years, and that's their money, not taxpayer money. That's private university money that's used to operate this facility. So I did pull the annual reports from these 10 projects that we've funded over the years in terms of what does the public access looks like, does not include student access. And of these 10 projects in the last annual report served 288,000 visitors. So if we eliminate universities from accessing, we've eliminated a good operating partner for these projects. So with that being said, I will talk about.
And thank you for that.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. But open to have the conversation, certainly. The next is one that was your staff reviewed and recommended approval. It met eligibility by the advisory committee, but it did not score the minimum 80, scored a 79.29. It's from the city of New Smyrna Beach, an expansion to their skate park. The request was for $148,000. They were bringing $153,000 to the table. So this would, sorry, I didn't advance there. So this is, so at this point in time, it's not recommended for funding, but you can see what the description was. I asked my team to dig into the transcript to help provide a better understanding so I could explain to council why this didn't meet the threshold. One of the things I think that was discussed during the committee, and maybe, and now this is speculative because I don't want to speak for the committee, but there was very little discussion. But when those scores played out, they received a 79.29. The RFP could have been improved. There was a process that was described in the application that they would go out and get public input once the grant application was approved. So, kind of typically we'll see cities or our applicants that will do that first and understand what the community wants. This was a different process, but that's the best insights I can give you on why we are where we are with this one.
Okay, thank you. And I will let the council know before Mr. Santiago calls for the vote. We do have 4 members of the public from New Smyrna who would like to speak to this. But first, Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Burball, was the application complete?
Yes, sir.
Are they missing anything?
No, sir.
They have a plan for success?
Yes, sir.
It fell under the threshold of 80 at a 79.29.
Yes, sir.
When can we have another cycle for them to come back if this is denied?
So there is a recommendation associated with this agenda item that comes from your advisory council to establish a second grant cycle this year, precedent for that. It would begin in 4 weeks if it's approved by this council. I've given you a calendar, draft calendar. Otherwise, they would return in November as part of our annual cycle.
Yeah, I hate that this one didn't get 80. Ormond Beach implemented and created a skate park years ago, and I love that New Smyrna has one. This new 8,000 square foot addition, I'm sure would be welcomed for that community there. And if you've not been to a skate park in a while, I recommend you go and stop by at different times throughout the day, because it's not what you might think. Okay, I know I'll speak for the one in Ormond. You know, we have a vendor there that makes sure that the language is appropriate and the behaviors are appropriate, and there are the age of kids you would think would be there, but then there's also dads and moms with 3 and 4 and 5-year-olds participating as well, and it's wholesome and it's nice to see. And I'm disappointed this one did not meet the 80 threshold. It's close, but why do we have rules set if we're not going to follow them? That's my only concern with this one, is we've set rules, and if we're not going to follow the rules that we've set, then why have any rules? Thank you.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kent, thank you for that support. And you're absolutely right. Port Orange has one. Ormond, you said Ormond. This one's huge with the families down there. Second next to Pickleball in New Smyrna Beach. When I talk to folks in the community, they say, "What do we want?" Believe it or not, Pickleball was one of them, and then there was a skate park, and whatnot. I think we can get there on this. I mean, ultimately, Mr. Kent, this is a recommendation. You're right about the rules. We've also done direct expenditures when it came to certain things in the past, which I don't necessarily agree with. But I think we could still get there. Mr. Burball, you said we can come back in 4 weeks, because I'd like to give this council an opportunity to also look over the paperwork and score this themselves to see if there was any discrepancies in the scoring, unless they've already done it. Because ultimately, do we have that power and that leeway to also score this?
Absolutely, and there's precedent for that. When Councilwoman Gertman was on the council, there was a project that scored within 1 point, and this council may make a motion at any time to fund this project, now and into the future.
Thank you. I'd like to hear what my fellow council members would like to say and do. Thank you.
Councilman Johansson.
And just to clarify, by voting today, we rescore it. We either take the score or adjust the score and approve it, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Kent asked a bunch of questions that you answered affirmative to, correct?
2 affirmative and 1 in the negative.
So,
yes.
So as far as meeting the prerequisites, other than the score, which is not exactly scientific, they met everything they needed to meet.
Yes, sir, and staff recommended approval.
And staff recommended approval. I bring to council's attention that we, not often, but occasionally, go against the PLRDC's recommendation and allow variances and things of that nature. I see this as a board that gave us their honest opinion of what they think. I got an email or two from a few folks that stated that they were surprised this didn't pass either. So, given the fact that we operate in the sunshine, they don't collude. They had no way of knowing and doctoring it and saying, ooh, 79.9, I'm going to up mine 2 points and let's make this one a pass. They had to provide it as it was. So I'm having a problem with this because it was so close, and it's a great way to get kids off the street and doing something somewhat organizationally. So I respect everybody's comment here, but I don't want to catch myself in a position where I'm going by the grade here and put my foot down, and then when we go to other advisory committees that are recommending something, the AHAC, PLRDC, I've talked about a few others. So I suggest we give ourselves the latitude to approve or disapprove this based on the merits of the application and what it's for. Thank you.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, Dr. Burball. The rules also allow us to basically ignore the point scoring system and do what we want with approval or denial, correct?
Yes, sir. These are purely recommendations that come from your staff and the advisory council. You are the decision makers.
Okay. And just to be, and I agree with Jake, I mean, we need to get kids outside and doing things. I mean, it's not all just walking trails that we need in this county. We need stuff that excites kids to get them out of the house, off of their computers and their phones, and get them out doing athletic stuff. I don't think kids necessarily enjoy walking on trails so much as they do riding dirt bikes or skateboarding or playing soccer or anything that gets them outside and exercising. So I agree with Jake. I hate to see something get shot down because of an inexact numbering system. I mean, it's not like we send these things off to NASA to calculate this score. I mean, this is just kind of a guideline, correct?
That's correct. We provide a rubric to the committee to make it more objective evaluation than subjective, but Council Member Johansson is correct. There's no way to know. I mean, they call out their scores in a public meeting that it wouldn't score until the very end, and the process is done.
All right, and this has been done before, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gerkman, and okay, that's all. I'm in favor of this, guys. Thanks.
Vice Chair Kent.
Yeah, this is encouraging to hear from some of the council members because we do get the ultimate final say on this. I do have a question, though. So the threshold is 80, and this came below the threshold. Why did staff recommend approval if it didn't meet the threshold?
We do our review before the committee. So we do our review of the application. We provide a summary and our concerns, comments, and findings. We provide that to committee as a part of their evaluation. So we do not score the application. The committee does.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Brad, before you go, does this project include the pro skate shop?
I would ask if you let New Smyrna provide their public comment. Well, my team and I will review the application. I believe it does not. I believe it's the amenities that are provided. It's not included, but it will be on site.
Okay.
And we'll double check that, but that's what my team's telling me.
Matt, did you want to ask a question before I call?
Just real quick, and I think it was just said because I had written notes as I was going through this, and I really dug down on this one because I knew that there would be questions about it. Don, you had said the key word I was looking for, the scoring as a guideline. And then, Mr. Burball, you answered the next question with respect to why it was recommended, because you guys scored ahead of time. I didn't know that, so thank you. I appreciate that. And also, I guess, to me, when it's that close, is it safe to say that there's some bit of subjectivity in that scoring? So, based on their opinions, it meets that threshold. If you look at the scoring on the sheet, there was one or two of them that was so far vastly different. That's why I had the most concern about that, is because why was this one person off? But we just had a skate park in District 2, in South Daytona that is shut down. So that concerned me, is because, like the rest of you, I want to see our kids be able to have those outdoor activities instead of being inside. So get them outside, get them outside. We all grew up like this. Now, they're all inside on their computers. I tell my grandkids, get outside and play. So this is a perfect opportunity for that. So I'm leaning more towards a yes on this because of that. Because of that being that 1 point off, I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
I did confirm with the city manager that the pro shop is not part of this request. It is on site, but it is not part of the grant request.
Okay, you just heard what Matt said, so no pressure, but Kelly, do you want to come first? We've got 4 members of the public that would like to speak.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, and council members. My name is Khalid Rashadat. I'm the city manager for the city of New Smyrna Beach. As most of you have commented, the scoring is subjective. What happened is, and I could tell you the low scoring on the sheet, which was 165 and 173. I think one of the advisory committee member had concern about the design build method. I have 35 years of experience in construction and engineering, and I have used it so many times, and it was successful. So I'm not sure exactly what was his concern about the design build. I think it was that the cost of the project would increase. We have a limited budget for it, and that's what we go with the scope and indicate the amounts that it was indicated. The last thing I want is the council to go against their policy. But again, because it was subjective, with 79.29, I think it doesn't make sense. And I would recommend that, and I encourage the council to approve the project. It's highly used by our youth in New Smyrna. It's probably the only skate park in southeast Volusia. And the kids, as I think one of the council members indicated, that the 4 and the 5 years old are out there with the dads and the mothers. So it's, as you could see, we got 5 staff members here. It's a small city. Every dollar counts. So we appreciate if you could approve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jesse Kobe. You'll be followed by Chad Gibson, who will be followed by Rob Salazar.
I'm Jesse Kobe, the Capital Improvements Project Manager for the City of New Smyrna Beach. Although I've only been there almost 1 year now, I have over 20 years of experience in capital improvements and project management for places partnering with companies like NASA, also building hospital facilities around the globe with different countries, to local municipalities building docks, piers, boardwalks, and so forth. As I was a part of the City of New Smyrna Beach and we were looking at this project, it was actually one of my recommendations to do a design build, because as you do different projects, there's not a one-size-fits-all best approach for any specific project. Most of projects we do design first and then move on to construction. But sometimes, from my perspective, it's most advantageous to have a successful project when you do design and build at the same time. And part of the reason for that was because skate parks are a unique feature. They're not a common thing that, there's not a lot of design firm companies that just specialize in building skate parks. So most of the time, the same company that designs it will turn around and build it. So that was part of our recommendation. It was actually save money, be more cost effective. It would have better communication from the designer to the builder because they're the same place, and it would just expedite the time a little bit. So that was my reasoning behind that. And as college shared, there's a lot of people. I've been there. We've already put the building that was mentioned. It's already on site. The pro shops, we did that on our own. It's established. It's up and running. So kudos to our team there. That's all I have to share.
Thank you. Chad Gibson.
Thank you, Council. My name's Chad Gibson. I am the CIP and Grant Coordinator for City of New Smyrna Beach, and I'm also a resident of Volusia County. So I do have a couple things just to address with the Echo Skate Park expansion. First off, just as a resident, all you hear about just in New Smyrna and in Volusia County is, where do you go skate? So a lot has, there's not a lot of places to actually go. And this would, again, as council's already pointed out, be safety reasons, getting them off the street, being able to have more expansion to be able to skate freely in the skate park. You don't want them running into each other, of course, you know, so giving them more room. This has already been a successful project that was already design build, so we already have success there, so we want to continue the success. And we want to say thank you again for the support already with the skate park itself to the Echo. And that's what I want to point out. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob Salazar?
Thank you, Council. Rob Salazar, Leisure Services Director for the City of New Smyrna Beach. Just to add on to what our city staff has pointed out, the city completed the installation of the new 900 square foot modular building that replaced the previous building that was on site that was about 20 years old. It was an old school portable. And we completed that install in January. One of the comments that we had from the advisory committee was that we did not have the skin in the game to recommend to move forward with that. But I wanted to point that out, that the building was outside of the Echo Grant scope, but we have completed that just recently. Additionally, it's free skating when the park is open. So how the park works is there's a fenced area, and we have operating hours that you have to come through the building to access the park. So that adds to the safety of the park. And the residents and the park goers really love that. The families really support that concept. Additionally, this potential expansion, if approved, would increase the volume of skaters we could serve substantially, along the lines of what Mr. Reinhardt said, giving the opportunity to the youth and the families to be outdoors. We'd be able to serve even more youth and families than we have previously. So thank you for your consideration. I hope you guys approve it.
Thank you. Councilman Robbins.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Councilman Danny Robbins makes a motion to approve, and the second was by Matt Reinhardt. Don Dempsey.
I just had a question of any one of y'all from New Smyrna. This isn't just a skate park. You're allowed to ride BMX bikes there as well. Is that right? There's no BMX bikes allowed, just skateboarders? Okay.
I might be able to help you, Mr. Dempsey.
Okay.
They can ride their BMX bike to the skate park.
Okay.
To get on their skateboard. That way you don't have bicyclists running into. No, you don't like that?
Yeah.
No, because in Port Orange, we have an Echo-funded skate park that allows bicycles.
You are correct.
In the land, we have skateboards and bicycles mixed.
It's a little different because how compact the space within the park is. When we get a lot of traffic, the BMX and the skate, it's kind of sketchy crossing paths and whatnot. That was part of the established rules when the park went up. The park was originally built with Echo support as well when it was constructed. So what we've done a little bit, we've had some BMX nights previously, but 99.9% of the time, this is skate only.
With the 8,000-foot expansion, will that enable more time for the kids who ride BMX bikes?
We haven't considered that yet, but that could potentially be an option. I don't want to give you a false promise.
You would acknowledge most skate parks allow BMX bikes out at the same time as skateboarders.
I would acknowledge it. I also have heard from the staff that is on site that the BMX, the nature of the BMX, how they utilize the bowl and the rails and the different components of the park, it also damages the park quicker than regular skates. So that's a consideration we also,
Okay.
So that's just what I get from the staff on site.
I mean, I'm in favor of this, but I'm just,
Sure.
there's a whole other segment of your community
I
that
understand.
maybe would like to access this with their bicycles. So I would just hope that you guys could carve out some time throughout the weeks to allow them use of it as well, not just skateboarders.
We certainly can give that consideration.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Do you own a BMX bike, Don? Okay. Troy Kent.
Back in the day, riding a mongoose, man. Right? So, Councilman Dempsey, I'm really glad you brought that up because I know at Ormond Skate Park, they allow BMX bikes and skateboarders at the same time. I know they do. And New Smyrna, listen, you do New Smyrna. You guys have one of the best surfing spots on the East Coast, and you've got some romance with sharks down there as well, which we won't get into. New Smyrna, you do New Smyrna. But I think Councilman Dempsey brings up a point that to your city manager, I think it would be a healthy discussion with your city commission in New Smyrna to at least have that open dialogue. Because you're right, there is a portion of the community and the youth that they like riding their bicycles in those parks, and it can work. My comment on this also is that I'm really pleased you have a fence. And a quick question, the building you have during operating hours, you said they have to access the park through the building. Is that what I heard? So they have to come through there?
Yes, sir.
And do you have a policy with bad behavior? 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out?
Yes, sir.
I love hearing that also. Yeah, just because, as a father, my son is a senior this year, and he'd be mortified with me saying it. So I hope he's in class and not listening online like my parents are. Hey, Mom and Dad. But, not okay to have your kids anywhere, in my opinion, and be subjected to that inappropriate language. Is that something you all also pay attention to, is the language, the behaviors?
Yes, sir. The staff we have on site monitors the behavior of the youth and just all the participants in general. It's always staffed when the park's open, so there's always supervision.
City manager, you showed up, you brought your staff here, they're prepared, they're ready for questions. Home run.
Okay, I don't see any other comments. I'll let the council know for whatever it's worth that before this debate, I did look at the scoring on this, and I came up with a score of 81.5. So for me, I'm going to support this. I think it's a good project. I think it'll be good for the youth of New Smyrna. So without any other.
So that coupled with our 2.5 would give them $4.3 million for construction costs of this facility. As you guys are, as the council members are probably aware, I provided a memo that walks through the timeline and the decision process for this application. It came to you with a recommendation of approval from the advisory committee, and it came to you with a recommendation from your staff of disapproval because it did not have the required construction documents to make it a shovel-ready project at this point in time. They're still in the design phase of this project, and when you're in the design phase, it's very difficult to provide a firm plan that presents a complete picture of what our involvement will be and what taxpayers will get for their investment. There's universal agreement on this project that it's a good environmental project, but the fact that it's situated in a preserve on environmentally sensitive land does not make the infrastructure development, expansion of public amenities, and vertical construction found in DeBary's application different from all other eco projects that have these foundational elements. As such, your staff has applied the rules in the same manner to this project as they've been applied to other projects in an effort to provide a fair and transparent evaluation process for grant applicants and our taxpayers. This council previously adopted rules that require shovel-ready projects. The rule is working. An analysis by our auditor has indicated in the last iteration of Volusia Forever, it took on average 2.67 years to get a project completed. Since the implementation of this rule, it's taken 1.56 years to get projects completed. Full disclosure, we have a much larger data set for the previous iteration of the program than we do for this, so I want that to be publicly shared as well. ECHO's staff approach has always been to work with our municipal partners and non-government, our nonprofits, to help them be successful in our rigorous non-political grant evaluation process. In November, when the grant process started, I engaged with the city manager and provided guidance on a pathway to success under the current rules. Instead, a path that characterized the ECHO grant process as flawed and resulted in the alternative path being proposed today was undertaken. So that's a kind of a summary of where we are with the DeBary application.
Thank you. Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Same questions. Was the application complete?
No.
What were they missing?
Required construction documents.
They have a plan moving forward to be successful?
In the future, when the construction documents are prepared, yes.
Is this a shovel-ready project?
No, sir.
When will another cycle be able to come up? You answered it earlier, but I just want to hear it again.
April 25th would be the technical review for applications.
Was Daytona Beach denied on similar grounds in the past? And if so, can you please refresh my memory?
Yes, sir. It was the last cycle, and they were denied for the same exact reason.
Okay. Last cycle, Daytona Beach denied, exact same reason?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kent. We have three people that would like to speak to this. I'll start with Pat Northey.
First of all, thank you for all you do. It's hard making these kinds of decisions when you're talking about taxpayer dollars. I'm here not as your ECHO chair. I'm fine to answer any questions if you have about the committee, but I'm here as an individual to speak in support of Alexander Island. I would encourage you to vote for and fund the Alexander Island project that DeBary has requested as an exceptional project. Well, there is a technical issue that staff has identified. As a member of the ECHO board, I believe the environmental scope of the project deserves an exception. The ECHO board, by a vote of 7-2, scored the project and is scored within our guidelines, and you can now bring this great project into the public trust. DeBary has proven that they can move this project forward. Their issues are environmental, and as you all know, that when you're dealing with environmental issues, so sometimes dealing with the bureaucracy can be an issue. But I know that they're going to address that, and I would encourage you all to find them in compliance for the $2.5 million exceptional project. Thank you.
DeBary City Manager Carmen Rosamonda. If you would like the mayor to go first, Mayor Chazet.
Good morning, Karen Chazet, Mayor of DeBary. First of all, thank you for listening to us on this project. It is a really important project that we have worked very hard on. We've put a lot of taxpayer dollars in it. We believe that the plan that we have going forward is the best use of taxpayer dollars, both ours and the ECHO dollars as well, because we can accelerate the public access and opening this as a passive park. I will let the city manager address the issue of our selected process for building out this phase 1, which has 14 elements. The Alexander Island property was acquired for use as a passive recreation nature park, and we paid $3.5 million of DeBary taxpayer dollars. Yes, they did come from the feds through the ARPA plan, but we had those available for any city use, and we dedicated that to this park with the aim of protecting both the natural and cultural resources on the site. The park is intended to be managed only for the conservation, protection, and enhancement of those resources, and for public outdoor recreation that is compatible with the conservation, protection, and enhancement of the site. These are the prioritized objectives: protection of natural resources, providing recreational opportunities for everyone, provide freshwater research opportunities. There is a DEP support organization that has expressed an interest in having a location on the property for a water research facility, and that goes forward. It is not part of the ECHO application. To provide nature-based activities and programming, and provide access to the St. Johns River, and preserve cultural and archaeological resources as we may find them on the property. You do have the ability to decide that this can go forward. And I understand wanting shovel-ready, efficient projects. This is efficient as we can make it. And we have been working on it nonstop with massive public participation since acquiring it February 1, 2023. We believe with our project, with our plans, which is a plan for success, that we could open it this December with the essential early elements, and that the other elements can be developed as the 4 environmental permits per element come in while the public has access. The direct appropriations that you do, which is your right, also do not have shovel-ready plans. You know that you will do them. We submit, we will do this. Thank you very much.
Carmen.
Thank you, Chairman, Council. I'm Carmen Rosamonda, City Manager of DeBary. Our application is for phase 1 of a larger multi-phase project. As you know, this is a 170-acre project. Our mission is to build the most beautiful, the best, and the enjoyable nature and conservation park in the state of Florida. You may not know, but this 170-acre parcel was destined for development, as it was part of a 2008 approved development plan to build 256 homes on it. DeBary successfully negotiated and purchased this property in February 2023 to protect and preserve this pristine property. Alexander Island meets 2 eco categories. It's an outdoor project, as we call it a park, and a certain portion of on the 17 acres of upland is a nature park. But it's also mostly environmental, as it's got 2 miles of St. Johns riverfront. Environmental projects, especially the 2 miles of riverfront and the 150 acres of wetlands, are very complex. The time it takes to work with 3 to 4 environmental and wildlife agencies can be extensive. Using the ECHO shovel-ready guidelines, we would not be able to initiate construction until we get all the engineering, permits, and construction plans completed and approved for an exceptional grant until March of 2026. Before we applied, we conferred with staff prior to the application, and even though they would not commit, they recommended a design-build strategy to improve our application. DeBary runs government like a business, and we have fast-tracked this project to get this nature and conservation park open to the public as soon as possible. Within 13 months, we have gone from purchase to concept to engineering to have our entrance fully permitted and ready to go. As you can see on the chart there, it's ready. And even though your guidelines are not flexible enough for large-scale environmental projects, we recommended a 3-step incremental design strategy to get us to the same guaranteed conclusion. And I think that's what your shovel-ready objective was, is to get these projects done. But I think this design build also gets us to the same conclusion as your guidelines, accelerating this project by 2 years. As you can see on the chart, step 1 is the entrance into the park. It's been engineered. We received the St. Johns River permit 2 weeks ago. Step 2 is the shell, parking lot, restrooms, nature trails, and the nature trails through the historic oak hammock. Step 3 are all the water amenities on the St. Johns River: the fishing pier, the kayak canoe launch, the overlook, and the riverfront boardwalk. And simply...
Thank you.
Okay, my apologies.
Brad. Jake Johansson, you have a question for Brad or for one of the DeBary representatives?
For Brad, I noticed that they're using CMAR for this. Is that something that's been used
No, sir.
before successfully? I call that, Carmen, city manager at risk.
No, we have allowed design, bid, build approach
Yeah.
before to save taxpayer dollars. And that was what was recommended. And there was they were already down a different pathway based on my conversations with Carmen.
Sure. So, I think the main concern for the city right now is that they're on a track faster than we're willing to go, and they're assuming a little more risk than we're, as a policy, willing to assume. In the interest, because this council has talked about compressing the time, making sure things get done in time, is CMAR something that we ought to be considering and accepting a little risk with some caveats in the policy, or is it something we want to stay away from a staff perspective?
So I will share that what our policy practice is, that we do not engage in a CMAR contract until we have 60%, at least 60% of the design to go out with the project. At this point in time, they're not at 60% with all that they have here.
Got it. And technically, this is a project that should not have even come to the Echo Board in its current state, or is that?
Yes,
an
yes,
improper
sir. So
statement?
there, as you will see in the memo, there was a, in the eligibility phase, where typically this would be turned away as ineligible because of the incomplete application. There was some inartful wording in the motion to find it ineligible rather than in the affirmative. And so, and it tied, so it meant it failed. So that doesn't become, if the tie vote for ineligibility fails, it doesn't then make it eligible. There was another motion made by the committee to find the project eligible, and it died for lack of a second. So given that kind of situation we found ourselves in, we moved it through the process to try to give to council as many decision points as possible in this decision-making process. In hindsight, Laura and I have talked about how to address these in terms of having that motion eligibility, both at Forever and Echo, in the affirmative, so we don't find ourselves in this situation again. So yes, it should have not made it this far.
Copy. So, having said all that, and we've had discussions about having a midterm review, can they get there, in your opinion, and I'll ask Carmen the same thing, can they get there, in your opinion,
Yes, sir.
before the next cycle?
So I will share that, if you want to bring back up Carmen's PowerPoint. So I think the shovel-ready strategy that Carmen outlines here does not take into account the additional cycle that's recommended by your committee. So if you were to recommend having an additional cycle, in 4 weeks, they would be able to turn their application in with award in October of 2024. So it kind of would align. I know they're saying they'll be done in December 2024, but this would protect the integrity of the program, but also give them an opportunity. I will share with you that during the committee meeting that Carmen and his team shared some initial drawings of these phase 1 improvements. I had our construction engineering team review those, and our county engineer feels that they are on track to, if we had another cycle in 4 weeks, based on his review of the plans they have so far, they would be ready for that cycle.
Got it. And I'll ask, I guess, Carmen, since you're sitting right there. Well, I know you well enough to know you want to get the project going, but other than that, what's the big hurry?
Well, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to meet the next cycle because you're going to require shovel-ready in 4 weeks. We're not going to be totally shovel-ready. The environmental part of the river, as we dictated in here, The permit's probably going to be for our fishing pier, our kayak launches, our riverfront boardwalk probably will not come. It's going to take a whole year to get those permits. We'll be in well after March 2025 before we get the permits for the boardwalk and water amenities. And that's why we wanted to do the incremental design build, is that we can get the entrance in and build our way into the park. We can get all the other amenities in step 2 done by December. And while we're doing that, we are working on getting those water amenity engineering and permits done and completed. And that's why we think we can get the entire park open, all the water amenities by September 2025. But if you're going to stick to to shovel ready, the environmental projects and the permitting and engineering for the environmental is not going to be done until at least March 2025.
So
which is not going
it
to be ready
sounds
for the
like
next
we're
cycle.
willing to accept 60% under CMAR. If you're going to continue to go that route, it sounds like you're almost there now based on staff engineer's comments.
Well,
there.
in all due respect, council member, I think you have the ability to provide a little bit more flexibility, like the 60% design build that was just recommended, and provide a variance. We can build this thing better, cheaper, and faster by using a design build methodology, and get this park open to the public 2 years faster. And that's why we really working on a fast track to get this open. We got $5.77 million invested in our residents, and I think it's important to open this park up as fast as we possibly can. And just because of a technicality of requiring construction plans on every single thing and have it fully shovel ready, sometimes on environmental projects may not be the best strategy.
And just to verify, you knew about the preconditions or the assumptions going into the
We conferred with staff, and they, even though they couldn't commit, and I appreciate Brad and everybody who's been working with us, that the design build might be a good strategy to improve our application. And so that's what we've been doing. A design build, as your previous applicant said, is the best way to go. You get the architect and the builder together. They design it to be better, cheaper, and faster than when you do waiting until the whole project is shovel ready, and then you're subject to maybe 2 years later the costs go up again.
Right.
And we do less with 2 years from now.
Okay. Thank you, Carmen.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Is it okay if I call Ms. Northey back to Pat, are you willing to? And I say that, and I ask that because you're probably the resident expert on Echo. I'm just talking about in general because, Ms. Northey, in your experience, so this doesn't happen, because I just want to say I fully support the project. I want it as quickly as possible. I think it's more than worthy of it. But what language, in your opinion, or items within like Chapter 50 or 72, I know this is a big thing right now, but what would you recommend language-wise that we can change so we don't run into this again on good projects?
Well,
That's kind of a loaded question, but you know.
I do think that annually the ECHO committee does review language of the way things come in. And it's my opinion at this point, after having gone through this project with DeBary and seeing that, first of all, it's listed as a outdoor recreation, it really is a lot about resiliency and about the shoreline access, and knowing that river, and I know that you know that river. I think that we, as a committee, would be my recommendation, and I go off as chair next month, to review those sections of the application process and look at how we deal with environmental. If you look at the breakdown of ECHO by the alphabet, by the letters, if I recall correctly, the E in ECHO is the least that we fund. And so, to me, there must be a reason for that. And I think we have to as a committee, take a long, hard look at how we do that and do exactly what you are saying, is review the elements. We've really tried to make them be consistent, but maybe there has been some discussion on the board about, do we have different elements for different parts of ECHO? And maybe that's what we need to go to and have a conversation about that. We do that annually, and the staff has been great. I love working with the staff. We just had a difference of opinion. By 7, we ended up saying, forward this project on to you so that you could make the decision as a governing board that it was that important.
Sure.
The river was that important for us to take a look at and say, we understand the application process maybe doesn't work well for the E in ECHO.
Pat, would you be willing, we have a workshop where we're talking about a lot of this stuff coming up on April 30th. You had mentioned the bureaucracy and a lot of this, some of these environmental holdbacks that are now affecting a project that I think we all want.
I think we all
Would
want
you
it.
be willing and get I know you still have a team out there, together to look possibly and help us see where we can trim some of the stuff that maybe is not necessary at this point or overlapping with state regulations that's causing these extended wait times on permits that we're now seeing. We want something, but we also, what's good for the goose has to be good for the gander. We have to be consistent in what we do. If you're able to work with us, I'm going to try to get you there.
Okay.
And I'll fight for you, okay?
Okay, I appreciate it.
Thank you for helping.
Okay.
So just point of clarification is the rules adopted by this council do not contemplate having permits in hand. It's construction documents in hand.
Okay. I had a question about the environmental permits. We keep hearing that it'll take about a year. Is that from county or state?
State, I believe.
DEP?
State and federal.
State and federal. That's why it takes so long.
Army Corps and DEP is what the mayor's telling me.
Okay. And you have said that it's been recommended that we go to allow them to go to another cycle to give them time to get ready. Carmen said that would be 4 weeks from now. Carmen said we still won't be ready. What happens after that if they're not ready?
So I misspoke. My team corrected me when I sat down. So the mandatory workshop would be in April and 4 weeks. The application would be due in 7 weeks in June, the middle of June.
Okay.
And as a point of clarification, this application was submitted in November. So now we've had December, we'll have had 8 months since this was submitted to produce some of those drawings that are required. They could also ask for a smaller amount to complete what they have for the drawings.
That was my next question. We keep hearing about phases. This is for an exceptional grant. It sounds like it's been broken down to phases. Could they come back and say, not an exceptional grant, but a standard grant to get started, to get the entrance done, or does that start the whole thing all over again?
They could come back, but the entrance would need to be part of a project because there's without analyzing it, I'm thinking of public access. The entrance will provide public access to the facility. So I guess that when we get into a hairy situation is when we're doing infrastructure only.
Okay.
And not amenities.
You can probably tell I'm struggling with this one. This is a beautiful piece of property. I want this project to go through. But Carmen just talked about the requirements as technicalities. That puts all of us in a bad position. It's not technicalities. We're supposed to be overseeing the ECHO project, and there's rules in place that should be followed. When Daytona Beach didn't follow them, we sent them back, and now they got it together and brought it back. So this makes it this takes it into the realm of politics, because Carmen, everybody respects you and the work that you have done in Live Local, other things. You run a good city. Mayor Chazé is probably she's got 7 fans up here, I think. She's an amazing mayor. Everybody wants this to pass, but some of us, I don't know who, because we can't talk about this before, want the rules to be followed. We need to protect the integrity of the ECHO grant process. To make it political is damaging to the entire ECHO process. You know, this is coming to us as an exceptional grant, which means it serves the entire county. I think your estimate is that it would serve almost 30,000 people. You have one of the best parks in Volusia County, in the Rob Sullivan Park in DeBary, that was a standard grant, and it serves 158,000 people. So I'm also struggling with the exceptional grant part of this, but Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Burball? So a couple of things and some good takeaways that I have from this healthy discussion is, you know, you talked about shovel-ready projects 1.5 years compared to 7+ years when they weren't shovel-ready. Is that correct? Is that what I heard?
2.7 versus 1.5. Yes.
I'm glad you corrected me on that. So 2.7.
Jonathan would correct me, so.
To 1.5. Okay, good. And I'm so pleased that we've given you that direction, because we want these projects to happen in an expeditious timeline so our residents can get out there and really, really enjoy what our community has to offer. Now, Council, just so you know, I met with Mayor, is it Chazé? Thank you very much. We had a nice afternoon where we walked the property. I was able to see it. I had never laid eyes on it before, and I'm appreciative of that. And I appreciate, Mayor, that you mentioned that the tax dollars were indeed ARPA COVID funds. Okay, so it's still tax dollars, but a little different than, you know, to me it does a little bit. To me, it matters a little bit just because it's a little different. You know, federal tax dollars. You can say they're all tax dollars, but I think it was a smart move on DeBary's part to use those funds for that purpose. I'm not knocking that. But Brad, you mentioned, and I'm glad you did, because the question I was going to have for you was, you know, how long has this been going on? And you said 8 months, where DeBary has known. So where are they with their design process now, 8 months later? Where are they?
So I can tell you, based on the drawings they provided at the grant review panel meeting, which was last month, March, they're close on the first phase based on those drawings. And that was my judgment, but also the county engineer's judgment. And I'll let Tad jump in here if he has something to add, but we reviewed them together. And he said the timeline is reasonable because of the plans that they're presenting if they were to come back in October.
Okay. And then, Brad, sort of a rhetorical questions here, but why do we have these rules? Is the answer, one of the answers, to protect the integrity of the ECHO program?
Absolutely.
And is another one to make sure the taxpayers are indeed protected?
Protected, but provided, and I've been on both sides. So when I came, we didn't have this rule, the shovel-ready rule. And I think and based on my experiences and your situational awareness, when we approve a project in the design phase, we're not getting a full picture, because the budget, that design and engineering phase informs the budget. And so at this point, it's just estimates. And so what we saw in the last cycle is when we accepted non-shovel-ready projects in this design phase, they would essentially be coming to council multiple times for scope changes. So, you know, decreasing the amenities that they're going to provide the community based on the cost estimates that became evident later in the process when your engineering and design aligns with construction and your estimate. And so it's not painting the full picture when we approve things on the design phase.
Gotcha. Thank you for that detailed answer. I really appreciate it. And Council, I'll just say I'm with what I've heard most of you already mention. I want this to happen. This is a wonderful thing for DeBary and Volusia County and this region of Florida. Absolutely. When I heard the city manager talk about this being him wanting it to be the best, I think it was city manager, the best in the state of Florida, my ears perked up. I love that. That's a great goal, and I want that to happen. How do I approve this when we sent Daytona packing and saying no for the same reasons? That's a concern of mine. So I'm struggling with that, and I think that with what Dr. Burbaugh has mentioned, I think that with the next cycle they can get the required information and have it ready for at least a phase or two right away. Thank you.
If I may, Chair, add just to Mr. Councilmember Robbins' comments and questions to Ms. Northey. I think it's important to be flexible, and I committed that when I was nominated and confirmed as your Resource Stewardship Director, to be flexible, but also implement the program with transparency and integrity. One of the things that your staff has done through our work with the county engineer and our purchasing division is recommended some solutions in terms of language when your Echo Advisory Committee meets on April 11th. So we're going to have that discussion with the committee in terms of, do we need to be more flexible on our approach here, and that may come with recommendations for changes to the guidebook and rules. But I think changing them in the middle of a process is not the right thing to do.
Thank you. Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple things, because everything's been hit on. Full disclosure, Carmen met with us, showed us the drawings, the conceptual drawings of this, and every single one of us have said this is a wonderful, I can't wait to see it. And we want this to succeed. Since that time, again, full disclosure, I've received numerous emails, numerous phone calls, and in-person conversations from individuals within the city of Daytona Beach. And the very first thing that was brought up, you turned down our project for almost the same thing. And that being said, being consistent is important. I'm going to go back to what we said. I loved your comment, Chair. Integrity of the grant process. Mr. Kent, following the rules. Shovel-ready rule. We have to be consistent. So I'm struggling as well. I want this project. I want it. I really, really do. I truly do. But Mr. Kent, you said it too. Half of your district is in Daytona as well. And the Jackie Robinson Ballpark issue. And then they took it, decided to come back, and I guess they're in that cycle to come back and return.
Yes, sir. So in my conversations with Daytona, they would be prepared to come if there was a second cycle this year, so in June.
I didn't mean to mix the two, but they have similarities. That's why I'm asking. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Brad, this is for you. This up, down, it's getting fun, right?
I'm Catholic. I'm used to it.
There you go. A couple years ago, and I could say this because I've been part of this since been here, there was a political vote up in the loop, right, for a piece of property that was on power lines. I vaguely remember the scoring on it, but can you explain, and I know you were here too, can you explain how that was purchased?
So I was
with a straight face.
I'm going to do my best I'm still working for UF at the time. I wasn't a county employee and involved.
Sorry.
I don't believe I was. So it was a combination of funds, I believe. So, and I know Clay was involved, but it was a portion was a direct county expenditure, which this council has the prerogative to do. We do have a historic stabilization process and grant program that aligns with the ECHO process, but it's basically emergency. So if we find something that's historical and it needs to be saved, it can be considered on an emergency basis. And that was the process that was followed, as I understand it, for the purchase of that property, because there was a portion of it that was found to be historical because it contained Old Kings Highway, I believe.
City of DeBary, who's the most knowledgeable in your group right now that would be able to speak in terms of historic or an emergency? Is there anything that you can think of emergency-wise that would fit the same standards that the chairman and I maybe used about 3 years ago to vote up on that project? Is anybody able to speak to that? I'm just trying to cover all bases here.
Mayor Chazet is approaching the microphone.
Thank you. I don't know that we fully expect to find historic artifacts on this property. But until we are further in the development phase, I don't know that we can quantify them. For a while, we thought that Fort Florida, a temporary supply depot, actually was on that property. And to our best knowledge, it was on the property north of us by several hundred feet. I live on the river a little north of where this property is, and there's a midden within 100 feet of my house. So there's a high degree of chance that there are historic elements there. But to be truthful, I can't give you one right now that says it is an urgent issue. In reference to the difference between a hardscape plan like Daytona Beach's addition to Jackie Robinson and an environmental property being developed from raw land, there's very different ability to get plans. I know that if you were doing an addition on your house, you could probably be asked to give plans because it's a known plot of land, it's been developed, there's infrastructure. And I only offer that to distinguish it. But to be honest about the historic, I cannot give you the urgency that was sensed because of imminent development on the other property. I will tell you that if we had not used the ARPA funds, we would have seen that property go for development. There was a developer right behind us, and the uplands there were permitted already under an old PUD for 40-some homes, and all of that oak hammock would have been gone if we didn't act. And we ran into one issue with Florida Forever, one issue with Volusia Forever. And so we came to the point, we either lose this property or we take the ARPA funds that we have and we preserve it for everyone.
Thank you.
And now we're trying to make it accessible as quickly as we can.
And the reason, Mayor, and the reason I say that to your credit, those same standards that you had talked about in terms of developmental, that was the main reason we had, the chairman and I had really voted to acquire that piece of property, even though it wasn't chicken and it wasn't fish. In my opinion, it was on a power line, but there was some developmental plans for it, and it did have some value, as this did. So I'm trying to find a way where at least we can get you, or I could talk to my colleagues up here about a direct expenditure like we did to preserve that integrity and follow the process all in the same thing.
And here is what happened with that. We had gotten the blessing of the 30 owners of the property. It was a trust. Heirs owned it. And their realtor had worked with us for 2 years trying to work it through the other processes. And they were at the end of their patience, understandably. They wanted it to go for public good, but they also had economic pressures. And there was, according to the realtor, a developer right behind us. And in fact, he had told me shortly before our vote that the developer was there. So when we voted to buy the property using ARPA funds and taking them from other ARPA eligible projects that we had in the city in order to preserve this on an emergency sort of basis, at that point I turned to the realtor. The vote was had. We had a unanimous vote, and I turned to the realtor and I said, lose his number. And he did.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Chairman, quick question. Would you be able to join and work with me or work with council if they so desire to apply those same standards that we applied and that we voted for with the Loop property when it came to direct expenditures? Would you be open to supporting that as a possible avenue to maybe get them started in maybe a first phase where we can kind of keep them going with this until they get the rest of their paperwork in, or we don't want to go there? with this one.
No, I think it's completely different. If you're talking about the loop purchase in Ormond Beach, I don't equate the two. What I think we need, and maybe Mr. Santiago is going to do it, we have three options here. We can vote to approve it as is, we could vote to deny it, or we could vote to move this to another cycle to give them the time to do it. I don't think that this is the time to change process in midstream and debate whether or not the rules should be followed, especially since we required Daytona Beach to follow the rules. And now we're being asked to set that aside. I want this project to pass. I want it to pass by following the rules.
Sure.
So.
And Chairman, I agree with you on that. I just want us to be consistent.
I do too.
You know, if it fits a political agenda at a time, I don't want to bend the rules in one thing and then it come up with a like situation in the future and bend them again. That's why I'm putting all of us kind of on the spot, just to protect the integrity in the future, that we can't pick and choose. And like I said before, what's good for the goose has got to be good for the gander. And I'll support whatever direction this council likes to go.
If I may,
Yes.
2 points of clarification just for council's decision-making process is, so the separate program is called the Emergency Acquisition and Stabilization Program, which means the threshold is that it's in imminent danger of being lost. So in this case, the Ormond Loop property was going to be built on if it wasn't acquired, so it met that threshold. In terms of getting money from, number one, the committee, who also vetted this project, and the council's portion through the direct county expenditure program, which the referendum that puts, or I'm sorry, the resolution that put the referendum on the ballot says the direct county expenditure can be used for county projects. It has to be used for county projects. It doesn't contemplate it being used for others. Now that certainly is a policy decision.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we kind of see the writing on the wall here where we're at today on this particular topic. I'm very supportive of the project. I was there when they did the groundbreaking or the opening of it to visit it, to see what the future potential of it is going to be, and very excited. I think DeBary has been a leader in our county in many areas in creating a vision that many can support. However, I do not want to see a no vote come down on this for the city of DeBary. I think it's probably more appropriate to temporarily postpone it to the October cycle and make sure that our staff lends whatever support they can to make sure that it's ready for the next cycle. I'm sorry?
April or October?
I believe it was October cycle. Didn't you say that, Brad?
So our annual cycle begins in September with the mandatory meeting, the technical application due in October, and we have typically staff a month to give feedback. So the final due is in December, and then award typically in February or March.
So it'd be more appropriate for me to say December.
Yes. But so that is the annual cycle.
I'm talking about the mid-cycle,
So
the next
the mid-cycle,
one.
yes. So
Yes.
the cycle that is being proposed as a solution by your advisory committee would be next month, the mandatory meeting, the technical review in June, and then award, yes, in October, I believe, which would be based on the timeline. I'm sorry.
So if they can't meet that timeline, then they'll probably roll over into the next cycle.
October, yes, sir.
I wanted to throw it out there to see what the council thinks on that. Instead of a no vote, we can just temporarily postpone it.
I think that's wise.
I so move.
You're making the motion to move it to the next cycle.
Temporarily postpone it.
Yes. Oh, to temporarily postpone it?
To the next cycle.
Oh.
We don't have a
Jake
motion.
Johansson.
Other than that motion, we don't have a motion for this.
No, we don't.
We don't have a mid-cycle yet.
Good point.
Motion to approve a mid-cycle echo echo mid-cycle assessment to allow anybody that's prepared for
Second.
mid-cycle.
And that would also include Daytona's Jackie Robinson.
Anybody could have 8 or 9 of them. If people are shovel ready for October and they can come in mid-cycle, Brad's got his work cut out for them. Not just 2, not just 4, but anybody. So mid-cycle assessment in accordance with Brad's previous comments
And
on
Chairman,
schedule.
that was the second by Kent for that
Right.
mid-cycle.
Motion is made by Jake Johansson, second by Vice Chair Troy Kent, to move this to...
No, to create a mid-cycle.
Create a mid-cycle, that's it.
To create a mid-cycle. And not just for DeBary and Jackie Robinson, but anybody that's prepared and ready at that time. Discussion? Questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mr. Chairman?
David, before,
Oh.
I was just going to ask you, because I heard what you were saying. The only hesitation I have was your comment when you said it sort of sounded like staff was going to have to make sure that it worked. This shouldn't be incumbent upon staff.
I'll
The
clarify.
DeBary needs to make sure it works, and then I'm going to second it.
Yeah, I'll clarify that. Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
I move to temporarily postpone the DeBary application to the newly created mid-cycle. And to address Mr. Troy's comment, it's just more of a direction staff, lend any county support that we can. That's appropriate.
Second.
That motion is made by David Santiago and the second by Troy Kent, which moves DeBary to that cycle. All in. Any questions, debate? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
You're very smart. No, he's not.
And that motion also carries 7-0. That was the end of the applicants, correct?
Kind of.
Yes, sir. So as a point of clarification, we're committed. Look, you've got we're community services. We're committed to our community to deliver these projects and help them be successful. Their application as it stands now does not have the requirements. So we would ask them in that cycle to reapply with the new cut and paste with the new documents or supplement their current application. It won't be just moving the application because it's deficient right now. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Well, yes.
You're going to work with DeBary.
Absolutely.
Get them across the line. Thank you. Thank you, Carmen and Mayor Chazé. At 11:28, we're already on item 3. We give just a few minutes here to change the players in the room. Laura, you're doing this one. This item 3 is ordinance 2024-08, an ordinance adding chapter 58, article 5, medical provider liens, and establishing for certain medical providers an entitlement to liens for certain outstanding charges. Laura Coleman.
Laura Coleman, Assistant County Attorney, and yes, that's quite a title. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before you for item 3 is ordinance 2024-08. This is the medical provider ordinance that we've come before you before for some direction, so you're familiar with this concept. But just to give you a quick reminder, the point of this ordinance is to create lien rights for certain medical providers in very limited circumstances. Namely, it applies to charitable hospitals, to special taxing districts operating hospitals, and to county EMS. It's not across the board for all medical providers. It's in these specific situations where those charitable and not-for-profit interest in the county's interest in that same population are served. It also only applies when a patient doesn't pay their bills, so this is not something that attaches naturally. These are for services that are actually rendered, and then the patient leaves, and then they collect some sort of monetary award. The lien does not apply to houses, to wages, to their own insurance proceeds. It only applies to monetary judgments to settlements to legal claims. So again, a very specific subset of claims that we're talking about here. And again, it also only applies when the injuries that necessitated the care were caused by a third-party tortfeasor. So generally speaking, what we mean when we say that are automobile accidents. That's almost always the circumstance. Your agenda item contains a memo that goes through some of the background and highlights some of the items in the ordinance, but just a couple more things to call to your attention. The ordinance does prescribe some limitations on the lien amount itself. It also provides an informal review process if the patient has questions about the lien itself, like the accuracy or the actual amount of the lien. It also includes the ability for a court or an adjudication process for an adjudicator, an arbitrator, if I can speak, for an arbitrator or a judge to reduce the actual lien amount and make it an equitable share if the lien is not large enough, if the recovery is not large enough to cover the lien and the damages. And there's also a prevailing party's attorney's fees provision in there. I am certainly happy to answer any questions you have. Additionally, the Halifax team, Halifax Health, is in the room today. They have been with me every step of the way while crafting this ordinance, and I'm sure they are more than happy to answer any questions or provide any thoughts if you would like that.
Yes, and we do have 4 people who want to speak to this item. Matt Reinhardt.
Just a quick, this is what we visited before, correct?
I ran away too fast. Yes, sir, we've come before you and sought direction, so you are familiar with this concept. It has changed a little bit, but the essentials are all the same.
Okay, knowing that we still have public to speak, I'll make a motion to approve. Second.
Motion to approve item 3 by Councilman Reinhardt, and the second is by Councilman Santiago. I'm going to call, since nobody's up on the board right now to speak, I'll call the members of the public that are here. Tim Steflik. And
good morning. Good morning, Chair.
Morning.
Everybody here. My name is Dr. Tim Steflik. I'm a chiropractic physician for the last 12 years in Volusia County and a third-generation resident of Volusia County. And my address is in New Smyrna Beach, and my practice is Edgewater, 315 North Ridgewood Avenue in Edgewater. Out of respect of your time here, we had a group of doctors that came. I have over 30 names on the list here, but many of them had to get back to work because we're all trying to provide for our families and take care of our patients. So we just assigned 3 speakers to speak on our behalf of the doctors and offices in the county. So I just wanted to briefly speak on so actually anyone that is still here, please stand up or raise your hand that's opposing the hospital bill. If you could raise your hand or stand up so everyone can see you. Thank you. So I'm going to speak on the negative impacts that this will have on the patients and the citizens of Volusia County. First of all, it will not affect everybody, right? So there's 3 demographics that it won't affect. It won't affect the low-income individuals because they have Medicaid. It won't affect the seniors because they have Medicare. And it won't affect the workers that have really good health insurance. But there's another demographic that it will affect, and that is those who have high deductible insurances. I'm one of those individuals. I don't have insurance, health insurance. So no insurance or high deductible health insurance. This will affect them because when they go to the hospital, and the hospitals are already being paid, if it's an auto accident case, they're being paid 4 times what they would normally receive from Medicare and 10 times what they would receive from Medicaid. So they are already being paid above and beyond what they would normally receive for these automobile accident cases. So these individuals, like myself, is going to be affected because we won't be able to receive post-hospital care. If there's a lien and the hospital has the lien, doctors are not going to accept cases like this and work on a lien themselves if they know they're going to be paid pennies on the dollar because the hospital has the lien. And so it's going to affect individuals like myself, a lot of other individuals in the county because of that, especially the patients. And we're here to serve the patients. We're here to serve our community. That's who we want to help. We want to make sure that they have the follow-up care that is needed. It's not about The hospitals do a good job, but our job is to help build them back after they've been injured. And so I thank you guys for your time. Appreciate all you do and for your service. But I want to say we're opposed to this hospital bill for that reason.
Thank you. Leonard Rollman.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Brower and the council members. I'm Dr. Lenny Rollman. I'm the owner and one of the chiropractic physicians at Wellspring Health. We have 3 office locations in Volusia County, including our flagship office in Orange City, which has been treating and employing county residents from the same location for over 40 years. I'm going to speak briefly on the unintended consequences of the ordinance, including an increase in prescription drugs generally and opioids specifically. I know you must be thinking it's probably a big leap here from a hospital lien ordinance to opioids, but give me a second to explain. As Dr. Steflik touched on, it's basically the uninsured and some of the underinsured blue-collar workers who this ordinance is going to hurt the most. This same group of workers makes up a significant number of those who choose chiropractic care after their accidents. If this ordinance passes, they will no longer be able to obtain chiropractic care after their accident because they won't be able to afford it. Nor is it feasible for us as providers to treat them for free or for pennies on the dollar. These folks have to work to survive. And if they are suffering from ongoing aches and pains, they will have to resort to medications to get through their day because outpatient care will be out of reach. These injured accident victims will have to circle back to the ER or the hospital every time they are in pain from these injuries, which drives up the overall costs of care. While ERs are well equipped to handle these imminent life-threatening injuries, they are ill-equipped to handle ongoing follow-up care. This opens the door to self-medicating with NSAIDs, alcohol, or other illicit drugs, or to long-term physician-prescribed drugs, including muscle relaxers, sleep aids, and ultimately opioids and its derivatives. According to a 2022 Florida Highway Safety Report, Florida has averaged 380,000 accidents per year over the last 3 years. That includes 644,000 drivers and an untold number of passengers. Our county ranks 10th in the state of 67 counties for the amount of accidents. Needless to say, we see a lot of accident victims each year. As the 10th highest ranked county, this is not a good ordinance. It's not good for independent physician offices or imaging centers. It's not good for the accident victims, and it's not good for your constituency at large. Please vote no on this proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Dr. Lester Carrera.
Good morning, Chair Brower. My name is Dr. Lester Carrero, and I'm a chiropractic physician, and I have served this county for the past 18 years. We are located in 1948 Saxon Boulevard in Deltona, Florida. I'm going to speak briefly with regards to this ordinance, the healthcare professional. There are only 9 counties out of 67 counties that have similar versions of this hospital lien ordinance. This ordinance creates favoritism for certain providers. All you have to do is just read the title of this agenda. And I quote, "Establishing for certain medical providers an entitlement." This ordinance is not more than an entitlement, and I know that the hospitals will come back and say, oh, this is to support the facilities that are non-for-profit. But let me just be clear of something here. Their CEOs make millions, and in the same name of profit, of non-profit, their packages exceed the packages that they're going to have as retirement. they're going to exceed a lot more than what we will ever see in our lives, okay? We're not asking for anything other than to keep the playfield equal. Like you said before, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the ganders. It's good for everybody. The story of all of us. Miss Jane had an accident due to a negligent driver. She ended up being transported to the hospital in an ambulance, to later being released and told to see her primary care physician. Hospital exhausted all her money. We as physicians then come back and we have to take care of Miss Jane and not get paid. We are the ones trying to get Miss Jane back to work. This ordinance makes it much harder for us to be able to help. Please vote no for this ordinance. Thank you.
Tom Caldwell? Is it an L or a C? Is Tom here?
I am a lawyer in town, been in Daytona Beach for 30 years, and I am sympathetic to Halifax's cause. I understand their mission in this community. My grandfather died there in 1958. I was born there in 1966. My grandmother died in 2001, and my mother in 2021. So I understand their mission here. But this lien, it is actually redundant. There is a mechanism already in place under our ethical standards. It is actually 5/1.1 in our Florida Ethical Guide. Lawyers cannot willy-nilly decide to carve up where the money goes. If there's a dispute, we have an ethical obligation to actually interplead that money. We have a lot of cases where there's not enough coverage to make the person whole. And when that's the case, we just can't carve up the money. Halifax, I think, should know that. One other thing I do want to point out, and this is, I don't want to cast aspersions, but obviously Halifax shouldn't have anybody doing their bidding on the board. This public policy should, when we pass ordinances, they should be rooted in sound public policy. We know that. It should be for the public good. I'm not an ethics lawyer. I'm a trial lawyer. But we do know that Councilman Santiago was paid from his affidavit, at least in 2022, which was the last affidavit that was filed, about $120,000 from a law firm called Kolodny Pass, or Fass, pardon me. We also know, and we know that from his financial affidavit, we also know that Kolodny Fass has represented Halifax in the past and still does. They are out of Sunrise, Florida. I'm not sure why that's the case. But it is interesting anyway to think about. Now again, I understand that people go into consulting work after their representatives, which he was, but it does make an interesting note. Again, these ordinances should be rooted in sound public policy. They shouldn't be a feather in someone's consulting cap. And so I agree with the chiropractors in terms of what they said. It doesn't affect us at all. I hope you'll consider.
Thank you. Councilman Santiago.
Well, I'll tell you, I pressed my button before my name was called out, so I figured I got a little bit more to say. I think first, let me just stick to the merits of the ordinance, Mr. Chairman. the ordinance isn't just a Halifax bill. The ordinance, and this is important for the public to know, the ordinance allows for our EVAC, your EVAC program that is tax funded, to collect money back for services that they've provided. What often happens is you get these settlements in these cases, and then oftentimes they neglect paying your taxpayer funded EVAC back, all right? And what happens is, and you know, I wasn't planning to be this aggressive, but I'll turn it up a notch. It goes to paying the 100 billboards that we have up and along I-4. And we know what most of those billboards look like. They're not for social services or helping people. They're about profit for others. So that being said, the ordinance, colleagues, it allows us to collect our monies back. That's really what it is. And certain nonprofits, that was mentioned. I don't even know if I should address the comments. You know, Halifax is here if they want to address that. I'll just say that they're fabricated, and I stand behind my work.
Councilman Dempsey.
Could I ask Attorney Caldwell to come back up, please?
Yes, sir.
Attorney Caldwell.
Oh, Caldwell, I'm sorry. I thought we were looking for Coleman.
It's close to Coleman.
Attorney Caldwell, I've been here practicing law for 34 years. I've heard of your name. I don't think I know you personally, but I've heard good things about you. I used to do insurance defense for State Farm. I've done plaintiff's work, and I've stood in your shoes, and the minute I could get out of it, I did. And I just do blue-collar law now, criminal and family. But maybe you could give me some CLE on this. Back when I was doing plaintiff's work, the way a case would typically unfold, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the lady's in a car wreck. She goes to the hospital, to the emergency room. She's told to go see her general treating physician. Then they send her off for chiropractic care. And all this time she's getting treatment. And while she's trying to settle with her insurance company, either through her attorney or herself. Is that all correct so far?
Yes.
Okay. So if let's just say there's $100,000 in available insurance, okay, is what you're saying that if the hospital were to have a lien, they would have first dibs on 100% of that $100,000?
That is correct.
Mr.
So
Caldwell, if you could please speak into the microphone.
Sorry. That is correct.
Okay, so let's say you go to the ER, you're in ICU for a couple days, and then your everybody takes care of you, thank God, you make it. Then you're going to chiropractors and aftercare. If the hospital says our bill is $100,000 and all their coverage is $100,000, they take all of it, correct?
That is correct.
And what's left for these guys who are continuing to treat this lady to get her back to health, the physical therapy, the rehab, all that stuff, there's nothing for them to get paid from, correct?
Zero.
Right.
Absent health insurance that they would take, there is zero.
Correct.
And also, just let me
Yes.
point out, under the PIP statute, and I am not anti-Halifax. I like Halifax.
me
The
too.
one time I ever had a health issue, I went to Halifax. Was taken from St. Vincent's in Jacksonville to Halifax. I know the CEO, friends with him. Not anti-Halifax. Like Halifax. There is already specialized treatment under the PIP statute that favors hospitals. And I can see Mr. Santiago smirking, but it is already there.
Okay. So, and I remember, okay, so let's say it takes 6 months to settle up the insurance claim. And so you have all these injuries, and it takes 6 months to get their IMEs, their independent medical, everything has to get negotiated. Finally, at the end of the day, there's $100,000. Is it part of your job as a plaintiff's attorney? You have to ensure that all these medical providers, not just the hospital, not just the first 10 days of treaters, but everybody over the 6-month recovery program gets paid and paid fairly. Is that right?
You have an ethical obligation.
Yes.
It is 5-1.1E.
So
call not only these providers, but the hospital.
So when you're negotiating, because I've negotiated medical liens in the past, and isn't it fair that what you do is you call the hospital and say, hey, we know my client owes you $100,000, but she's not getting enough to cover all her bills. Will you accept $40,000? And then you call the chiropractors and say, okay, we know your bill is $20,000, but will you take 8,000? And down the line to all the providers that have gotten her recovery. Is that right?
That is right, Councilman Dempsey.
And if this lien is imposed, the hospital gets to take their whole 100,000 and leave all the subsequent providers with nothing.
That is correct, including the injured plaintiff, who, by the way, didn't ask to be in this situation.
Right. Yes.
This is not, and they're not a well-oiled lobby. It hasn't happened to most of them yet, so they can't hear to speak for themselves.
Nothing's changed in the last 30 years then,
That's
as
right.
far as settling
That is
personal injury
correct.
cases. Yeah.
That is
This is
correct.
why I'm against this, guys. I feel the same way about Halifax because they save lives initially, but these are the guys that restore people back to health. And if we just let Halifax take the lion's share of whatever they decide their bill is and give them, there's nothing to negotiate anymore then, right? Because they've got the lien.
They have a super lien.
So they have nothing to negotiate. Be fair to everybody in the recovery process. I think we have to turn this down, deny this, so that everybody has a fair shake at the apple. Whatever that amount of available insurance is, they should all have access to it.
There's already a mechanism as
Yeah.
well. Nothing strikes fear in the heart of a lawyer than getting a letter from the Florida bar. Far more powerful than a lawsuit.
Yes, sir, especially when they're tied to a rock and thrown through your window, right?
That's right.
Yeah, guys, that's why I'm against this. This is not fair to everybody involved in the recovery process. This only favors the initial provider of treatment. But we got to take care of the guys who deal with the people for a much longer basis over a longer length of time. So that's why I'm strongly against it. Nothing against Halifax.
Before I call on the other council members who'd like to speak, Laura Coleman, I've sensed that you're good? Okay. Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you. Attorney Coleman and Dyer. Is everything that Councilman Dempsey, and I apologize, what's the attorney's name? Caldwell. Is everything they said, was it accurate?
I would like to just point out that there is a provision, and I think I went over it in my slide. There's a provision in this ordinance that allows for an equitable reduction in the lien amount by a judge, by an arbitration proceeding, or by settlement of the parties. So the exact same discussion that Councilman Dempsey was referencing, where those numbers can shift as the recovery number is established, that still happens. And actually, this ordinance allows preserves the ability of a judge to do that as well if it is an award, a judgment itself as opposed to a settlement. So the ability of that number to, if the total number collected by the patient is not enough to cover everybody's claims and their own damages, then that lien number will be reduced or can be reduced if a judge finds it appropriate as well.
And will that automatically go to a judge, and a judge will make that decision? And here's my question, my reasoning behind that question. My parents are elderly, and I think about my grandmother when she was alive. If she got a bill, she paid it. No ifs, and that's why these I believe it's predatory. Sometimes companies send bills to these individuals and they pay it, and it's like, Grandma, you have insurance, you shouldn't have paid that. And then the insurance company says, well, we're not going to give you 100% of that money back because we never would have paid 100% of that. That's not how this works. And so my concern now is, you're saying, well, a judge can do that, but does that automatically go to a judge, and then the judge says that, and then these individuals are left out of it?
Yeah, I think that's a couple different scenarios that you're talking about all at once. So to be clear as well, the lien amount is restricted in what it can be. In a case where someone is insured, it has to be the contracted insurance rate, basically. Where someone is not insured, it has to be a reasonable amount for fees. That reasonableness can, of course, be challenged in law. It can be challenged in this informal review process that's created in the ordinance. As far as whether it goes automatically to a judge, no, of course not. There's not an automatic, court proceeding every time someone is injured.
Right.
But the same process that the Attorney Caldwell spoke about before, where there's kind of a negotiation when there is a plaintiff's attorney involved, that can continue to happen. And do keep in mind as well, this is a process, this lien only really applies when there is a third party who's caused this injury, which again is applicable, what these gentlemen are talking about behind me. So when another insurance company, another party becomes involved. So it's not simply, if you go to the hospital and you don't pay your bill, this attaches. That is not the situation. This is for those monetary awards.
So I took my first breath at Halifax Hospital. My son took his first breath. at Halifax Hospital. I've got a real love for the place for those reasons alone. But with a yes or no, did everything Don Dempsey say and Attorney Caldwell say, was that accurate?
I think that the ordinance allows for that equitable reduction. So no, sir, I don't believe that Halifax would necessarily take all of the limited recovery amount.
Council, I'm going to need more, and I'll tell you why. Just because that's one of the reasons I love local government, I love this, is you come in reading the material thinking one thing, you listen to your colleague and you start thinking something else. I'm not saying the gentlemen behind you are the experts, but they're certainly shaking their head no to the things that you're shaking your head yes to about. So I look forward to hearing your comments, gentlemen.
And I'm certain as well, if you'd like to talk to Halifax about their process of that reduction, kind of as it operates without the ordinance, I'm sure they'd be happy to talk about that as well.
Yeah, and just to clarify, Ms. Coleman can correct me, the language she's referring to specifically on page 3-7, 58-132 of the ordinance.
Correct, yes. It's an equitable share. The lien amount may be reduced to a fair and equitable share of the patient's limited recovery, and then it goes on from there.
Okay. Councilman Johansson.
We've talked a lot here about equity, I guess I heard the term, but Laura, oh wait, so real quick, this usually always involves a third party and usually an attorney, yes?
Yes, sir. Yep.
So
that's fair.
We're talking about judgments where a lot of money is put out either by the insurance company or got by the attorney, who gets a percentage of that.
Yes.
And then leaves the person who got hurt to fend for themselves with the $400,000, which is on the billboard. And so that $400,000 doesn't go far enough, is what we're saying. And by the way, I've not been addicted to opioids, but I have been addicted to chiropractors. Thank you very much. It's hard crack to get away from, but how often do attorneys go, well, I feel sorry for you. I'd like to give back some of that money to help you pay your chiropractor fee, or do they walk away? Here we're talking about equity, but it seems like at the end of the day, it's the attorneys that are always smiling. I'm sorry, Don. I'm so sorry, but they're on those billboards smiling just like the other person. You know, the awardee's getting $400,000, but the attorney's like, I got $6. So, my thought is I don't think you can always resolve this with equitable money unless we sue for more and get more and then pay more. So I don't know how to resolve this. And the other thing that they got brought up is, Miss Debbie didn't ask for this. Well, in Volusia County, we all know we can't insure for all risks. We cannot insure for all risks. Everybody's got flood insurance. They couldn't get their flood damage paid for. Everybody's got wind insurance and didn't get new roofs. You just there's always stipulations for this. So I don't know if it's our responsibility. We can work toward it. We can work together, but I don't know if we can make everybody whole. You lose a leg, you ain't getting it back. So I want to make as many people whole as I can, and I believe that our nonprofit hospitals, I'm not going to name, I wasn't born anywhere around here, but that they work hard to make this work, and they're just looking for ways that Jimmy, who just made a couple $1 million off of some insurance company, doesn't run away with $8 million while some nonprofit is sitting here losing money or having to not get better services because they have to pay that bill out of their pocket. So I'm kind of torn here, and I think it's important that we pay our, like Mr. Kent said, we pay our bills. So that's what I said. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Jake, I agree with where you're going there. You know, is it our role to make everyone equitable? I don't think that's the case. And let's not lose the fact that our EVAC would benefit from this, right? So this was really where the motive came from, to discuss this, to recover there. But I want to ask if Halifax is willing to answer a question. If you can come up, Mr. Chair, and that's okay. If you're familiar with the ordinance, and I hope you are, that's being proposed here, can you explain for my friend Troy and others here on how that piece would play out, some of the dialogue that they've had?
Please introduce yourself.
Hi, Kelly Kwiatek. I'm the Chief Legal Officer of Halifax Health. I've been working on this with you all since 2021, and I appreciate that. And Laura Coleman has been with us all the way along. I do want you to know we also collaborated with some plaintiffs' attorneys, namely Steve Sands, who had objected back in 2014, and even Josh Wagner in the last year or two. And the goal was to keep kind of things somewhat status quo. You know, we had a special law in Florida for liens from 1953 to 2014, 2016 or so. And so we all have worked under the lien environment, and it works. It's mostly done in negotiations, just like we were talking about. We have someone at our hospital that does that all day long. She's negotiating with the lawyers and the other providers. And once we were unable to stop filing liens, our last year of filing liens at the hospital was 2016, we filed about 2,300 liens. So 2,300 cases with insurance proceeds. We haven't been able to file liens since, but we still negotiate with those attorneys that follow those ethical rules. There are about 1,000 a year or so that we still communicate with. But we believe there are 1,500 to 2,000 claims a year that we are not at the table. And the point of this lien for us is to have a piece of paper that gets us to the table to have those negotiations. This is not about taking from other providers. We get that we're all in this business of getting people out of the hospital and back on their feet. We are trying to just continue the status quo, but come to the table on what we believe to be about 2,000 claims a year that we are missing out on. So what we're asking is let us come to the table. Let us continue this process we've had in place since 1953, where we do negotiate. We go down the line, we work with the attorneys, we settle for far less than we've spent in costs in taking care of that patient. But it allows us to recover something, and that allows us to continue the service.
So you don't take 100%?
Oh, no.
You're not looking for 100%?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Chair, one moment. I'm contemplating whether I ask this question because I'm going to give this person credibility. Have you ever done any work for Halifax?
Not that I'm aware of.
Never any contract work like that?
No, and every contract comes through my office.
Okay, you just go through your office. I've never done any work there.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. I was contemplating whether I give him credibility because it's quite the opposite. My time in the legislature, I did more work with chiropractors and the trial lawyers in my entire year.
Correct.
So he obviously did not do his proper research.
Correct.
That's it for me now, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Robbins.
Ms. Coleman, our attorney.
Yes, sir.
In some of the language, Ms. Coleman, it said about provisions. Is provisions a guarantee?
I'm not entirely certain sure what you're asking about.
When I say
Provisions.
that, there's a provision for,
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. There's obviously flexibility. It's not a guarantee like a set amount or a set percentage. Am I wording this kind of
With regard to the equitable reduction?
Correct.
So, I'm sorry, when I'm saying provision, I mean there's a portion of the ordinance that deals with that is all I'm talking about. I think Mike mentioned earlier, 58-132. The way that it's written, it's a permissive standard. If there is a lawsuit, if there is a case, if there is a judge, if there is an adjudication, if there is, as Ms. Kwiatek was mentioning, a negotiation and a settlement that is reached, then there can be a reduction. It's kind of necessary to have that information in there because the reduction in the lien amount can't occur in a court. Not in the settlement, but in a court, can't actually change the numbers without that being part of the ordinance, if there is an ordinance that permits the lien. So it's an important provision to have.
Thanks. And what makes me a little uneasy of this, and I'm like I said, I think Halifax is a great partner, but there's certain key words in here, may be reduced. That's not certain.
It is not.
And I could see, for our private sector guys and gals who are a big part of this community as well, that can be alarming because now they're on the hook for certain things. And this is big dollars. I don't expect anybody to work for free, including Halifax, I don't want anybody to work for free. Is there a way we can tailor this a little bit better where more people are at the table to look at the language on this? I don't know if it's something we can get with our state reps on, or something where maybe look at a statute where there's more protections within this existing statute, or if there's a better way to do this where everything, like Mr. Dempsey said, is a little bit fairer, because it can appear where it could be one-sided if that power is abused, because there's no guarantee that they have to work with these folks. There is no guarantee. Second, is it true, I heard some comments earlier, 7 to 9, I forget what the exact number was, counties in the state of Florida, out of 67 counties, adopted something like that. Is that somewhat accurate? Do we know?
I don't have the current numbers with me today, but it's a smaller portion. I think Alachua County is really kind of the leader in this ordinance style when they adopted theirs. Just to be clear, and Ms. Kwiatek mentioned this a minute ago, I can't go back. We did have a special law in Volusia for years and years, I think since 1953. In 2012, there was a court ruling that basically said, you know what, you can't actually legislate this. You can't put this in a special law. You could have it in an ordinance, but you can't put it in a special law. And so that's where the change happened, was that court decision. So we had this law. We still have the law on the books. The special law still exists, but that court case really called into question the ability to use that any longer. So the idea was that this ordinance would sort of put back into place the paradigm that already existed when the special law was usable, but to do so in a way that the courts believe is constitutionally appropriate.
Why would you think only 7 or 9, however many counties, why would you think there'd be such a low number of counties that maybe adopted this and thought it was kosher?
I think it just depends on how the counties want to proceed, but I also would say that the court case that changed the special laws, that said, we probably can't use those any longer, that was in 2012. So it only has been, about 12 years since that happened, and sometimes ordinances do take a while to percolate. So I can't really speak to other counties and why they do or don't have it, but I would hazard a guess that some of the special laws that used to be on the books haven't been replaced yet.
Thank you. Chair, may I speak to or can we speak to the one gentleman, doctor, that came up first? I'm sorry, sir, I forgot your name.
It's Tim Steflik, Dr. Tim Steflik.
Tim, in your professional opinion, and just to be fair here, is there a middle ground that can be reached on this where we can, at a local level, ensure that our EVAC, and our tax dollars are recovered, that you guys are not working for free, and that and Halifax is also has a somewhat of, can we all come together on this, see if there's a guarantee that we can make all of us whole? I mean, is that even possible? I'm not an expert in this. I'm just asking.
I think that's probably always possible, right? Maybe not. You guys see that all the time. That's your job, and you guys have tough decisions when it comes to that type of stuff. But can we come to a middle ground, I guess, is the question. I think it's there. I think it's there already. They're getting paid. The system is working as how it's supposed to work. And they're already getting the settlements when there's a settlement with an attorney, right? They're already in that discussion. And all this does is it makes sure that they, like you said, that language that's really concerning is may, right? Well, what if they decide not to? What if they decide to take all the payment and then there's nothing left for the patient or for us? It's just very concerning as far as how that goes. So how it's working now, I don't see a need necessarily to change, as do 60 other counties in Florida. There's a very small minority that are doing that. And so concern for us, there's two, it's the patient, making sure that they're going to be able to have the proper care, and then it's for us to make sure that we can, pay our staff and take care of these people. So I think it's already there. I don't see the need, why is there a need for a change if it's already working? And she said that. I'm not sure the CFO or CLO's name, but she said, well, it's for the majority, it's working. It works fine.
Okay.
And so, yeah.
Thank you.
That's my opinion.
Council, I'm having a tough time with this, to be honest with you. I don't know what the right answer is. I feel like any decision may not be the right decision, and I don't have an answer for you right now.
Mr. Robbins, if I may, can I clarify one answer that I gave? That I don't think I understood your question until some of your follow-ups. With regard to the permissive and the may and the provision there, I think you were asking me specifically about that. Now I understand your question. Just to be clear, the may that we've been talking about in that reduction portion of the ordinance, that would apply to a judge choosing if they wanted or did not want to change the lien amount, or an arbitrator in an arbitration proceeding, or an agreement by the parties. That's all the parties that are involved. That would be, they could decide to reduce it. They don't have to. We can't make parties decide what they're going to do together, and we're certainly not able to tell a judge they have to reduce something. So that's where the may comes in. It's a court proceeding, an arbitration, or that mutual agreement of the parties.
Ms. Coleman, in this ordinance, are we allowed to put a threshold? Instead of being able to take 100%, could it be 50%? Could it be 40%? Is that?
So I think where the threshold comes in really is that the actual amount of the lien itself has to be for actual outstanding charges. They can't just pick a number, and that the amount of the outstanding charges, again, is either at, for an insured patient, is at more or less the contracted insurance rate. And for a uninsured patient, it's harder to pin that number down because there's not a standard, but it has to be reasonable, and the reasonableness can be challenged in a myriad of ways.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Dempsey.
I'd like to get Attorney Caldwell back up here again. And I'm making him work for his money. I'm jealous of plaintiffs' lawyers. Okay, and Mr. Caldwell, let me just, because Mr. Johansson thinks that these plaintiffs' attorneys all live on, multi-million-dollar homes with big yachts and all that stuff. How often do you cut your fees when settling a case?
Almost every time.
Okay. And
almost every single time.
Isn't it true you don't get paid a dime until all the doctors and the hospitals and everybody else gets paid, and then you take your cut? You get paid after they're...
Well, we actually get our cut off the top, but we don't settle the case until we've negotiated all of the bills. And I recognize some plaintiff lawyers have probably brought us to this state because we haven't complied ethically. They've just been cutting out the hospital, and that's ethically impermissible. And so I recognize some of the plaintiffs bar probably brought us here, but I can name everybody at Halifax at the legal department. There's Gail and Stacy that I work with almost on a daily basis because we follow, and most lawyers do, by the way. They call up the hospital and they get the bill. We negotiate it quickly. And by the way, Halifax hasn't fallen down since 2012 when Shands came out, the Shands versus Mercury decision that ruled that the special act was unconstitutional, but it also ruled that you can do it by ordinance. And that was a Supreme Court case.
And what percentage of your cases would you say have no court intervention whatsoever?
The vast majority of these lien cases.
Yes.
And by the way, I do need to add this. If we were going to challenge the lien, that is another lawsuit.
Right.
That is another lawsuit, adding another complexity to this situation.
Right. So
with cost associated with that.
Is it fair to say your typical personal injury case involves the accident, the hospital treating, the chiropractors and the follow-up providers treat the person, you as their attorney, the plaintiff's attorney is negotiating, you call the hospital, you finally work with the adjuster from the insurance company, you work out a settlement amount, sometimes policy limits, let's say $100,000. Then you call these guys up and the hospital and say, hey, my client's settling for a lot less than she's entitled to. Will you take less than what you feel you're entitled to? And they all typically work with you, correct?
We have to do that. I want to just make a comment over here. Not sure which council member, but we don't take our fee and then leave the client to address their medical bills. Ethically, that would be impermissible. Once we have notice of a bill, we have to negotiate those bills because they have the third party, the medical provider, has an interest in the case pursuant, again, to 5-1.1E. And so we have to take that into account.
So then you negotiate, you negotiate with the adjuster, policy limits 100 grand or whatever amount you can negotiate with. Then you negotiate with the hospital and the after providers. Then is it fair to say you just reach an agreement, sign the settlement with the insurance company and distribute the money to the medical providers, the hospital, and then yourself, and you're done?
That's accurate. And the settlement agreement has where every penny is going, that settlement statement is on there. Or that's on the settlement statement, including to the providers.
Now, and so at no point in your typical car wreck case is there court intervention?
Under a lot of scenarios, that's correct, unless we have to file suit, right? We can't agree with the carrier, and if that's the case, we file
Correct,
suit.
but it's still fair to say the majority of the cases do not involve court intervention.
Yeah, maybe, unfortunately, insurance companies have,
they're
taken
getting-
aggressive stance, which they can do. They're able to do that. We don't expect them to roll over. And so more and more cases are getting filed on.
So if one provider, the hospital, had all the goods, if they had all the money right here, $100,000 right here, and then they said, well, we might give this doctor here a little, here's $20, or here's $20 for you, but we're keeping the rest. Then you have to go to court?
We have to file a lawsuit. It's
Under
not
this
just,
lien?
Yes, it's not just, and typically what happens is when entities are empowered, right, when any entity is empowered, they're not going to say, well, I would be saying, well, let's arbitrate it. Well, we don't arbitrate it, you have to file a lawsuit. We know that creates another hurdle. And then we got to talk to the client. Again, there's an added complexity here with this lien statute.
And that, apparently that's what this ordinance is proposing. Well, if you don't like what we're going to give you back, sue us.
Correct.
And how often do you think realistically that's going to be feasible to say, okay, I mean, the courts are clogged up now as it is, right?
That is accurate, and it adds, this bill would potentially add, we have to see how it plays out, but would potentially add more litigation over these liens. Right now, it is, as long as everybody's reasonable, it works under our current system.
It worked 30 years ago for me. Is it still working?
It's still working. Now, we lawyers have to ethically abide by, right, their guidelines. And again, I recognize, as I was called yesterday to do this, we have to abide by our ethical guidelines. And as long as we do that, it works under its current state.
Yes, sir. And that's all I have of this gentleman. I do have a follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Caldwell. One of you doctors, you're a chiropractor, is that right, sir?
I am a chiropractor.
And I forgot your name?
Dr. Lester Carrero.
Okay, and you heard what an important function chiropractors play in aftercare. Even Mr. Johansson acknowledged that.
That's correct.
Do you concede, have you ever received a call from an attorney like Mr. Caldwell asking you to cut your fee rates because of a limited settlement amount?
Every day.
Okay.
Every day.
How often do you not get paid at all? How often do you have to cut your fee?
We often have to say, actually, I have my billing specialist here, and she always fighting with me because she's always saying is that we're almost a non-for-profit because we're always taking no money at all whatsoever.
And would you say the same applies to your cohorts down there with you, that they've cut fees?
Yep.
Routinely?
We sometimes go without getting paid at all.
And right now, as we sit, you're on an equal playing field negotiating with the hospitals.
Correct.
And you're all vying for the same pot.
Yes, we are.
Of settlement money.
If they would include, the language would include us also in that same, I would be fine with it.
Yep.
No problem. But it's exclusive and it's not inclusive.
Right.
That's the problem. Because if it would include us, I've had no problem. Right. No problem at all. But you just keep in mind that we're also, as chiropractors, we also have medical doctors, and there's also neurologists around here. We're also imaging centers. We're not only chiropractors.
Right.
We're just chiropractors speaking now, but as a chiropractor right now, my clinic has medical doctors, imaging centers, laboratory also. So I'm here speaking on behalf of everybody else, not only chiropractors.
And you, as well as on behalf of everybody else in your industry, do you feel the way the system is now at least works somewhat
Perfect.
fairly?
Solid.
Okay. So if it's not
Solid.
broke, don't fix it type of thing?
Come again?
If it's not broke, don't fix it type of
If
thing?
it's not broken, why fix it?
Okay, that's all. Thank you very, very much. That's all I have, guys.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don, I love you. But that seemed like a commercial to me, by the way. Because I think the same question should be asked of the other side, right? Meaning, EVAC, how much are you writing off? How many times are you not getting the money, right? At Halifax, which I don't do any work for, how often are you cutting your bills, right? How often are you not getting any money? So the question is valid on both sides, because I think they all, under the current process, works. But I hate to put you on the spot, but I have a question about your process from Halifax, Mr. Chair. In the beginning, someone spoke and said that this is redundant. I think that's the word that they use, I wrote down. How is this not redundant or redundant? If that makes sense. This ordinance.
I'm not sure that redundant would be the word I would use or not redundant, but the way this lien is drafted is intentionally to keep the status quo, the negotiations, the work it out with everybody, all be inclusive and have a circle and work it out. What this does for Halifax is for the 2/3 of cases we think are happening where we're not at the table, we're not in the inclusive circle, it allows us to get in the conversation.
It's being described that you are the 800-pound gorilla
Yeah.
in these negotiations. Can you clarify that or debunk that?
We intentionally added language in this past year since we've seen you to address the very specific problem everybody's having. It is that the lien would be reduced, a fair and equitable share. When there's not enough money to go around, most of the time, there's not enough money to go around, it would be reduced a fair amount. So they lay out all the people, right? Every provider that's cared, EVAC, us, chiropractors, that's all on the table with the attorney. And then one by one, we all take a lesser amount and proportionate. I mean, the goal is proportionately, right? Gail and Stacy, they have been with us forever. That's what they do. It works. And it works really well for the ones where we're at the table.
And that's what, sorry to cut
The
you off.
problem I'm having is that for about 2/3 of the cases that we think happen in Volusia County, where we care for that patient, we're not at that table.
What's being described, and correct me if I'm wrong, the ethical was described as the ethical trial lawyers are the ones that come and negotiate
They
under this
are,
process
and they
right now.
do, and
right?
that's wonderful. But
This-
there's a whole bucket that we aren't dealing with. There are groups of lawyers in this county, out of the county, that represent patients in accidents and don't talk to us. They call us, they call Gail, and they say, "Do you have a lien on the books?" She has to say no, and they hang up the phone.
But this ordinance, what it does is puts those other unethical, I'll just describe them that way.
Yes.
Says that you have to, EVAC and Halifax and Safety in the Hospital has to be at the table to negotiate the fair share.
You need to include Halifax in your negotiations.
And not to be repetitive, so it just forces them to come to the table.
Yes, sir.
Right? And not to be repetitive again, but are there assurances, and you or staff can clarify this in this ordinance, that don't allow you to say, I want 100%?
Yes, sir.
Can you elaborate on those assurances in the ordinance?
There are a lot of ways a patient and his or her attorney can address the amount of the lien, the amount of the charges, the reasonableness. There's a review with our office. We're happy to go over it in case we have done something wrong. To Mr. Caldwell's point, we also don't want to go to litigation over this. In my 5 years, I've received one complaint for equitable distribution in the whole, we have 100,000 visitors a year. We don't litigate over these bills. We accept a lower rate because we understand there's a limited bucket of money and everyone should get paid. The patient should get paid too. I mean, we have a patient, the attorneys, the other providers, and us.
In the first third, I think that we said, the first third that are negotiated, are the individuals that are against this bill, are they being shortchanged? Or do they feel they're being shortchanged?
I don't want to speak for them, but they are saying to me the system isn't broken, so I'm believing that everyone's getting paid on the ones that we're at the table.
So if
We're
the
part of
system's
the
not
process.
broken for the first third, it shouldn't be broken for the second third if we put you at the table.
We just want to come to the table.
Okay. Final question, I think, for point of clarification. is it a false statement to say that you are at the driver's table to take in the entire money in this and evac?
Yes.
Because it is a false statement because it clarifies fair share.
Correct. It's the words are fair and equitable share.
And therein lies the words, colleagues, right? I know we can say doomsday scenarios, but there are experts that know how to read these things. They're going to analyze it. They're going to know how to work with it. And our ordinance, a proposed ordinance, says fair share. Now, I am, because I'm the guy to often try to figure out a way to make things more palatable. I'm open to see if we can find additional language. I think Danny was going there. I'm open to find additional language that can clarify that, if that makes sense. I think it's already there. I've seen these arguments in the past when we passed legislation in Tallahassee. But if the council feels that maybe we can clarify that more, and I don't know if our staff can and all the others, tighten that up to give the council more comfort, I'm open to that. Is there a way?
We are more than happy to take it back and see if we can come up with some alternative language. I think the language at the moment allows for a court or the parties or an arbitrator to figure out what the bucket of money looks like and who's got claims and for what and how much, and kind of make that determination themselves. If we get more detailed, it makes it more detailed, but I don't know that it makes it more equitable. But we can certainly come up with alternative language if council would like us to.
Yeah, it's enough for me because I get how that process works, right? And not to disparage any of my colleagues, please. I don't mean to do that. But I'm open to it if it brings comfort to some of my colleagues for clarity, to ensure that it's a fair and equitable process, right? And that's often going to be determined by a judge, possibly, right? If the parties can't agree, if they can't agree behind the scenes, and you're right, most cases don't go to the court. If the parties can't agree behind the scenes, which it seems like I'll describe as the first third of these cases, right, that they're described, it's been happening for years. Why couldn't it happen for the other two? This ordinance just puts the other 2/3 on notice that you have to talk to evac, that you have to talk to Halifax if they're pending bills. So but the ordinance forces them to the table. All right, well, maybe you can clarify. You're not next, but anyway, I'm done.
Okay. Laura. I'm sorry. How does this benefit evac?
This provides evac the same kind of claim that it would for any of our not-for-profit entities operating hospitals or any of our special tasking districts operating hospitals. So it is, another way to get to the table. I know we have folks in our evac billing, or excuse me, our EMS billing that probably give you all the numbers, but we write off quite a bit as well. So this, we'll have to see how we implement it as a county. Of course, it will cost staff time and effort and a whole other process if we determine that it's appropriate to start filing these liens. But to have them is a claim. We'll be in the same position as the other entities that are able to do this. And again, I think it's important to keep that in mind as well when we're talking about inclusive or exclusive. Who you're looking at that this applies to is county EMS, not-for-profits that operate charitable hospitals, and special taxing districts who are special units of local government that operate these same hospitals. So these are charitable endeavors, or the county government itself, which of course we're not out to make a profit on our EMS.
So right now you're saying that evac has no recourse. If somebody can't pay, we write it off. This will allow us to be part of this lien if they get a settlement from the court. Then we can get a piece. And who determines how much of a piece do we get?
Right. Yeah. So we have the same recourse that anyone else would have that would have a claim for unpaid bills. We could file a lawsuit. We could reach out to those attorneys and ask to be part of the negotiation. Realistically, that doesn't get us very far. And most of the time, your evac bills, I think it's fair to say, are probably below the threshold that I shouldn't speak to that. The numbers might not justify seeking legal recourse. And so the lien gives us an option that we don't have now to be part of those negotiations.
Okay.
And as far as who determines what that is, the lien amount, again, is the charge. So the exact same charge that we send as a bill is the lien amount. It doesn't get higher in this case. It is just a lien for that billed amount.
Okay. I think where we're going here is that Mr. Santiago is right, that we probably need to tighten this up some, although this is the second or third time it's been here. I'd like to get it settled, but one more question for Halifax. The reason I just said that is because it was a little bit confusing as you spoke. I thought that all the doctors said that the system's fine, don't mess with it. I thought that you had said you are negotiating now, you don't take 100%, you're at the table, and then you said very clearly you're not at the table. So
Yeah, let me clarify.
How is that?
It's hard to know because the last year we filed liens was 2016, and there's been growth. And in 2016, we had about 2,300 liens. So if you fast forward, let's say there's 3,000 or so lienable events, accidents in a calendar year. Right now, we're talking to about 1,000 of them. No lien required, the attorneys call, we negotiate. And the process works as explained for the group that, found it to be their
With Mr. Caldwell.
Yes. It is, so then we believe there's 1,500 to 2,000 accidents happening, insurance proceeds happening, that we are not at the table because they don't have to talk to us because there's no lien law or ordinance on the books anymore. And so we are excluded from what we believe to be, 1,500 to 2,000 discussions a year and negotiations. So it's working as we want it to work for the people that are talking to us. And the goal of this lien is to then have it work the same way, but to be at the table for those other 1,500, 2/3 of the accidents we think are happening in our county. Does that clarify?
Yes, thank you. Councilman Johansson.
Yes, Kelly, can you stay? Sorry about that. And just, I come from a weird background, so I'm going to ask questions that everybody's going to go, I can't believe he's asking. Take the third party. This happened to me because somebody else screwed up. Somebody gets sick. They come to some hospital. They incur some bills and then have some clinical responsibilities at the end, and they have to go for a couple months. If their insurance doesn't pay for all that, how does that get paid for?
It's usually written off.
It's usually written off, and then how does even if the folks can afford it, you don't.
Sometimes we try to bill the.
Because I'm going to stop coming to the hospital and paying my bills
Yes, it's conflict, right? It's very patient dependent. But
Got it.
Yes.
Got it. And then they go for chiropractic or some other thing, and their insurance doesn't pay for that either after a certain amount of time, but they still get recommendations to do it. How do they pay for that? Is that out of their pocket as well?
I believe so.
So that's the way I know it when I get occupational therapy or physical therapy or something. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is what makes it different, the obligation to pay. If I go to Halifax and my insurance doesn't cover, or I have a deductible and it's catastrophic, I have to pay that. And I know that based on when I say, no, give me the high deductible, right? Because I want to put that money toward my boat instead of your insurance, our insurance. What's the difference in that obligation to pay? The only difference I can see is that I got a pile of money from some other insurance company and I need to use it to pay. And I, as the recipient of that money, I would think, through my attorney, would say, look, I can't pay for, in your case, Halifax, and in your case, the chiropractors, and in their case, the physical therapy. You gave me $150,000, and I got $200,000 worth of bills. can we get together with these people? Because I don't want a bad credit rating. Does that not
That's
happen?
exactly how I understand it happens.
All right, so I guess I have a problem with when somebody hands me a check, where in my case, nothing came from a third party. I didn't get a check. Now I have a check. Why I don't have an obligation to come to the table with my creditors and pay that bill. So if you're saying that's not happening in 2/3 of the cases, I kind of, or speculate that it's more than what you're getting. I think it's the person with the money's responsibility, whether they're represented by an attorney or not, to come to their creditors with this money that the insured, they didn't get pain and suffering. They got money for medical, which they ought to turn over to the medicine people and the healers.
I agree with you, and what this lien does is requires that to take place.
Right.
Right.
Got it. Okay. I'm sure. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah. Kelly, if you could stay put real quick, I'm sorry. And this is something I think we've all experienced, maybe just me, but how come it is whenever you go to the hospital, if I go in there and I pay cash, I pay one amount for an x-ray, but if they bill it to the insurance company, it's 5 times more that my insurance company is paying for this x-ray than I'm paying with just cash. Does that happen? Not 5 times necessarily, but I'm always saying, when I see the insurance statement comes in, I'm like, God, that ambulance ride was $30,000. Or I could have called a cab and got there for $100.
I hope it wasn't that high, but to your point, we have contracted rates with different insurance companies. Everything is very complicated.
But the same service can cost 2 different amounts, correct? I come in as an individual,
we get paid
no insurance.
Different amounts.
I'm sorry?
I don't know that it costs different amounts. We would get paid different amounts for the
Right.
same service.
So if I came in with no insurance and I said, I want an x-ray, $200, I get my x-ray. But if my insurance is paying for it, a lot of times it'll be way more that the insurance company gets billed than what I pay out of pocket.
It could be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when this $100,000 settlement comes in from the insurance company, you guys have all the rights to it, and you're going to say, that's $1,000 for that x-ray, and that's $30,000 for that ambulance ride. You heard me, right? So you're applying these liens at those inflated rates because you charge insurance companies way more than you charge mom and pop when they come in with a bag of nickels, right? And you guys want to have priority and dominion over all that, over these guys, and you're only going to pay them what's left, whatever you feel like. Here's a little bit for you, here's something for you. We're keeping the rest, or sue us. That's pretty much what you're proposing.
I think it's quite nefarious. It puts a lot of nefarious behavior on us.
Okay, but
We added the word reasonable to charges to make sure that the lien is a reasonable amount. The second part is it is very clear in the lien language that by agreement of all the lien holder and the interested parties, there's a fair and equitable share reduction when there's not enough money to go around, and that is working.
Well, hold on. Would you agree that the old saying, possession is 9/10 of the law? That whoever's got it is pretty much going to keep it?
I don't.
You've ever heard that?
I've not heard that.
In the legal arena?
No, and I've been doing this for a long time. But no.
Okay. Well, you heard Mr. Caldwell say that attorneys are duty bound to make sure that anybody who has an interest in the settlement proceeds be settled with, right? And so, is that a yes? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. So you get Attorney Caldwell up there, and Attorney Caldwell, I mean, you're saying that he calls your office all the time to settle his cases with y'all.
He said he calls Gail and Stacy and they're in our office.
Okay, so you're saying there's some bad lawyers out there who just don't care about your claim?
I would like not to be calling anyone a bad lawyer. I'm a big fan of our legal community,
Okay.
but there is a group of lawyers or a group of cases that we are not called.
Okay, so do you agree with Mr. Caldwell that they have an ethical duty?
I I would need to read the section he's citing, but for us, there's no way to know who's got what cases and to go find them.
Well, how do you know it's 1,500 to 2,000? You just gave us
I
these
told
numbers
you
earlier
that-
saying it's happened in 1,500
I
to
told
2,000
you-
cases. So
Yes,
where'd
sir.
you get that number?
Yeah, so in 2016, the last year we filed liens, there were 2272 filed.
Did you call any of those lawyers and say, hey, where's our money?
Back then, yeah, we were talking to all of them. We haven't
And-
been able to file a lien then, so I'm assuming it's about 2,500 to 3,000 liens that we could file a year, we just haven't. And I know that we talk to about 1,000 lawyers on cases now a year. Anyway, so there is that big bunch that still talk to us, and we're trying to get to the other group that's not.
So did you file a bar complaint against those lawyers that did not ethically fulfill their obligation to
No,
contact
sir, it
all
would
the
be-
people who are owed money?
It would be impossible to know who they are and which patients they represent.
You just gave us the number 1,500 to 2,000. Did you, even on one of those cases, you don't know any of the lawyers or the parties involved?
No, sir. We've had a lien in place since 1953 through special law, and we thought this would just be another, get back to status quo so we could be at the.
You're expecting to get the 100,000 and say, sue me to get the rest. What's to say we don't leave it up here for everybody to dig into? And you come in that 1,500 to 2,000 cases and you sue them. Why does the onus have to be on the chiropractors or the plaintiff, the victim of the car wreck? Why is the onus on them to hire a lawyer and bring a lawsuit? Why isn't it that you guys can't file a lawsuit to get your money back? Or why can't you guys sue to get your fair share, which you believe it is?
With all due respect, sir, in 5 years of me being at Halifax, we've had one complaint against us for equitable distribution. We otherwise have the theory that we are a mission hospital. We are trying to get partial payment for some of the services we provide, and we negotiate and make sure everyone at the table gets a portion
And that's what's already happening though, correct?
for the lawyers that are talking to us.
So have you guys gone to Tallahassee? Because this is basically, what we're doing here is tort reform at a county level. And I think Mr. Santiago said, I've dealt with this in Tallahassee. I go, yeah, great. Deal with it in Tallahassee. What have you guys done to fix this through the governor and our representatives up in Tallahassee?
So when the Alachua County case came out, it made it very clear that special law wasn't going to work and that it needed to be a county ordinance. That is the only reason that we're here.
But have you guys tried to get the legislature to change that?
I haven't, because I knew there was a route with the county council, and until today, I had found you all to be supportive of this. So
Okay.
I didn't recognize there being particular issues. We've been before you annually for the last 3
Yeah.
years or so.
Please, I don't mean to disrespect you or anything like that, because I love Halifax. My son was there too. But I just don't like everybody I think is equal in the chain of recovery for a patient. You guys as well as these guys. And I don't think one person should have superiority on getting paid over the rest. I think it should all be divvied up equally and fairly, and I don't think there's a problem with the way it is now. So I feel bad for these guys potentially going unpaid and with you guys having far superior bargaining power. That's all.
The way I understand it, our lien is not like a priority lien, so if there were other liens, it would all be, it's just all on the table to negotiate.
Yeah, but they don't get the same, I mean, what this gentleman said was make it apply to everybody. If it applied to everybody, it'd be fair. So why can't we just make this apply to everybody, not just the hospital?
I'm not opposed to everyone getting their fair share. That's the goal of this lien, is just to get to the table on the cases that we're not.
Okay. Well, again, I apologize. I didn't mean to sound rude or come across harsh. I just want to.
It's like the lawyers against the doctors.
Yeah.
Here. So, Dave, Councilman Santiago, were you done, Don?
I'm done. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
Councilman
Chairman.
Santiago.
I think there's probably some more work that could be done on this to clarify some of the concerns, or at least to make some members feel more comfortable with it. Mr. Chair, I move that we table this item and have staff bring it back to us when it feels ready.
Mr. Chair, there's a motion on the table for approval.
There is. I don't have the motion then.
We would have to vote that down.
Or remove the
vote
motion.
for it.
I'm the one that made the motion. David, you seconded it. I'm amenable to the idea of amending that motion to that if that's
I'll
the
rescind my
desire of this
second.
council.
Rescind my
Okay,
second.
so you're removing your motion?
Yes, sir. And I'll make the motion to bring it back with,
To table it?
table it until we can get the language that we're all in agreement with. Because
Table
it
it-
seems that's the way it's going.
Table it to a time certain or time uncertain?
We would ask for a time not
Yeah,
certain,
'cause
so we
I-
do some
I think
research
that's
and
really,
get back to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Table for a time uncertain to bring it back. That motion is by Matt Reinhardt. Second is still by Santiago. Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. I've got no problem with that. I think we need to start talking about what are the bounds of this, and I just want to reflect on some of the things I heard. That the possibility that we need to find out if we can bring everybody to the table, not just the hospitals, the nonprofit hospitals. Is that right? Kelly said she was amenable to that. Somebody up here said, why can't we bring everybody? I have 4 chiropractors shaking their head up and down. I don't know if that can be done, Russ and Mike. But that would be one of the things to consider, including EMS. The other thing I heard is that in Halifax's opinion, everything's working good for approximately one third of the cases based on her 2016 data, and there's possibly 2/3 out there that aren't coming to the table. So if we make a local ordinance, how are we going to get those people, some that are in town, some Josh Wagner, some people we don't know from out of town, to the table, and that we try not to exclude anybody from this bargain, and that and I think the ordinance already has this, that we try to work together to come up with a conclusion. Then we arbitrate, then we go to court, right? It's kind of, we try to ratchet it up as it goes. So I don't know how to put that in a motion, so I just set it over the loudspeaker so you guys can gather it up later. Does anybody oppose that?
Russ Brown took it all in. No,
yeah, he'll beat me up
He's
later.
given the thumbs up. So I think you made your points clear. We have a motion on the table, on the floor, to table this to a time uncertain so that Russ and legal staff can work on all those questions. Jake, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries 7-0. And we have a hard stop at 12:50. It's 12:47. Thank you, doctors, for coming in.
Thank you.
So we will take a lunch break at 12:50 and come back at 1:45.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, we will get started in 60 seconds.
Sure. God bless. No, you don't want that. Yep. It's vacation time.
Okay, we will resume the meeting at 1:46, and before we hear from you, I have a little order of business here that we need to take care of. Item 8, the expert witness could not remain, so I would like to hear a motion to have this item pulled, actually just reassigned to a date certain, April 16th.
So moved.
And at a time certain, 4:30 p.m.
So moved.
And that motion is made by David Santiago, seconded by Matt Reinhardt. All in favor. Jake, did you want to speak to this?
Yeah, haven't we moved this once already?
Yes, sir, but here, the key witness who provide relevant information is unable to attend. So that's kind of the issue.
So we're
Staff
just
has no
going to keep
objection.
on kicking the can and kicking the can, or are we eventually going to settle on a date and talk about it?
We're aiming for the 16th, so which is the very next meeting.
He was here, and I think he had to leave, is what I heard.
Yeah, so Chairman and County Manager Apollo, can we work with them to make sure that they all got their stuff together and that we put it in the right place so we can get this over with
Yes,
instead
I
of
was actually just
messing around
talking
with
with
it?
their attorney, Christy Wilson. That's exactly the plan. We're going to meet after
Make
this.
it item 2 and let's be done with it. It's ridiculous. Thank you, Chairman.
The motion is for April 16th at 4:30, so that's early in the, that meeting will start at 4, so that's pretty early. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And so item 8 is moved ahead to April 16th. That brings us back to item 4, I believe, which is why you're waiting for us. Proposed vacation of a portion of the plat of the map of Henry P. Bryan's addition to Barberville.
Good afternoon. Tad Casebeer, County Engineer. The petitioners requested the vacation of a portion of the platted rights-of-way, pardon me, of the map of Henry B. Bryan's addition to Barberville, specifically the sections of Palmetto, Ashley, and several unnamed rights-of-way, totaling 1.21 acres. The road sections are unimproved, and there are no utilities, no objections from the neighbors.
Councilman Santiago.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by David Santiago, second by Councilman Reinhardt. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 7-0. Item 5, a special exception for a communication tower exceeding 70 feet.
Good afternoon, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is a special exception in this particular zoning district. Towers that exceed 70 feet have to go through the special exception process. It is coming to you with a recommendation of approval from both your staff and the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. There was no comment on the subject property. It is located near the town of Pearson. It is a relatively undeveloped parcel. There is a mobile home on the property. This is where the council will need to make a decision to waive the 1,000-foot separation requirement we have in our exception criteria for these towers. The theory behind that is that anyone who may not be residing on the same parcel or within 1,000 feet may not want to have the said tower. The mobile home that's in question is on the subject property, and the owner of the property has no problem with the close proximity. It's about 540 feet from the tower location. So again, that would have to be part of the motion if you choose to approve the special exception. Otherwise, staff and the PLDRC are recommending approval. There are 5 conditions that are identified on page 5-3 and 5-4 of your agenda package, which relate to the minutes from the meeting of the PLDRC. We'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Councilman Santiago.
Move to approve, including the exception for the setbacks.
Second.
Motion to approve, including the exception for the setbacks so the mobile home can stay, by Santiago, seconded by Matt Reinhardt. Discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 6, Resolution 2024, rezoning from the general commercial B4 zoning classification at 1328 Hurst Street, Daytona Beach, to the urban single-family residential R4 zoning. Clay Irvin.
Yes, sir. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. The subject property is occupied by a church and will continue to be occupied by the church. The church seeks to do modifications to the site. It was discovered that they had split zoning, where they had both R4, which is a residential single-family zoning, and B4, which is a commercial zoning. In order to address the issues of lot size and conformance with the zoning, it was recommended by staff and agreed to by the property owner to rezone to R4, so the property in its total will comply with the R4 zoning and allow for them to continue to use the property. I do have to point out that there were 4 variances also approved by the PLDRC as part of this application, so that way we could facilitate the church's plans to improve the property. It's coming to you with a recommendation of approval from both the staff and the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, and there was no public comment about the subject property. If there's any questions for your staff, we'll be glad to answer them.
Councilman Santiago.
Move to approve.
Okay.
Second, Johansson.
Motion to approve by David Santiago, second on that motion by Jake Johansson.
Mr. Brower, I would like to confirm that there was no ex parte communication for items 6, 5, or 4.
Okay, let's start with item 6. Is there any ex parte to declare?
None for me.
None for me. Item 5?
None for me.
Item 4?
None for me.
Item 4 was ex parte? I didn't have that. Oh. Okay. Okay. Any discussion on item 6? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 7, also a quasi-judicial hearing. Resolution 2024 rezoning from the rural residential RR zoning classification on West Blue Springs Avenue to the urban single-family residential R4 zoning classification. Before you begin, does anyone have any ex parte to declare on item 7?
Yes.
Yes.
I do not.
Met with
Okay.
the applicant's attorney.
You met with the applicant's attorney.
I met with the applicant's attorney, and I met with a Mr. Kerfner, and I went out to his property and looked at the location on
Okay.
Saturday.
I as well visited the location, did not go on the property, but walked around the property and met with a next-door neighbor and talked with him. Matt?
I spoke with the gentleman mostly through email, but I was supposed to meet with him to discuss it more, and due to family issues, unable to, so
Okay.
that's my only involvement.
Danny or Jake?
Spoke to the, I believe the neighbor on email. Also spoke to the applicant's representation on the phone.
Email and representation for me.
All right. I'd also would add that I spoke to the Cobb Cole attorney in office with Clay about this, as did probably several of us. Okay.
Thank you very much, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. The subject property is located near the city of Orange City. It is basically on the cusp of an area that's got rural on the east and more urban development to the west. If you look north and south, you can see that there is a transitional area going from a more rural area to a more urban area. The applicant is requesting a rezoning for rural residential to R4, which is a single-family residential development. Both are consistent with the underlying land use of urban low intensity. Staff recommended approval, and it went forward to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission with that. At the hearing, there were at least 4 property owners that objected in person. They cited a variety of things that is referenced in your staff report, everything from potential traffic issues to access onto Live Oak, which is the street to the west of the subject property, to impacts on the use of people's personal property on their own land for things such as their own personal shooting range, for impacts on wildlife, impacts on stormwater, etc. So there was some concern from the adjacent property owners for the potential intensification of the use of this property. Staff looked at it from a perspective of the underlying land use allows for the zoning of R4. There is consistent land use patterns to the west, that the soils and everything else out there are conducive towards this type of development, and that overall it was in general compliance with the comprehensive plan. There are some issues that were identified by the applicants, by some of the neighbors in regards to access onto Blue Springs. The applicant submitted a conceptual site plan that showed approximately 10 single-family lots on a street with a cul-de-sac at the end and stormwater and landscape buffer. This is not binding in any way because it has not gone through the formal site plan, subdivision process. So therefore, it's really just for informational purposes. That will have to go through your formal review process of the subdivision. So that's where we will check in regards to water, sewer, stormwater, access onto Blue Springs or access onto Live Oak. There was concern by the residents who abut Live Oak that they did not want this proposed project accessing that property, that road. Live Oak is a public road. It is not developed to county standards. It's a dirt road right now. The applicant has indicated they do not plan on utilizing it for their access and have identified access onto Blue Springs. There is a considerable change in elevation along Blue Springs, and one of the neighbors complained that this would be a site visibility issue. Representatives from the Volusia Sheriff's Office as well as your county engineering department went out to review it and did identify that there is a considerable change, and that would have to be addressed as part of the subdivision improvements to ensure that there was a safe site visibility for access onto the property. Under the current zoning, it could be developed for 4 single-family homes that could get access to Live Oak right now or access to Blue Springs. They could go through the subdivision process that way and be able to get approved under the current zoning. Under the proposed zoning and consistent with the land use, they could, in theory, develop up to a maximum of 16 units. But when you start taking into consideration the requirements for stormwater, for the requirements for public rights-of-ways, and other things, what you see in that conceptual plan that was included by the applicant, that represents basically the practical maximum that could be on that property. There are some issues in regards to sanitary sewer. This is within a basin management action plan area for Blue Springs, so they would have to comply with that. They would have to first and see if there's availability of sanitary sewer for service there. Based on conversations with Orange City, that is not possible at this time, so they will have to coordinate with the Department of Health in regards to what is required in regards to advanced treatment septic systems in this area. That would also impact the minimum lot size and their ability to develop to the theoretical maximum. We believe that that would also basically reduce even further the size of the lots, because then at that point you would have to maintain at least a ½ acre if you were able to secure potable water from the city of Orange City, which is possible. So at this point, you have the PLDRC reviewed it. There was not a full membership present, so it's coming to you with a 3-3 vote, which is basically a denial. And so if there's any questions from us, we'll be glad to answer them. I know the applicant is available here to answer questions, and I believe there are members of the public who would like to speak to this.
There are numerous members of the public that want to speak. Anyone have questions? David Santiago for
Clay.
Clay.
I just wanted to ask a question on the septic and sewer thing. You had said that there's no services available there for sewer, right?
Correct.
And so what our ordinances allow for, if there's no accessibility, then they can go to these advanced septic systems? Is that what you said?
There's 2 different rules at play. There's, first of all, is there availability of sanitary sewer and potable water? Potable water is, but sanitary sewer is outside more than 1,000 feet away, and the city of Orange City does not have any plans to extend that utility by this property. So we would not require them to do so. If they seek to develop the property, they then would have to go and look at what is required for the on-site disposal systems, septic tanks. Because it's within the Blue Springs B map area and the priority focus area, they would have to abide by state law, which requires that within that area, they have to provide advanced treatment. So that means not just your standard septic system. They would have to have those which would remove a lot of the nutrients, specifically like nitrogen, so that that way it would not have those pollutants into the spring system.
Those are individual on-lot systems, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Clay, I'm assuming, since this is close to Blue Springs, has this area already had a stormwater study done?
When you say stormwater study, do we have a basin study so that it shows the overall area that's there and how the drainage patterns are, so that that way we understand way waters flow and everything else? I'll have to defer to Ben Bartlett in his department, but we do have basin studies for 16 different distinct areas within the county. When we talk about stormwater on the individual lot, that's where they would have to take the existing grades surrounding them and on the property to be able to identify where the stormwater is going and how they will be able to retain it on site to meet both so that the pre-development condition exists in post-development.
So, yes, Ben, has this area already had a watershed study?
Yes, it looks like it's kind of on the border between the DeLand Ridge and the St. Johns River Basin, and both those have had studies completed.
Okay.
The DeLand Ridge is a little older. It's back in the 90s.
So there's a stormwater plan for this area?
There's a overall stormwater basin study, which looks at issues involved in that area. I doubt that this particular area there was a focus on, because at the time the study was done, there probably wasn't much in the way of infrastructure out there.
Okay, David Santiago. Jake Johansson.
Clay, I'm trying to look it up, but I'll ask a question. The block between Park Ave and Lancaster, and the block between Lancaster and Beaufort, and the block between Beaufort and Live Oak, were those originally and then changed to reflect what they are now? And is this just a march toward Orange City proper from R4? You know?
I don't know off the top of my head. As you can see, we have over in this area that is immediately west, we have a considerable amount of land out here that has been subdivided in basically everything from quarter-acre lots up to half-acre lots to one-acre lots. And then you have this area here is actually being utilized for a 300-foot cell phone tower.
Right.
And then up towards the north, you can see we do have the rural area there, and then more area to the east. Right. So it is basically a mix of both large lot, rural type development and smaller quarter-acre lot site development.
So technically, as we move on in this world, the area to the south and to the east could eventually become what this is, right?
Yep.
As these blocks move forward.
Yes, sir. Because as you can see, you have, this shows you the current zoning map.
Right.
So this whole area,
That's what I'm
this
saying.
area is existing R4. So the R4 designation has been there, at least for what I'm aware of, at least 8 years since I got here. And then this rural residential area is up in here. The cell phone tower is actually zoned R4 as well.
Right. All right. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions for from staff. I'm sure there'll be comments and debates, but since nobody's up now, why don't we let's hear from the public. I'm going to call. Did you want to speak first? Okay, go ahead.
I can speak.
I didn't see you there.
What? Are you calling me short?
I didn't call you anything.
Good afternoon, Chairman of Council. For the record, Nika Hosseini with the law firm of Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard here in DeLand. Honestly, Clay stole like all my thunder because he has been just so helpful throughout this process. So has Kristen and the planning staff you have. So they've done a really great job with the staff report, you know, explaining possibilities of what might happen during the engineering phases of this. I do want to remind everyone that we are just at entitlement. And so we did develop a concept plan, very rudimentary plan, not required, but just to give you an idea of what's feasible there, what's likely feasible. You know, once we get with your technical staff, they're going to likely ask for right-of-way. They're going to ask for modifications, you know, because there is a high point in that area. They might ask for certain improvements to make sure it's safe, to make sure it meets the county standards. And so we understand all of that. We weren't going to put in, you know, a year of engineering and then come here and go through the entitlement phase for something that may not occur. So step one in the process, definitely have a long way to go. We're asking to go from RR to R4. As Clay mentioned, you do have R4 to the south, to the west, have a little bit of RR to the east, and then some more R4 further east. So we are asking to remain in line with what's contiguous to us, both to the west and to the south. And based on our designs, we think we can fit approximately 10 units there. Now, again, that might change depending on what improvements are required by your county staff in order for us to meet the requirements to be able to move forward and plat. We did also do a traffic memo to review the traffic, and it's de minimis. It's minimal. If you can think about putting 10 houses in that area, it's essentially I think up to 7 peak hour trips. So you're looking at a pretty small number of trips, a pretty low impact on traffic relatively for the area, and we're asking to be consistent with kind of the surrounding area of what's occurring. Another big kind of point here is because this is what you're going to call a master subdivision, there are certain requirements that your county requires on us, and one that puts on us, and one is 15% tree preservation area. So we have to commit 15% of our site to tree preservation. And then, of course, Mr. Chair, as you noted, stormwater, right? So you want to, especially in this scenario, you want to oversize your stormwater unit because it cannot change what pre-construction and pre-development water flow. So we're making sure we're working on that. But again, that's going to come during engineering. As of now, we have this conceptual plan of how we think everything is going to work. And we're going to work with your staff to further elaborate that as we go through this process. So happy to answer any questions, which would very much appreciate if we can come back up and respond to some of the public comments. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Any questions for Nika? Nope. Okay. We'll call you back up.
Thank you, sir.
You want to do it now? Clay, can you?
Thank you, Clay. Real quick, because I was looking through the what we were provided. What was the reason for the 3? It was a 3-3. What was the 3 denials based on?
Again, it was basically the public testimony came through.
It was solely based on public testimony. Okay, thank you. And that's why I'm leading into this. Thank you.
Okay. I will call your name. You can come up to the podium. Please speak into the mic. You will have 3 minutes to tell us what you want to tell us. Laura Bischoff. And Laura, following you will be Mark Burtz, just so Mark can get ready.
Good afternoon, council members. I would like to thank the board for allowing me the time to speak regarding this important subject that will affect all of the residents that currently live near this Blue Springs Avenue property. My name is Laura Bischoff, and I have lived at my home for almost 30 years, and I'm located just east of the 1100 Blue Springs Avenue location. I would like to encourage you to keep this property at its current zoning and not allow urban zoning, which would help alleviate the potential of more flooding and more vehicles on our already overcrowded roads. Today, though, I would like to focus on giving you some information regarding the current impact this would have on our already crowded school system in the western portion of Volusia County. This information is directly from the Volusia County School System level of service, and you can see that up there on the board. Please pay attention to Manatee Cove, River Springs, and University High School for the 2022-2024 school years. As you can see, our elementary school and high schools are already over capacity. There are 3 apartment complexes located on Veterans Memorial Parkway set to open soon, and they are all zoned for the 3 schools in question. This will have a huge impact on the attendance numbers. These expected numbers from these apartments are not included in the above figures. Approving the rezoning of the property will clearly have a negative impact on the already overcrowded school systems. I have spoken with parents who attend these schools, and they have stated that they have students sitting at counters in the classrooms because they do not have adequate desk space for them. This is not fair to the children, the teachers, or any new students that could occupy our new homes. As reported last week, Volusia schools will no longer receive COVID relief money from the federal government. This could potentially impact class size and the learning environment, according to the Volusia County School Teachers Union president. Our roads are already dangerous and nearly impassable at school start and release times. Traffic is backed up in all directions while parents drop off and pick up their children. Any vehicles, including emergency vehicles trying to travel Blue Springs Avenue, can certainly expect delays, often excess of 10 minutes due to traffic congestion. You can see from the figures how this decision can affect our schools. I would like to encourage you to keep this property at the current zoning. We do not need this property to be changed to R4 zoning, which could potentially allow the owner to split this property into 75-foot lots and allow up to 16 homes on a 4-acre site. Our roads cannot handle the traffic, and our schools cannot handle the additional students. Thank you for your time, and I hope you consider this information when you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Burt.
Mr. Brower, can you tell me who's after Mark as well?
Yes, after Mark. Mark, you can come on down, would be Christina Bertrand.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for having me today. I have some pictures. Okay. I have photos of, you can kind of see the slope of the road there, because Blue Springs does have a 16-foot elevation change along the front of this property in the 320 feet. So the slope is significant, and that is stormwater is very, very going to be a problem here. That's definitely something we're concerned with. We don't want to have another issue like Miller Road in Orange City or Victoria Gardens in DeLand or Kings Landing in Port Orange. We don't want to flood any of the existing habitats, any of the existing homes, any of the existing properties. So stormwater is definitely a concern. The other issue I have is it calls for 15% or 30% of the existing tree line to stay. And if we get close to that root zone, what's the guarantee we're going to have of any of that stuff's actually going to stay alive long term? Who's going to maintain that? Is there going to be an HOA involved in this? And if there's an HOA, the character of the neighborhood, there are no HOAs in this area. So none of that matches what's there. And if this does go, it'll set precedence to the other large lots there. So all of the rural could be gone in this area, and that's something that doesn't lend to the character of the neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Christina Bertrand, and you will be followed by Barb Lovelady.
Hi, I'm Christina Bertrand. I really wasn't planning on speaking today, but this is really important to me. I've lived in that area for over 20 years. I was a county employee for 28 years. One thing that's got to be taken into consideration is there are 3 schools in this area, and 2 are off of West Blue Springs, and the only way to access them is off of West Blue Springs because it's a one-way entrance and exit to get to those 2 schools. So 4 times a day, West Blue Springs is jammed up with cars coming from both sides. And then if you don't use West Blue Springs and you know your way around there, you'll go down Buford or you'll go down Williams, because Williams is the only other paved road out there. Buford is paved almost to the end, so people use that as a racetrack too. Williams is used as a racetrack. And they'll take those two back roads, which are like 3 roads away from where they want to build this, to get over to Adeline, and Adeline takes you down Graves. Not Graves. Blue Spring. Name of the road. The road where the high school is. So if you can bypass those areas, you'll use those 2 residential roads to, and they use them as a racetrack. Trust me, I live at the corner of Catherine and Blue Spring and Buford. They use them as a racetrack to get around all the traffic during certain times. And then if the high school's getting in or out, then they go the other way to West Blue Springs. So we cannot afford to have this. In the high school, my daughter's in high school, and there is no student parking available. You can't get a parking pass there because they're so full. So if you add more kids, where are they going to park? Because they're out of parking passes. And then the other thing is I built homes out there, and I was just assessed a couple years ago $7,000 in fees for trees, scrub jays, and turtle surveys. Are every one of those homes going to be assessed for that? Or is this commercial development going to get that waived and we get stuck with the bill?
Thank you. Barb Lovelady, followed by Doug Moorfield.
My name is Barb Lovelady. I live at 1377 West Blue Springs, and I've lived at this residence, which is a half an acre, for over 30 years, and I've seen many changes, and especially the traffic increase over the years. Blue Springs is a 2-lane road, and where they plan to put the entrance for this subdivision is on a hill, and would become a very dangerous hidden hazard to anyone driving over the hill traveling west. The traffic is so bad already, and daily we see vehicles speeding by our house. Recently, 2 motorcycle police officers observed from our driveway the amount of vehicles that pass over the hill and that stretch of road. Their police report stated it is much too dangerous to put an entrance off of Blue Springs Avenue. I'm sure you're aware of that. Vehicles coming west from 1792 travel way too fast, and just the stopping of a school bus by us at the bottom of the hill causes brakes to squeal and frustrated drivers. Can you imagine what it would be like to add more traffic and stop-and-go traffic on the hill? A disaster waiting to happen. But mostly, I'm concerned for the children who travel that bit of sidewalk on the hill, those coming and going to school or to town. They ride their bikes and skateboards and run down that hill, generally enjoying that area in fun and safety. For those children and adults, I fear an accident will happen if that is taken away. Impatient drivers trying to get out of this new subdivision, having to go west, taking a chance, not having any idea what's coming over the hill, or someone hurrying, leaving the subdivision to turn towards 1792 and not seeing that little 5-year-old on his bike, or the child walking, not paying attention, talking, running, stepping off the curb in front of the car. Someone's child could be killed. They could be related to you, your children, or your grandchild. Why take a chance? It's not worth it. Are you aware of the police report, of the danger? You will be responsible. Something that's not as important, but personal to us. our property sits on that slope or that hill. And if more houses are put east of us, it will cause more water flow to come down, causing flooding, and would increase even more our inability to grow a lawn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You did a great job.
Thank you.
Doug Moorfield, followed by Carrie Kuffner, followed by Lonnie Caldwell.
Hello, Council. My name is Douglas Moorfield. We purchased our house off of West Blue Springs on Buford back in '86. We saw our road go from dirt to pavement. We saw a stop sign at the end of Blue Springs go to a red light. A lot of changes. We've seen motorcycle run over or broadside a car or a good friend of mine's minivan on Blue Springs and Williams. The motorcycle was coming down the sidewalk at a high rate of speed at night with no lights on. The minivan come up to the stop sign, it didn't see him, and it broadsided and killed the motorcycle, 16-year-old child. We don't want the project to go forward. We actually have almost 2 acres on Buford, just south of the middle school. Starts getting out about 2 o'clock, and it goes till about 4:30. So that traffic is all afternoon. It's not just 4 different instances. It's all afternoon and all morning that you have traffic between the middle school, the high school, and the elementary school. So I feel that it's going to impact the traffic. It's going to impact the utilities, and it's not something we want in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Kuffner.
I'm Kerry Kuffner. I live on West Blue Springs Avenue right next to this property. I actually own 2 homes next to this property. My daughter has 2.5 acres and I have 2.5 acres. We've been there 35 years. I am the one with the gun range, and if they do build this into urban lots, I've been reassured by the Sheriff's Department that my gun range will in fact stay because I own 2.5 acres. So that will not go away. Our farm animals will not go away. Our chicken noises will not go away. Our duck, turkeys, our cows, our goats, nothing will be dismissed. My main problem with rezoning this property can withstand 3 to 4 homes, I think, with the existing area around those homes for water runoff. But if you rezone this to urban, there is no way, even if they build 2 ponds, because ponds don't percolate over a few years, they fill up and then they run over. This property slopes north to south 22 feet, and then east to west almost 17 feet when we shot it with a laser. I've been there 35 years. I see what my property does with water runoff, and we can hardly control it with just 2 homes on 5 acres. And then they were talking about in the first meeting this property would need no fill dirt in the minutes is how it got a 3-3 vote. Well, this property, each lot per a contractor that I had come out, will take a minimum of 20 18-yard trucks per lot in fill dirt to sustain this rezoning. So this, not even counting the danger of the road, I have seen multiple people killed on the road. We've had helicopters land in the property across the street to evacuate people that's been hurt so bad. Every time the law enforcement comes out, they write tickets from 45 miles an hour to 80 miles an hour on our road. And you can look that up. It's public information. This is just ridiculous. There's not a neighbor surrounding this property except that a person trying to get this rezoned that lives right across the street. And once you approve this, he's not going to stop. They're going to do the property across the street, and then they're going to give everybody else an open door. Hey, they rezoned that property. Let's all rezone the urban property and have 75-foot lots. The neighborhood cannot withstand this with the traffic and everything. And if you look at the property on my map, all the way to Sparkman is rural residential going east. When you go north all the way to French Avenue is rural residential, and south is the phone tower. So that really doesn't matter what it's zoned because it's a phone tower. Nobody's going to build on it. But starting from across the street where they're trying to get this rezoned, going west, yes, it is urban property. But from this property and the other three directions, why we all built there, so we could have quiet farms and not live in a neighborhood. Thank you.
Lonnie Caldwell.
My name's Lonnie Caldwell. I live at 329 Park Avenue. I've been there for 25 years. I'm a general contractor, a home builder, multifamily, single family, commercial. If you can permit it, I can build it. I think this is a horrible idea. We're not looking at the big picture here. We're looking at one lot. Aside from the fact that Lancaster Street is a basin, that's where all this runoff water is going to end up. It's going to run right straight down Blue Springs, hook a left on Lancaster, left on Buford, and go in. What doesn't go that way, what comes off the back of the lot, it's going to run right through the houses where they already have flooding, through Live Oak, through Buford. It's going to end up in Lancaster. Now, I had some pictures, and one of them was of Lancaster, and it's kind of hard to see, but you can see that off of Blue Spring it dips down and it goes up. That's one of my views, which you guys have already seen from the others, showing the slope going down, okay? That's it right there. It's, like I said, in the back there where those trees come together, that slopes back up. And the land to the right in that picture slopes back up. So all the water is going to settle there. We get a tropical storm like Faye, 36 inches of rain in 3 days, they're going to have 3 feet of water in their living room, okay? Retention ponds, where's the overflow going to go? There's no storm system out there of any kind for it to go into. It's going to go into these properties. You can't build a retention pond big enough to hold that, period. Okay? We're going to set a precedent. Across the street, we're going to see the same thing. We're going to see these pop up all over. Everybody's concerned that we're going to add the automobiles from 20 houses. No, we're not going to add the automobiles from 20 houses. It's going to be exponential. We're going to add the automobiles from 400 houses because instead of being able to pit 4 lots on or 4 houses on there, we could put 20. Okay? It's just a bad idea all the way around. Aside from that, the land right now, there's already a low area on it that acts as kind of a retention, all right, in the northwest corner. They're going to have to put aerobic septic systems in. They require annual maintenance and certifications. If they're too close together, they'll have to go with an aerobic drip system. Requires the same maintenance and certifications, but they're very expensive. The drip systems start at around $21,000 a house, and the aerobic systems start at around $14,000 because that's what I put into all of the houses that I'm building. Okay, because I build out in that area. I have a house going in on 13th Street right now, and I have another house going in on Sumner Avenue in Orange City. And I've got lots out in the Daytona Parks Estates in DeLand and another one in DeBary. So I just think that, you know, the schools are overcrowded. We've got all these problems, and we're going to set a precedent if this gets zoned that's going to create problems 10 years from now that we're all going to look back and go, wish we hadn't have done this. That's just how I feel. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Where did Paula go? Okay. Nika, you ready?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to address a couple of those comments. I think something that we heard pretty often is because it's precedent. And I know, Paula's right there, but I know your staff and your attorneys can tell you that no one action sets a precedent. It's not how it works. So what happens is you come with an application, you have a pre-application meeting for whatever matter that is in planning, and it starts a process. It starts a domino effect where then you have to get comments back from staff, and then you receive those comments, and then you look at your plan, and then you get scheduled for PLDRC, you go through that process, you come here, and then you get into the very technical details where you have trained staff to understand what's required with respect to stormwater, traffic, schools, everything gets covered. And so with respect to setting a precedent, that doesn't occur. Legally, that does not occur, right? So you approve this today. It doesn't allow me to come in tomorrow and say, well, you approved this one here, and so you're required to approve this one here. every single matter, every single development, every single project must stand on its own. It must meet the requirements of your code. It must meet the criteria required, whether it's a rezoning or whether later on it becomes a site plan or a subdivision. It must meet all of those requirements and go through a process. So there's no kingmaker that comes in and says, well, this happened here, and so now all of these over here get to be approved. That's not how it occurs. It's a very specific, somewhat arduous process that we have to go through to get from step one to the finish line. And so anyone that wants to come in and put 400 lots has to go through this process, and they have to go through county council. And so with respect to precedent, I can understand the general position of, well, if we do this here, more people are going to come and do it. You can't stop anyone from trying to do something. But again, it has to be compatible with your comp plan as well, right? And so, and with the zoning category around the area. That's very specifically why we requested R4. It is already compatible with the current land use that we have on the property, which is why we're not asking for a comp plan amendment, and it is compatible with the surrounding area, which is also why your own staff recommended approval. They looked at all the criteria holistically, and they said, this meets all of our criteria. We're going to recommend approval. So that's on the precedent. I just wanted to kind of go over that. Regarding the schools, we're talking about 10 lots. We did submit a capacity letter to the school district saying, hey, here we have 10 lots. Can you tell us we have capacity? Because 10 lots is de minimis, they don't require us to get a capacity review done here. They said, okay, that sounds good. We don't need to pursue this further. So we did make that action to submit to the school district. They responded saying it's a de minimis amount of homes. We're not requiring anything further. And look, I understand there are a lot of existing conditions that are not ideal here. And our goal is to come in with a reasonable amount of lots and make certain conditions better. That's why they call them certain improvements, whether they're certain off-site improvements and on-site improvements. So for example, we're working with county traffic. Might have to give up some right-of-way, might have to lose a couple lots to put in certain turn lanes and do things of that nature. We're going to have to do whatever is required by your technical review staff to be able to get it approved in the first place. We can't just say, just trust us, right? It's going to go through your technical staff, and they're going to have comments, and they're going to say, change this, do this, change this, move this, and we'll start talking. So that's on that. With respect to the trees, a certain individual brought up the root zone and the loss of trees. Volusia County has a really amazing tree protection ordinance. It requires us to protect a substantial amount of the drip line. And so we don't get to just build a house right next to a tree. It's not how that works. We have to have a platted easement for our tree preservation that we cannot touch, that is also reviewed and approved by your environmental department. So we have to make sure we preserve and maintain those tree preservation areas. That is on the homeowners themselves, not on anybody else in the public. With respect to keeping the area as rural as possible, I do understand that there are some areas, there is that sliver of RR, but this is a pretty urban area. I mean, you saw the map that shows everything on this side and everything on this side, kind of all around that, that 3-lot deep, 4-lot deep area is R4 already. We're not asking for something that hasn't occurred. And all of those subdivisions that occurred, on the west side and the R4 that technically exists to the south that can be developed in the future, all of that has a minimum 7,500 square foot lots. And all of those subdivisions were done prior to stormwater regulations. So I understand that there might be flooding issues because they didn't have the regulations that we do now that we have to adhere to. I do have an engineer, Mark Grande from Kimley Horn, who can kind of talk a little bit more about the stormwater, if that does work for you all. And I'll bring him up in a minute. The last kind of point I have to make is regarding the fill dirt. There was something in the minutes that said we require no fill dirt. I don't know if that got misconstrued. I'm a lawyer. I'm not going to speak about fill dirt. I assume some level of it will be required. I do know that this is topographically a higher area, so the assumption would generally be that you wouldn't require as much you would typically require in other places. But I'm going to leave that to the engineer, just a lawyer here. But other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and we do respectfully request that you approve this request. Mark, you want to get up and kind of just talk about stormwater for a moment?
Sure.
How's it going, everybody? My name is Mark Grande with Kimley Horn, civil engineer on the project. Around 1530 Cornerstone Boulevard in Daytona Beach. With regard to the stormwater, as Nika pointed out, this is just a concept plan. The intent here and the design was to show that we can meet minimum lot size criteria for the proposed R4 zoning classification. We haven't gone into any engineering design yet, but understanding some of the LiDAR topography, there is some elevation fall across the site in both directions, as one of the residents mentioned. The intent, once we do get into the engineering design phase, would be to balance the site fill as best as possible and then utilize the stormwater pond for any additional fill needs the development may require. And as Nika, I believe, also pointed out, the stormwater pond is shown at 20% of the site area right now. Typically, in our experience for a single-family residential development, you really only need to allocate 10 to 15% of your site, but we wanted to oversize that for potential grading needs, as she mentioned, buffer requirements and right-of-way expansions or anything else that may come in the actual engineering phase of the design. And with that, with regard to stormwater, I think she already mentioned that as well. Those adjacent properties did not have stormwater design criteria to abide by. We will have to go through that process with engineering review to make sure that we are maintaining any stormwater on site, any runoff on site, and if there is any off-site discharge, we cannot exceed those pre-development conditions. So again, we have not entered the design phase, the engineering design phase, but we will, evaluate all these concerns once we get there, and we'll work with staff to address them. Thank you.
Thank you. Jake Johansson, do you have questions for Nika? Or?
I do, sir. One.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. You said you contacted the school board or the school staff?
Correct.
And they chose not to even entertain the thought that 10 homes are coming and their schools are, they didn't show enough concern to look at it.
Correct. So from my understanding, if it's 10 lots or less being produced, they consider that de minimis and they don't move forward on it. They don't have a concern.
Did they comment that that's going to stink, but we have a rule in place, or did they just
They didn't.
say
They just,
no thanks?
after we submitted our application, they provided us with that commentary stating that it's 10 lots that we're currently showing, and so we don't need to move further in the process.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilman Dempsey.
Nika, I'm sorry. I know I spoke to you earlier about this, and but then I went out and looked at the site on Saturday, and just so we're clear, the actual location, I'm going to put my pen in here. I hope I don't write on this. But basically, this is where the site is, right? Right there where the tip of my pen is.
This is a picture I haven't seen before, so I can't fully, as a lawyer, you may know, I can't fully comment on the context, but it appears to be in that general area.
Okay, and you had mentioned, my biggest concern is traffic, that hill. We got a letter in here from Sergeant David Barnes from the Sheriff's Office, and I believe
Most
Omar.
definitely.
I mean, we got 2 deputies here who have shown concern.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's a blind, in the top of this property is basically at the crest of that hill. And if the entrance and exit is, 150 feet down the hill, west of that crest, I stood there, and I mean, it seems like as that traffic study showed, it's like 47. These cars are not doing 30. They're not doing a speed limit.
100%.
They're speeding over that hill. And you mentioned earlier in your presentation that you would put turn lanes in.
We're in the entitlement phase. So whatever is required of us during the engineering phase. So you have all your very fancy traffic engineers that you have on staff. All of those individuals get into a room, and I'm not in that room because I'm a lawyer and I don't do math. But all those individuals come together and they say, okay, based on the site conditions, the current site conditions, we're going to require X, Y, and Z.
Okay,
So we don't know what's required yet because your staff isn't going to evaluate a development that has not been entitled yet for the proposed entitlement here of R4. So that occurs after this process.
Okay. I'm sorry, whoever's photos these are, I hope you don't mind me borrowing them. They're from somebody. Okay, there he is. Thank you, guys. But, okay, now looking at this different picture, Nika, would you say that this is a fair representation of the property here? This is the property that y'all are looking to develop with the fire hydrant across the street right there.
Again, it's an assumption. I haven't seen these photos before, so I can't make an accurate representation, but my assumption is that appears to be the area.
Okay.
I just haven't been able to evaluate this.
Because when I went there, that fire hydrant was the middle point, the proposed exit from this subdivision.
And again, Mr. Dempsey, just want to make something clear. That concept plan, it only exists in theory. So I don't want you to look at it and say, well, this says you're going to exit here and you're going to enter here. None of that has been established. We prepared that concept plan for one reason and one reason only, which is to see what is feasible on site. So when we threw our 20% stormwater, 15% tree preservation area in the road, we said, okay, we can theoretically fit 10 units on site without even talking to the county, without talking to what their requirements are, right? So that concept plan was to give you all an idea of what it may look like. It may look completely different. We're not even required to submit a concept plan here. So I could stand up here and say 10 lots, 8 lots. We just want R4. We want R4 zoning. We have not developed a plan or engineered a plan at all that will have to go through your county review system, go through all of your county staff, and be approved that way through land development. We just haven't gotten there yet.
My concern, again, going back to that original picture, if this is the top of the hill right here, and this is where your subdivision is going to be. I mean, you can see where that's blind. This is looking eastbound. And if you're coming westbound and you're cresting that hill, and your entrance to your subdivision is 150 feet past that crest.
We don't know that. We don't know if our entrance will be there.
Well, you'd said that there was
nothing is set in stone,
turn
right?
lanes, but maybe your engineer
I'm not saying there's going to be turn lanes. I'm saying that might be an idea that county staff comes up with and says, you should do this, you should do that, you should do a decel lane. There's so many opportunities that we might have. We should regrade. There are a lot of options, but we could say, okay, well, we're going to actually move the entrance back this many feet. We're going to do this. We're going to change this. None of that is set in stone. The only thing we're looking at today is the application for a rezoning from RR to R4, which is compatible with the ULI land use. So I understand that concern. We're not there yet. We haven't evaluated that because the county requires a certain process for us to go through, and we are not allowed to essentially jump the gun and take all of your Kit County staff's time and start talking about all these subdivision issues when we haven't even gotten through the entitlement phase.
I understand. But in this letter from Sergeant Barnes from the Sheriff's Office, he notes that there's, in this 300-foot border on Blue Springs, it's a 22-foot drop from here. It's a 22-foot drop from here to here. Sorry about that. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know how to use a marker. David, you know how to do this stuff, but I can't figure this stuff out. But
Right.
basically from there to there, in that 300-foot span is a 22-foot drop.
Right.
So, and I stood there at the top of that, and I watched at the proposed entrance. It would give maybe somebody cresting that hill 3 seconds reaction time to stop. If there's a car stopped trying to pull in to the subdivision and there's another eastbound traffic car or two that they're waiting for. I mean, and they actually saw a car almost hit another car in the 30 minutes they were there. And quite frankly, I almost got hit by a car pulling out of Mr. Kuffner's driveway when I was leaving. So I guess when you said turn lane, because originally I was really against this, but you did say turn lane. So is there a way that your engineer has that we could alleviate this issue with the stacking? Because my concern is stacking.
We have to alleviate the issue. It's not like, you guys approve us here today and then we say, okay, we can do whatever we want. We're gonna have all these driveway cuts onto Blue Springs. We're gonna do this, that, and the other. You have a very knowledgeable staff that has very specific requirements, especially with respect to traffic safety. And so we have to meet those requirements, no matter what they are, or we can't move forward with development. We can't develop any lots if we don't meet your county's traffic engineering and, frankly, all of the county staffs, whether it's environmental, whether it's planning, whether it's land development, or traffic. If we don't meet their requirements, we cannot develop. And so if they say, you know what, you need to move this entrance, we have to move the entrance. right? And so if they say this entrance, that it doesn't make sense here, you're gonna have to move it here for this to work, you're gonna have to put X, Y, and Z improvements in, we have to comply with all of that to be able to even move forward and get a development permit. So you're looking at a concept plan and you're taking it, you know, kind of to heart and saying, well, it says the entrance is here, and I understand that. That is something that's just in a very conceptual phase, very rudimentary. It is just for general understanding of what can be potentially done on the site. It is not set in stone. It is going to go through numerous different processes with your county to ensure that all safety requirements are met. And I don't know if you know Tad, but he's gonna hold our feet to the fire and make sure that anything that is required has to meet all safety standards.
Well, maybe I could ask Tad to come up, or is this Clay's jurisdiction? I don't know. Does it matter?
Tad's got the email.
Or can we get Dr. Burball back up here and?
Apparently I'm the hard guy.
Sorry, I called you out.
That's all right.
He does. Tad, well, okay, so what assurances, I mean, because I really am concerned about that blind hill, and there's a lot of traffic.
And you're not the only one. I've been out there myself. I've seen it. It is, it's problematic as it is right now.
2 different deputies have written letters about the concern there. So, and she had mentioned turn lane, and so that's the only thing that maybe piqued my interest. But what assurances can we have that this will be a safe left in, left out, or whatever into this project?
Well, as she said, we don't approve it unless we're comfortable that it's a safe situation. So we would take a look at it. We take a look at the elevations involved. We take a look at the site distance, not just from a horizontal situation, but also from that vertical aspect that's problematic at this particular location. You know, there's different options for tackling a problem like this. Turn lanes are certainly one of them. We can do a situation potentially where we pull down a little bit of that peak, because that peak is a problem, period. Even if we make this entrance safe, it doesn't necessarily mean it's safer for the subdivision or the road just to the west there at Live Oak. It's a problem as it stands right now, and it's got 5 or 6 homes on it where people are turning right or turning left coming out of there. And while they have an extra 100 feet, that's not a whole lot if you're doing 45 miles an hour.
Right.
So in terms of stopping distance. So we'd like to see things like pulling that peak down a little bit to try to improve that site distance in the first place. This is a local road. It's not a thoroughfare road, so we have other options like speed tables and those types of things to potentially slow traffic down. The one benefit, the one nice thing that would come from the development would be we would have somebody to pay for that as opposed to coming out of the county's coffers to fix the problem, which really should be done in the first place.
I guess my concern is, I'm sorry. My concern is that's 22 feet that we're talking about. I mean, that's not a small hill.
And I don't mean to correct you, sir, but the contour map shows it at about 16. While 7 feet doesn't sound like a big difference, it's a big dang
I'm
difference.
going based on the deputy's letter. He said
I know. I'm looking at the
20
contour
foot
map.
higher. The corners were 22 feet apart.
I'm looking at the contour map.
Okay.
70-7 in the agenda item. You see it. It peaks around 70 and goes down to around 55 at Live Oak.
So, okay, if this passes today, it goes to you. Does it come back to us for final approval, or is this just rest in your?
Correct. At that point, it becomes, have they followed the rules? Do they have they met all the criteria the council has previously spelled out in the land development code?
So then it comes out of our hands, and it's basically in staff's hands to whether this gets done or not.
Yes, and it's our interpretation of the rules that you all have previously approved, or prior councils have approved overall. But and all I can say is that Jay Williams, County Traffic Engineer, and I coordinate on these things. We want to make sure that we're doing everything we can not to make a situation worse, certainly try to improve it in a case like this as best we can.
Okay, that's all. Thank you, Ted. Thank you, Nika.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you. You said, I think in your presentation, that under the current entitlements on the property, it could do 4 lots.
Yes, sir.
And the proposed potential could be 10, right?
The practical potential.
Gotcha.
Under the rezoning, you can get up to 16.
Yep, I get it.
But once we put it on paper, 10.
It's probably
maximum.
more than likely what it'll be. And then you mentioned also that you had some type of basic traffic analysis or something that was done. And how many road numbers, I forgot the terminology that you used, for this, if it came to development?
So when we had it's required as part of the rezoning process to get a traffic memo done. It's a traffic generation report. You know, how much traffic are you going to put on the potential to put on the roadway? And in terms of peak hour, when we looked at peak hour, again, we're looking at 16 units, not 10. It was 7 peak hour trips.
At 16 units.
At 16 units.
And if it were 10, it could be 5?
You know, I'm not a traffic engineer, so
I'm not an engineer, but I'm going to guess. Okay, I'm going to go on a limb and say 5. If it were 10. And if it were, as it's entitled, 2, 3. And reason I'm bringing that up, the numbers are so small that this is not, in my opinion, going to make or break that road, based on the numbers that I'm hearing. And if staff has any, well, let me hear from staff.
When we do these analysis, we utilize the ITE trip generation manual. For a single-family home, that's typically 10 trips on a daily basis. That means throughout the day, a single-family home will generate at least 10 trips. In the AM peak, it's typically 10% of your daily trip. Same thing with your PM trip. So what that means is if you have 10 homes, then what you're looking at is, you know, upwards of basically 1 to 2 trips out in the AM, or excuse me, 100 trips total, 10 trips in the AM peak, 10 in the PM peak. Then you have to look at how many are incoming and outgoing. It's an 80-20 split in the morning going out, so that would be 8 trips leaving the subdivision, 2 coming into the subdivision, and you would reverse that in the PM peak.
Yeah.
If this was left in its current zoning, then you would have 40 trips throughout the day.
4 trips.
4 in the morning, 4 in the evening.
I mean, this is where I'm struggling. This is not something that's going to change the outcome of the problem in that area, adding this small amount of homes. I get it. If we have a problem there, it's not because of this project. I'm talking about the road. It's a problem that we've led up to where we're at today. And that's something we should address if we're going to address it in any way for making the roads safe for everyone. But 4 more trips or 5 more trips at its peak, it's not going to change the road situation. I just wanted to add that out there because if this was in a 100-home subdivision or something like that, then we have a different situation. But I just don't see it, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to throw my thoughts out there. Unless somebody can convince me that adding 4 more trips than what's permitted makes that road dangerous.
Thank you. I went out there as well, and so I shared Don's concern with safety just from looking at it, from being there, looking at the road. However, my main concern after looking at the property is the flooding issue. Nico, when we met in the office and we looked at contour maps, we looked at the satellite images, and it looks pretty flat. Doesn't look like it would be a problem. And then when I went there, we just talked about the way the road slopes. There's a steep slope to the east. There's a steep slope to the south. That water is going to go somewhere. I don't know how it's developed without a huge amount of fill. And that's the struggle in this kind of a hearing, is that you're right. This is the entitlement phase. It's not where you get to tell us how you're going to prevent, how the engineers are going to do all that. And you said, trust us. You didn't say it just trust us. I'm not making fun of what you said. But you said trust your staff. Trust TAD, trust the planners. And I don't distrust them. You also mentioned, we have a very strong tree ordinance. This is where I struggle. Well, I can trust it. Mr. Santiago and I had this give back, and I understand his pushback. I said something about flooding, and he said, do you believe engineers are developing things to flood? And no, of course, I don't believe that. And yet flooding occurs. That's why I started off asking the question about a watershed study, if that was done in this area, And if it was, then we should have a stormwater management plan. I still don't know what that is, where they would put the water after we trust that that will all be worked out. I did travel down to, just yesterday, to Kepler and 44, where we had previously approved, or the council previously approved, a storage facility. And there's not a tree left on that property. So I don't know what happens with the tree ordinance. Maybe there's a buffer and I just can't tell where the edge is. But 90% of it, at least, is there's no trees. The trees in that area, the natural vegetation, are going to be really important for preventing flooding. I can't see where that water will go without flooding the home behind it and all the homes to the east of it. I believe with what we just said, that if we dig a big retention pond there, I've trusted. I've seen so many of them go in and they don't retain the water. It percolates through, finds a clay layer, travels down to the next lowest property, which is a neighbor. I can't, it's totally different when you look at the contour map, look at the satellite maps, and then go out and look at it on purpose. This is really steep property in two directions. You talked about precedent because several of the homeowners talked about precedent. I don't know what they think, what they believe. I'm hoping that they don't think, well, this sets a precedent that anybody can just come in and do this now. Everybody would have to go through the same grueling process that you are. What concerns me is that it does, I'm trying to keep from coughing, it does create a desire for homeowners that just give up. They think they're protected in this area because of zoning. And then we come in and change the zoning on them, and they lose their trust in us. They lose the protection that they thought that they have. So then they begin to say, I'm not staying here anymore. I'm going to sell out. That does start the ball rolling. We call it a precedent. And then we lose the rural nature of this area. The people that live here should be able to trust government that what they thought they could depend on is not going to be changed. The homeowner currently has a right to build 4 houses. They should be able to do that. They have the privilege to do what they're doing and come in and ask for a zoning change. At the entitlement phase, it's really hard for me with any consciousness, good consciousness, to say, okay, I'm going to approve this and hope that we don't end up with flooding, hope that we don't end up with a clear cut. But I've learned that I can't always depend on that. So I'm really struggling with it. Actually, I'm not struggling. I can't support it at this point. When you and I talked, I told you, to me, it looks like an infill project. Here's houses that are more dense and houses that are less dense. This is kind of halfway in between. But then again, when I look at the property in person and see the steep nature of it, we're heading for a flooding problem here. And I see them all over the county, and then I'm blamed for it. And until we have a stormwater management plan in that area that can say, this is an important area around the spring. This is how we deal with it, because right now it's almost out of control. Councilman Johansson.
Yes, Chairman, I'm a little lost. It must be lunch. Where are we in this process? Are we still in the question period? Are we in the question period? Are we in the debate? I forget. Is there a motion? I don't know where we are.
I'm still here for questions.
I
We haven't closed that yet.
He can ask a question. He's saying that because I didn't ask a question, and so he's calling it to my attention that I'm breaking the rules.
Not breaking the rules, just not paying attention.
I would love to just have one comment, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just as a response, and I understand, you went and visited the site, and I most definitely appreciate that. And I get it. You're the county chair. You're hearing all these stories. You're seeing it firsthand, these flooding issues, and you're trying to kind of get a handle on it. And we're here saying, look, we're trying to do this development, and here's why we think it makes sense here. And I can appreciate that. All I can offer to you is, look, there are old developments that are already zoned R4 all around this site that were not developed with any stormwater regulations. Nothing. So they all were able to be built with no stormwater regulations, no tree regulations on 7,500 square foot lots, and they've all gone in, right? And we're here years later asking for something somewhat similar, but with a whole new set of rules. And, I say trust your staff. I say that from my perspective because I know how difficult it is to go through the engineering review process. It is not, as contrary to what some might believe, it is not just, oh, this looks great, stamp it and move on. I made a joke about Tad being a real stickler. That wasn't a joke, right? Your staff in Volusia County is unbelievably knowledgeable. I sit there in the back of those rooms sometimes, and I'm just like, you're saying words that I can't even fathom or start to comprehend. They're an impressive group of individuals. So I say that, I'm not saying trust me. I'm going through the process. I'm putting what I know on the record with this application. But you've gathered an unbelievably incredible and knowledgeable staff, and this is what they do. This is what they do for a living. And you all voted, or your predecessors, and put certain standards in place. And you said, hey, staff, you all must go out there and implement these standards. If there are any deviations, we have to know about it, which is how you get variances and waivers and other issues that come forward, both to PLDRC and sometimes to you, special exceptions, things of that nature. So I understand the hesitancy, but there is a very specific process in place. And when you go through that process, staff reviews it, they review it again, they review it at least a handful or a dozen times throughout the process. And their goal is the same as mine, as yours. I live here. I don't want there to be flooding issues. I don't want my house to have a flooding issue, just like anybody else, which is why we go through a very strict and specific process. So I can appreciate that you've dealt with a lot this year and over the last couple of years, and in other areas, and you're saying, well, there's the potential for these issues. We wouldn't do anything, right? We wouldn't even get in our car going down the street if there wasn't a potential for us to get in a car accident. And so the way we look at it is there is a very strict set of procedures and processes. If we follow that, your code says we should be allowed to move forward. And that's why there's a recommendation of approval from your staff. And I can't predict the future. You can't predict the future. I understand where you're coming from with these issues. This is a development. We'd appreciate kind of looking at this in the surrounding area rather than talking about flooding that has occurred and other issues that me and you have both seen. And I understand that. So I get your perspective, and I get that there are possible safety issues with traffic, which is why you have such an amazing team here to review those issues and to stop something and not let it move forward if there is an issue. And that's what I can offer you.
Okay, and I really appreciate that. You answered a lot of questions that were in my what I had said to you, and I'm so glad you brought that up because I think that perfectly pinpoints my dilemma. It's getting really easy to predict the future. You talked about developments that have been there 60 years. They're not flooding. They don't flood until the new development goes in with all the new water standards, all the fill, everything that we require them to do, and then the neighborhoods around them flood after that. And you're saying, I trust them that they're going to follow all of the rules that they have to follow, all of the exacting standards. They're not working. And so it makes it easy for me to look at the future and say, this is risky. Michael Dyer.
Sure.
If I could, I may ask Paulo to come up for a second. Starting on page 7-8 of your agenda item, you have 9 criteria that are to be followed in a rezoning. Whether you deny it or approve it, you're going to need substantial evidence. If council would like, Paula can run through those because you may have some questions about some of those because you may have different opinions. But those criteria, because we're in a quasi-judicial setting, govern whether you decide to approve or deny this rezoning. You're not here on a comprehensive land use amendment, so it's not a legislative decision. You're here on a quasi-judicial decision, and I respect that you may have different opinions on that. I just wanted, if you could indulge me, let Paula just run through those 9 quickly. If you have any questions on, if any of those grab your attention, please feel free to ask. And you would have to meet all 9.
Sure. So this is standard for this is the standard for rezoning applications. So fundamentally, there's 2 things. One is the general, which we're just going to call Snyder Rule. So that is how you analyze rezonings. It's not legislative in nature. It is based on competent substantial evidence on whether or not the applicant has demonstrated, the relevant standard that they meet all the criteria. So that's 9 criteria. If they meet all that criteria and they are compliant with the comprehensive plan, that doesn't mean that you have to approve it. You can deny it if keeping the existing zoning serves a legitimate public purpose. And a legitimate public purpose is essentially, does it create a spot zoning situation? Is it incompatible with the area? But this is the application of rules. You are here not in your legislative capacity. You are here for the application of the evidence to the rules. So, has there been competent substantial evidence such that the applicant has met, all these criteria, which we'll go through. One, whether it is consistent with the all adopted elements of the comprehensive plan. You have your staff recommendation, but overall that's based on the element. Its impact on the environment or the natural resources is with the rezoning. That's where your avoidance and minimization standards kind of come in. Its impact upon the economy of any affected area. Is it detrimental to, this is your main compatibility standard analysis? Is it detrimental to the area such that, both uses can't coexist over a prolonged period of time? Number 4 is your concurrency standards, which, for this, they've demonstrated their compliance with concurrency, and you've heard the statements about the school. It's kind of de minimis. Number 5 is any changes or circumstances in the affected area that would generate a rezoning. That's really a spot zoning or reverse spot zoning analysis. And is there, any mistakes in the original area? Its effect upon the use or value of the affected area. Again, that's number 7. That's also a compatibility analysis. Compatibility doesn't mean the same. It's like I said, it just kind of means, can those 2 uses coexist over a prolonged period of time? Its impact upon the public health, safety or morals. That's kind of discussion you're having about the topography issue with the road safety issue. That's not a capacity. That's okay. How are they going to solve this, or how are they going to address this issue? That's going to come later down on the engineering process. And then you have your property rights considerations where, the Florida statute kind of mandates you have to take these property rights into account when making your decisions. So if you have any questions about, how those are the considerations you're supposed to go through. If you have any questions about that, I can kind of answer them and kind of lead you on, okay, what exactly does this standard mean?
Okay. Before we move on, does anybody have any questions for Attorney Paulo? Yes. David Santiago.
So I understand you went through the criterias, and what you're telling us is that we have to consider those criterias, whether to approve or deny the requests, based on competent substantial evidence, right?
Yes.
Can you define what competent substantial evidence is?
Sure. Substantial evidence is that evidence a reasonable mind would consider to be, well, I had this memorized, that would tend towards
It's what a reasonable person would rely on to arrive at a conclusion.
So it's not, you know, if you've watched any lawyer shows, they have that, you know, beyond reasonable doubt.
I've watched Don.
Right. So it's kind of a low, pretty low. So it's like, okay, is it non-speculative evidence? Is it factual evidence? You know, what's the basis of it? And does it lead toward the conclusion you're going to? Does it help in the analysis? So opinions of something is dangerous, for example, you know, without something to back that up, don't rise to the level of substantial evidence. Statements about decrease in property value, so anyone can say that. However, you need to have a factual basis of that opinion. You know, are you a realtor? Are you a property appraiser? You know, were there specific comps? Those kinds of things. So in terms of lay testimony or citizens speaking, you know, acceptable substantial evidence are, you know, what is the existing traffic pattern? People generally have a pretty good idea of how fast, you know, vehicles travel, how busy a road is, how dense a neighborhood is, like kind of neighborhood feel. So those are substantial evidence. It does not rise to the level of giving expert opinions. You know, oh, the congestion is going to be bad, because those require you know, a level of expertise that a normal layperson doesn't have unless they predicate it on background information.
And in this analysis that we have to do in making a decision, is site design something of a criteria for us to consider?
It depends, because I guess on number 8, so criteria number 8, its impact upon public health, safety, or morals. You know, that's whether or not there's evidence that, you know, that leads towards, okay, if you rezone this property, does it have a material effect on public health, safety, and morals? That the site design process will dictate itself, but you're just looking at whatever the site design is, would the allowance of the use itself, you know, implicate that health, safety, and morals issue.
Okay.
So Paulo can correct me on it, but I think what you're asking is it'd be more of just a 20,000-foot approach, more general, rather than getting into the details of what your staff is charged to apply in your land development regulations. And if aggrieved party's unhappy with that, they can appeal to this council if they feel staff arrived at the wrong decision. So compatibility of, you know, if you rezone this property and you believe it's not compatible with a neighboring property, that could arguably, if you had substantial evidence, fall on one of these criteria. So that would be a much higher level conclusion than at the land development stage, where you may say, I'm unhappy with the location of this driveway. You're not there now because we don't know what that outcome would be. But you could have concerns that could fit within a criteria if you had the evidence.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Jake Johansson.
I had questions. I guess I can ask them of Paulo. The traffic issue brought up earlier. You're talking about the one stipulation that we're talking about here. The traffic is something that already exists. People are already speeding. The hill's too hard to navigate, and so that's something that we really can't hold. Is that something we can hold against this proposed subdivision?
Well, it
already exists. It's not going to go away whether they're there or not, right?
Yes. The question is, okay, would rezoning it, you know, make that situation worse? you know, they are required to meet their site access and provide safe access
Yeah.
to their property.
Yeah, but not approving it, that problem's not going to go away. People are still speeding down that road.
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
And the two other questions for you or Clay. School parking, not our problem, right? Where's my kid going to park? That was an issue. That's really not an issue. And the other one about traffic during school hours, arrival and departure. One of my biggest frustrations here in Volusia County is that people don't use the buses. The buses are empty, and we all drive our kids to school. So either get rid of the buses or start putting your kids on it. But I believe that if we used buses and we carpooled more often and did things of that nature, traffic wouldn't be an issue. And we've already indicated that the addition of this wouldn't really raise the traffic issue, correct? According to Kimley Horn, they're basically...
In terms of a capacity standard, it's 10 houses for
Right.
EMP. Yeah.
Just to help through the discussion, what you're asking about is concurrency. That's part of the criteria that we're looking at.
It is.
If Volusia County has specific restrictions on development such that you have to make sure you have adequate capacity. When we look at it, we look at water, sewer, stormwater, roads, etc. When you're at the level of the zoning, as Mike referenced just a few seconds ago, we're at 20,000 feet. So what we're looking at is we're seeing a conceptual plan that was submitted. It's not necessary, as a matter of fact, for this type of rezoning. We look at the change from what are 4 homes allowed by right now, to a theoretical maximum of 16. Because even though they're saying they're only going to put 10, we have to look at what the theoretical maximum could be. And so then that's when you start going to the school board. The school board implements their own concurrency.
Right.
They did a review of it. They did a review based on a limitation of 10. They said there's not an issue because the amount was so small, it will not have a significant impact on the schools that are in that zone. Then as far as roads go, we again did the same analysis. There was a question about an on-site situation. Your county engineer has gone out there and said, yes, there is, and they will either have to address it and access onto Blue Spring or access Live Oak. Those are going to be decisions that have to be resolved, not necessarily through the rezoning, but through the site development.
Got it. I have one more question, and while you're there. There is no doubt that our county has flooding issues. And my question now is and, maybe it shouldn't be to you, but that area must flush water down the hill to begin with, right now, based on the topographical. I wouldn't think it would stay up there, even though it's all grass.
There are, as has been referenced in our LiDAR that's included in the staff report, it shows a definite change in the grade. There's also very sandy soils in that area, so it does have well-drained soils. And so when you look at it, you can see that the area basically drains back to the south.
Right.
There are currently some sinkholes located on the property where the cell tower is located at, where those are probably receiving some of these waters. But yes, they would have to go through and verify that all the water coming onto the site and leaving the site now cannot be altered in the developed stage.
Could not altered. So does that mean if they develop it that they can't retain more than that property already retains, or can they retain more?
They can retain more.
So it could get better. I'm not saying it will.
Right.
It could if they retain more than currently is there because of the sandy soil and the flow down to the south.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for questions. I'm looking forward to debate.
Danny Robbins.
Clay? These are just going to be strictly yes or no. So lucky you. Is this compatible with the ULI currently?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is this compatible with the current land use currently?
Yes, sir.
Is this compatible with the current comp plan currently?
Yes, sir.
Is this compatible with the current developmental pattern currently?
Yes, sir.
And just so I'm correct, does the pre-construction stormwater have to match the post-construction stormwater?
Yes, sir.
Okay. With that being said, I'd like to get the debate. Motion to approve for discussion only at this point.
Second, Johansson.
Nope.
And Santiago.
We have a motion to approve by Danny Robbins and a second by David Santiago for purposes of discussion.
Ms. Husseini? Thank you. Thank you for your patience, and thank you to the residents as well. Sitting here long enough here in the last 3 years to go through this a couple times through this, and some of these arguments that are being made or non-arguments, these obviously, if they were indeed noticeable problems, there's been about 3 years since my tenure here and the chairman's tenure here to address these in a manner through state building regulations, through our own local regulations. I know we've adopted them in the past because of flooding, to reduce the flooding. And there's a big difference between your property getting wet and actual house flooding. There's actually very little when you compare the number of residents here to the actual home flooding. There's a very minimal amount of that actually occurring in Volusia County. Minimal when you compare to the residents of close to 600,000 people. And all that can be sorted out. But at some point, we will have to look at the fact of, if in these quasi-judicial settings like this, is holding the electeds accountable for their actions and for the speech that they engage in. Because none of us really up here, I would say, are experts. Don is an expert in law. Matt, I would say, is an expert in maybe correctional stuff, just because of his 30-plus years in that field. But very few of us are experts to make some of these statements that are more opinions than anything. And at some point, homeowners, people are going to have to hold electeds, unfortunately, I hate to do this, but accountable because of the liability and the slap suits that this community and taxpayers are going to be faced with when we are hit with this, because we are out of bounds, in my opinion. We must follow the law. And I brought up specific questions, okay, to our more than qualified staff who are experts, all right, that have given us this information. We are way out of bounds when it comes to decision-making here. Is there some flooding issues? Absolutely. Whose fault is it? I don't know, because the tables can be turned in this whole scenario. Why is it okay if this theory is correct of water flooding other people out? That means that everyone else's home in all these areas are flooding out somebody. But people still do have rights to do certain things if there's consistency and if they meet the criteria set by the government. And if elected officials don't like that, what have they done to change it? If that is indeed an issue and not a political issue, okay? At the end of the day, it is, that's where I'm at. I want to see all this stuff addressed. These are valid concerns. All these folks are having valid concerns. I'm not going to disparage that. All that is taken care of by the book through our wet blanket policy that we have in this community in Volusia County when it comes to any type of development. It's asinine what an ordinary person has to go through to do anything in Volusia County. But yet, if it's, we hear all this stuff, but we're not getting any suggestions on how to fix some of these issues. You can understand my frustration. I can almost understand yours, and I understand theirs as well. But we have to follow the rules that are in place. To my colleagues, if you don't like the rules, come to the table with a resolution. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I generally would parrot everything you're saying, Danny. And Nika, I know we met before, and I was a lot more optimistic in my discussions with you because I generally, on paper, this seems like a wonderful project. It seems like a logical choice until you go out there. And I'm telling you, I may not be an expert in traffic engineering, but in 34 years of practicing law, I've done a lot of traffic homicide cases. I've prosecuted and defended a lot of serious bodily injury accident cases, a lot of fatalities, and even cases on this road. And I'm telling you, I mean, standing there at Live Oak, I don't know if you guys could put this up. It's standing right here. This is Live Oak. This is where you're proposing the alternate entrance would be to this site. This is standing. Let me see if I can get Live Oak on here for you so you can validate that this is in fact Live Oak and not outside of Troy's house. All right, there we go. So there's Live Oak. So this is what you're proposing will be the main entrance into the subdivision if the center entrance doesn't work. The center entrance, I would purport, see that little fire hydrant up there on the left? You can see a dark circle back that hedge line on the west side. I'm sorry.
Point of order.
Can you hold up a second? Mr. Robbins has a point of order.
Chairman, that question, and Don, that's not to step on you, but that question's been asked and answered. I counted at least 6 times. This is only a preliminary sketch of what can happen, but we're beating a dead horse, Chairman. Thank you.
Well, this is debate, right? So that's where I'm headed to debate. So this is standing here. It was 3 seconds. This letter submitted by Sergeant David Barnes said as he was standing in that same location in 30 minutes, we observed several traffic stops of speeders over 47 miles an hour. Also within this time frame, we observed a vehicle on West Blue Springs cresting this hill, traveling west that caused obstructed the view of the, I'm sorry, the hill obstructed it. Let me go back. Within this time frame, we observed a vehicle in West Blue attempt to make a turn south onto Live Oak, this in the picture, okay? The hill obstructed the view of other vehicles traveling west, which caused numerous vehicles to have to brake abruptly and almost resulting in an accident. This is in a 30-minute window. This is my concern. This is my concern, not the flooding so much, because I believe it's an issue, but I don't have the knowledge to sit there and say no just because of flooding. But this concerns me because I'm not saying that 10 more houses isn't going to be a major factor. I agree. 10 houses in and of itself is not going to affect the general flow on Blue Springs. Okay, I get it. It's very de minimis. But there's only 8 houses on Live Oak that I can see from the aerial. So now, if we're going from 8 houses on Live Oak to now we're going to have up to 16 more houses using Live Oak as an access point to the subdivision. Now we're going from 8 homes using Live Oak as an access to get home to 24. Now we're tripling the amount of traffic onto Live Oak. So that means, and this place is very busy in the mornings because the school is right up over this hill. There's the school. And that young lady said that all these cars, when they're dropping their kids off, they have to go eastbound looking up this hill. So you have all these cars pulling up. If you have the one car who's coming westbound towards us in the picture and having to make a left to get onto Live Oak, and you've got stacking, or you've got all this traffic blocking that vehicle trying to turn south from the westbound lane, which is what the officer was describing that he saw in just 30 minutes. Now you're tripling the amount of cars potentially that are going to be turning southbound onto Live Oak. Now you've got that many more instances where there's a car stopped on westbound Blue Springs as it's waiting to turn south, and all these cars cresting the hill going westbound on Blue Springs. That's my concern. If this entrance was 100 yards to the west or 100 yards to the east, I would have an entirely different position here. But the fact that it's only 3 seconds from when you crest that hill to where the car in front of you turning left onto Live Oak is sitting, waiting to make its left turn, and you have that reaction time, and if those two cars behind this car manage to stop, then you got the third car cresting the hill. I mean, you got stacking. And that's what they're describing here in this officer, or this Deputy Barnes's letter. And that's my concern. So it's not that we're adding a de minimis amount of traffic to the general flow of Blue Springs. I'm saying that we're tripling the amount of left turns from westbound traffic to Live Oak. And that's going to be that many more standing vehicles, sitting ducks, potentially on Live Oak. That's the danger. Thanks.
Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. I just want to clarify, as I understand this, is that this request is to go to R4. They could have as many as 16. They want 10. But it might be less than that even then. It might be 4. It might be 5. It might be 6. The location of the exit, as I understand it, might be anywhere. There could be a location for an exit. It's not on Live Oak where you said it was. It's not on West Blue Spring where you said it was. It could be anywhere. It could be anywhere. Yes? Wherever it's designed. No, listen, folks. I'm talking now. So what I understand is that all they're asking for is to go to R4. That's all they're asking for. And they showed us a pretty picture. They did not tell us where the exit will be. They did not tell us where they're going to leave the complex. Tad told us that he's not going to let them build and put us in danger. He told us that he might even shave down that hill a little bit, which leads me to believe that the developer would pay for some of that, which I'm happy about too. All these questions and this concern that we've had are concerns. All the concerns that the public's had are concerns. But that's not what we're here for, as I understand it. We're here to see if we should go from RR to R4, and then let staff, the people who have been trained to answer the mail and make sure it's right. If we want reports on how it's done because it's in our district, I'm sure staff would be willing to do that. But the what-if scenario, we're in another position with a different development. We're putting the cart way ahead of the horse, in my opinion here. And I share the same concerns, but until I see big paper with lots of detail, I'm not going to comment on what could happen because I'm not sure it's going to happen. Thank you, sir.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well said, Jake. I agree with everything you said there. But I just wanted to maybe address a little bit, Don, what you said. I know you said the 16 number, which will never happen. Let's just, I know they have to do that because it has to go what's the maximum allowed based on the zoning classification. So 16 will never happen. But I don't know if you recall from the questions I was asking the applicant's attorney, it looked like based on the trip generations that they discovered or they researched on the traffic analysis was maybe 4 more additional than what's entitled in the peak hour, 4 more than what's entitled on the property today. And I know you referenced the police, the sheriff's deputy stuff, his observations, or 2 deputies. That's today. That means there's a problem there already, right? And I think it's safe to say that it's something that needs to be addressed irregardless of this development. Maybe it's something that we need to do. So I wouldn't hold this particular project hostage because they're going to add 4 more additional peak hour trips to a road or area that we have to address anyway. And I'm confident with the statements that Tad has made. I'm confident with our staff. I think they've heard it here. They'll apply a proper standard to make sure whatever happens there is going to be done right. And then we need to solve the safety issue in the long run. So I don't know if it, I think you should be engaged. I think it's in your district, right? I think, yeah, so I get it. 4 more trips in the peak hour is not going to make or break that problem, which we need to address regardless. That's just how I feel. I wanted to share that, my thoughts.
Don Dempsey.
Okay, yeah, well, 4 more instances a day of a car sitting in the middle of traffic on a blind hill may prove to be just the one that does the most damage. The other thing that I would say is if we could share this picture here, Jake, the spot that I was referring to, this live oak, is the most safe entrance and access through this. This is a 3 seconds. On the pictures we were given of the proposed entrance and exit is where that fire hydrant is. From there, it's only like a 1.5 seconds reaction time. So that, in that letter written by the sheriff's office, saying, I believe that if this same scenario occurred with a resident attempting to turn into the prospective driveway, which is in the middle by the fire hydrant, if the same scenario occurred while a resident was attempting to turn into a prospective driveway, this would result in a vehicle collision. This isn't Don Dempsey.
Again, that's just a picture of where that exit could be.
Well,
he's talking to me, Chairman.
Yeah.
He's looking at me and talking to me.
Okay.
Either
Okay.
control it or
You-
don't control it.
I'm controlling it. You can speak when he's done. All you have to do is put your name up.
Okay, so all I'm saying is, Jake, that the fact that I'm mentioning Live Oak is because in the agenda briefing, in my meeting with Nika, this was proposed to me because I had this concern then, and this was given to me as the alternate ingress and egress into the subdivisions, because it is apparently much safer than the one given to us in the drawings. And that's my concern. And I think this Sergeant Barnes has the same concern. And, we all talk about trusting staff. We got to trust staff. Well, I trust staff, but I also trust the PLDRC. We appointed them, and they said no to this. So it's easy to sit here and say trust staff, but then we're going to poo-poo everything that comes out of the PLDRC from now on. I trust them as well. So just because we have staff's recommendation, we don't have the PLDRC's recommendation. And just because I'm siding with PLDRC's recommendation and not staff's, I don't think that makes me the villain here. It's just, the water thing, I don't know, but I do believe that this traffic thing could be very dangerous in the future if more cars, even if it's 4 more cars a day, if they encounter this high traffic flow to the east, and as they're waiting for the car that's westbound is waiting to turn in after all the eastbound traffic clears up, while it's sitting there to make that left turn, this car cresting that hill is going to either have a 1.5 seconds or 3 seconds to go from 47 miles an hour to stopping. That's my concern. And, and I think, that happened to me coming out. That happened while this deputy was there for 30 minutes. He saw it. So it's a real issue. And like I said, if this was 100 yards to the west or 100 yards to the east, I'd be completely in favor of it. It's just this crest on the hill. And I don't know how the county proposes to move a mountain to get rid of this hill, but I just don't know. I'd like to be able to review it one more time, and just for it to leave us here today and say, okay, we'll trust staff. They may very well just approve it the way they're approving it now, and they don't even know what the plan is to improve the safety. I haven't heard anything about how we're going to fix this. It's just, we'll figure it out, but that's not enough for me right now, not with this safety issue. Thanks.
Thank you. Jake Johansson. I'm sorry,
Yes, sir.
Troy Kent was ahead of you.
I don't mind yielding to Jake because he was mentioned, and then I'll go after Jake.
Okay.
Thank you. Couple clarifications. The exit there is no exit. So you're saying you wanted 100 yards to the east or 100 yards to the west of nothing. The exit you see on that picture is just a picture. It's not exactly where it's going to be. Correct? Do you understand that? I want to understand, Chairman, that he understands that is not where it's going to be. Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
Don's asking, can he respond? Troy, would you yield to Don for, Don, go ahead and
Again,
respond. And then
I'll
return
yield
the time.
again.
Just to answer his question, anywhere within the 300 feet of frontage is bad. Regardless of where they put it, anywhere in there is.
Copy. Now I understand you.
Thank you.
And the second point is PLRDC did not deny it. It was tied and therefore sent to us as a denial because it was tied. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Which is a denial. Troy Kemp.
Thank you, Chairman. As I begin my comments, Mr. Casbier, can you come up here for a moment? I didn't ask any questions, and you keep my time going. It's okay. To answer your question, Don, you're not the villain. You're, in my eyes, you're not, and I don't think in anybody's eyes. I respect your advocacy for safety in this area. There's a ton of common sense responses I've heard over here as far as the number of units, and that this isn't creating the problem. Can you briefly, because I only have 4.5 minutes left, can you briefly tell us some traffic calming solutions that can be put in this area? Because I've seen them be extremely successful in other parts of our county and in the city of Ormond Beach. Please, 30-second rundown.
All right, 30 seconds, go. All right, one of the first items I'd recommend would be a speed table in an area like this. The one I really prefer at this point is to get rid of the hump one. That won't slow people down so much. It will actually improve the sight distance overall. Really what you're doing is just cutting that section out, lowering that road section so you'll have a little bit of slope on the outside. It's common everywhere else in the country where they have actual hills as opposed to little bumps like we do. So we don't do it very often, but we should. And so those are things. Turn lanes would also help with that because you're changing where the drivers are.
Thank you. You helped me whenever you said speed tables, plural.
Not bumps.
Because you could have a couple of those.
Sure.
Not just one, but a couple of them with signage and blinking lights for it. I've seen that in multiple places in Ormond Beach. And then my last 30 seconds here that I'll use, Mr. Rechtenwald, if this gets voted up or this gets voted down, it sounds like this is a problematic area. I would respectfully request that your very capable traffic engineering team and your department make sure that something is done here to help with traffic calming. Thank you.
You got my assurance. Thank you.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Kent. You were going exactly where I was going. There's just from my law enforcement experience, and I was on the traffic unit for years and wrote hundreds, if not thousands, of tickets for this kind of related stuff, and addressed a multitude of speed and hazard situations that we were tasked to enforce. There's rumble strips, there's the speed tables, caution lights. We can put out radar signs, slow down signs, flashing signs, and also too a great remedy to a lot of the maybe causers of this, since signs are just a deterrent, is law enforcement. We have a great relationship with the sheriff. It takes 5 seconds to write an email. You'll get a response back from the sheriff probably within 5 minutes.
Can you talk a little bit about Stealth Stat, where they set that up and they keep track of what the speeds are?
There's all sorts of those traffic studies. They'll put that black strip across the highway to monitor speed, time, and distance, and all that stuff that Mr. Kent's talking about. But all that stuff can be tracked through law enforcement. There's mechanisms in place to address this. And moving on to the PLRDC, we talked briefly about the personal gun range, that's not going anywhere. Impacts on wildlife, the flooding, we've addressed that, air pollution, and what may and the requirements to possibly connect to the utilities. So, all this stuff, there's a process for this to be addressed. I think we're getting a little into the weeds with it. I understand it's a valid concerns and whatnot, but I just want to make sure that we stay within our boundaries as to not create additional liability to the taxpayers and the citizens and also the residents out there. But Don, you're not a villain, and I wasn't trying to step on you earlier, but we've all talked and had multiple bites at this apple. We just need to follow the rules a little bit better. That's all. Thank you.
Don, you're not the villain. I'll be glad to be the villain. I'm really not glad to be it, but I think you're right. Having been there and you look at the two roads, I don't see a good exit or entrance. I don't see where it could be put unless the road is cut down like Tad just said, and then I don't know who pays for that. I would assume the developer, the builder would pay for it, not the taxpayers. I'm going to go back to flooding. You said you weren't sure that flooding would be an issue, and I guess I am. And the reason I am is because I've been there, I've looked at the property, but I've looked at properties all over Volusia County. You can look at this property, if you put page 721 back on, there's a reason it's not flooding now. It's heavily treed, it's got natural vegetation, there's natural mulch there. It's deep sand, and so when it rains, even heavy rains, the soil absorbs it. When you take away that vegetation, and you create impervious soil through driveways, homes, there's less soil area to absorb the water. We see it over and over again. The reason that I sound so certain when I say that is because I go somewhere every day, usually 2 or 3 places every single day, and look at flooding in this county. Not just in West Volusia, not just at JC's, New Smyrna, Ormond Beach. I'm all over. And I'm not seeing wet front lawns. I'm seeing people's houses that have been destroyed from water intrusion. And so I think we have to be really careful. That's why until we have a stormwater management plan based on the watershed study, I don't know how we're expected to vote for these things. But I can't support this for those 2 reasons: the safety issues and the potential of flooding. And before I'm called on, you're not an expert. I have been studying soils since I was in college, and since 1979 I've been a soil consultant for Kinsey Agricultural Services, and I look at soils all over this county and outside of the county, from Palm Coast to Longwood. And I've got a pretty good understanding, especially if you go to Palm Coast, if you want to look at flooding problems. So it's a tremendous concern. This is not fair to the people that live in this neighborhood, that think they have a protection with the current zoning that we may vote to take away. It's not compatible with the area. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I entrust our staff to address this traffic issue. And with that, Mr. Chair, I call the question.
Okay, there's nobody else up to talk anyway. Carissa Green, would you please call the roll? And the motion on the floor is to approve the zoning change. The motion was by Danny Robbins. The second was by David Santiago.
Mr. Dempsey.
No.
Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Kent.
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins.
Yes.
Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
No, and the motion passes 5-2.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we'll give everybody a chance to switch here.
See what you
You ready? You good?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that takes us to item 9, contract with Paul Culver Construction, Inc. for professional construction management and general contracting services for the International Speedway Boulevard beach access improvements.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, council members. Ben Bartlett, Volusia County Public Works Director.
Before you today is a Part B of for our construction contract for the improvements to our International Speedway Boulevard ramp. The photo you see above is the current condition of the ramp. The next photo is the conceptual plan that was approved a few years ago by council. Construction budget was just over $2.3 million. We've brought in, as part of this Part B, a guaranteed maximum price of $2.6 million. We do have an option as a potential cost reduction of around $384,000 to eliminate the colored concrete and aesthetic portion of the ramp itself, as you can see in the conceptual plan. Part of the reason we included that initially was if you look at the intersection there of A1A and ISB, there are some pavers that were installed as part of a streetscape project quite a few years ago, and we were looking to match that aesthetic as part of the DOT's current project that they have going on of the improvements of the ISB corridor from the bridge to A1A. Those will go away. We've confirmed that with the DOT, and they've sent us the plans that show those pavers being removed. Colored concrete is very expensive, as you can see, and we wanted to bring that to your attention as a possible cost-saving measure should you choose. Staff recommends approval of the Part B of this contract, and we would like to hear your direction on whether or not you'd like to see us remove the colored concrete portion of this contract. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, let's do questions first for Mr. Bartlett. Troy, do you have questions for him?
I don't, just have comments.
Matt, do you have a question?
Thank you. I did have one question. We had talked briefly about it before. There are some businesses that are right there, and one of which was a new business that just moved in there within the last year. And his concern, of course, was parking. And there is an issue where he actually had homeless that were parking in his parking spaces, which we've addressed with law enforcement, and I was glad to see that. But during construction, two questions. First one, during construction, will there be somewhere to accommodate the parking for those businesses so they don't suffer, or may not be? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, you know, we're completely redoing those parkings from parallel to
I didn't know if one of the area businesses or
so
something.
we'll work with the local businesses best we can to minimize the impact. That's on the south side. The only entrance to the boardwalk in is also off this ramp, so that's part of the issue. You know, maintaining.
And he's
traffic
doing construction
patterns.
there too.
Right, correct.
Okay.
So there's a lot going on in this corridor. It's kind of one of these rip the Band-Aid off, get it all done. But we'll work with those business owners best we can to make sure we're not impacting their business.
And the other question I have with respect to Boardwalk Inn doing their construction at the same time, I know that we're trying to coincide this with FDOT's redo of that road. Will that be immediately following? Because they're already involved. How soon before that would,
As
if
far
approved?
as boardwalk or
no, this whole project.
We're ready to go.
So would it all be at the same time? Because
there'll be an overlap for sure, and then I think ours might.
There will be an overlap. Okay, so it will be pretty quick then. That's good. Okay, thank you. And I kind of like but I can understand the cost.
So what is FDOT going to leave in that intersection? There's not going to be a roundabout. There's going to be lights, new lights.
Signalized intersection, asphalt.
And just black asphalt?
Correct.
Okay.
And crosswalk, pavement markings.
Okay. Jake Johansson.
Yeah, Ben, can I have I like the color. We kind of chatted a little bit about it. I'm interested to know what the value added is, whether you can give it or Color Construction can give it. Does it play into marketing? Does it play into economic development? Does it, you know, what do our people think about
Initially, we were looking to match the existing aesthetics of the intersection and that kind of blue wave. You know, it is the entrance feature for the primary beach ramp for so many of our visitors. It's got the famous world's most famous beach sign and all that. So, you know, the thought was, in addition to the improvements that were, you know, give it an aesthetic look to it, try to match what was there, but obviously that's going away. So
I'm surprised that our marketing folks and our Bob Davises and, you know, all those folks in that hotelier haven't chimed in and said anything to us. So I guess I'm indifferent if they are. So thank you.
County Manager George Rechtenwald.
Yeah, I just would point out,
And there's that.
the picture looks good from, 10,000 feet looking down. I'm not so sure what you pick up when you're actually down at street level. And the other part, just from my experience, is wet sand and stuff will travel up, so the eastern quarter of it will likely have a lot of sand on it. Of course, we sweep and everything, but throughout the day. So I'm not sure what we gain out of it by having it. So that's why I think we're supporting probably removing the blue concrete.
I think our colors are red and white anyway.
Okay, you needed two things from us. We need to approve the expenditure. You also need direction on whether or not we take out the, let's deal with that first. If we take out the blue pavers,
Chairman, can I have my comments first?
you
Is that okay?
you can. I didn't see you up there
It's
before.
I was there
Go-
first. I just didn't have a question. I just had comments.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. So, Council, I had very few questions for staff this week, but this was one I had because of the price tag. I didn't like the price tag. I don't like the price tag. But after Mr. Rechtenwald and I spoke, there's a lot more to this than meets the eye. This is a huge major redo to an area that certainly needs it. So I'm going to deal with this price and this cost. As far as the colored concrete, I am okay with taking it out. Whenever whoever did this in the past, when they're first done, they look great. But, I drive this area from time to time, and if my memory is correct, where that sun is, there's like some sunken in pavers, and they're not fixed. And when it's not fixed, it doesn't look right. When they do fix it, I've actually seen where they don't even come in and try to match the design they had. They just put blacktop in there, and I'm like, what are you doing? Like, how could you have this beautiful motif that you have, and then all of a sudden you're just going to fill it in with blacktop? That would be my concern down the road with this colored concrete. So I'm with saving some money and not doing the colored concrete, and that's where I am on this.
Okay, we're dealing with the colored concrete first, so let's give him a decision on that. Matt Reinhardt.
I'd like to make a motion to not just do away with the colored concrete. I think that was a valid point that the manager brought up.
Okay, a motion to admit the colored concrete
Second.
by Councilman Reinhardt, second by Troy Kent. Any questions or debate about that? All in favor of admitting the colored concrete, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 6-0. We'll ask Don when he comes in. Okay, so now we move to the approving the full expenditure of the figure now will be 2,300,000 some thousand.
2.279990.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Roughly. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve the expenditure by Matt Reinhardt,
Second.
second by Troy Kent. We're going to wait for him. Don, there's a motion on the floor. We had a motion and a vote to remove the colored pavers and save the 300,000. Would you like to vote on that? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. So that vote was 7-0. And now the motion on the floor is approve the expenditure, which is now 2.27 million. All in,
You have public participation for
we
this
do have
item.
public participation, and did you want to speak to this too? Okay. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach, Beachside. As you remember, last year, the roundabout, thanks to Billy, it's no longer going in. But what happens is when you redo this, this is our major entrance, all right? This is your major entrance and your biggest money, if you don't pass what you're doing, your biggest money maker, all right? It is also at the end of what we're doing now. After 40 years, we've been planning on doing ISB. It is in the process now. This is the end of ISB before you hit the water. So it is going to be a major impact for us, all right? The problem is, if you had the roundabout, there would be certain problems. There are certain problems now getting cars onto the beach. What you've done is you've moved and made that stack-up area shorter and narrower. So fewer cars can be east of A1A. That's my problem, all right? By turning the cars diagonal, or from diagonal or perpendicular, whatever you want to call it, you're taking space off the roadway, all right? You're taking away a lane, even though we're not using 2 lanes anymore, because it's only access onto the beach. You can't come on and off. So you're going to use 2 lanes to get onto the beach. My recommendation is 3 or 4 lanes to get onto the beach. Because FDOT, when it does it at the average over the year. And we are a tourist destination. The same amount of people don't show up every day of the year. Bike week, race week, spring break, summer vacation, the numbers go drastically high. More people use the beach during the summer than they do during the winter. Surprise. So the numbers are going to go up, but FDOT doesn't care. They only do it for the minimum. So I'm asking, when you look at this, to look at the number of cars you can stack on the other side of A1A, between the beach and A1A. There are ways with the booths that you have now to have cars coming and going. So one person can do this car, and then while that car is pulling away, that other car is already sitting there and can collect from this side. So you get twice as number of cars that you would normally have. So you can get 4 lanes with 2 people. So you're not increasing the number of people, just the amount of cars that can enter and can be stacked up. So I'm asking you to, at least on that part, to look carefully at what you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Matt Reinhardt.
I was just going to let Mr. Bartlett respond, if that's okay, because I saw his head.
Yes, so we have 2 lanes coming in as we do now. We have changed the parallel to perpendicular. Part of that was to get a handicap space put in. We actually have more stacking because we're shifting the interactions with the tolls to the east, and going to the automation will have that process sped up. And we do, during our high volume days, have what we call walkers, where if people are paying cash or they got to pay and speak to a human being, they can actually pull on the beach, and we can add staff to accommodate that. And we're very cognizant of the stacking concern at not just this ramp, but other high volume ramps. So we will be working to make sure that those cars are able to get on the beach as quick as possible.
Thank you for that. Just one last comment from me, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, but I don't believe that with this price tag, we've only removed the colored pavers. The bathroom's still being moved a good distance. The landscaping doesn't change. The only thing that's changed is the colored pavers.
Correct. You were 100% correct.
Okay. Any other comments, debate? Then the motion on the floor is to approve the 2.27 million contract with Paul Culver Construction. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Item 10, Stormwater Utility Fund Program Update. Ben Bartlett and staff.
All right, we're swapping out some folks real quick. Good afternoon again, Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director. We had a discussion last year at council about the stormwater program and the stormwater utility rate fee that's charged. Council directed staff to move forward with a study of our program as well as the utility rates and bring that back for you all to review. Quickly starting off, just a brief history of the Stormwater Utility Fund in Volusia County. It was originally implemented in 1993. In 2005, a stormwater utility rate study was performed, which recommended an initial rate of $6 per ERU, maximum $8 per ERU. In 2007, we did a Public Works Department-wide efficiency study, which led to the creation of the Drainage Task Team. Up to that point, various divisions throughout the county had a drainage component to them. We brought that all under one roof, which we called the Drainage Task Team, and it currently resides at Road and Bridge. In 2018, we did an efficiency study, or we updated the efficiency study and had that same consultant come in and take a look. And one of the things they noted specifically with a lot of our operations crews is that we were accomplishing more work with less equipment, less dollars, and the same number of employees. Last year we had the discussion because the 5-year forecast was showing a budget deficit in the stormwater utility at the current rate. This council approved an increase from $6 to $6.50 per ERU per month, and as I said earlier, directed us to come back with the study. So real quick, part of when you look at any kind of rate study of any kind of program like this, you're talking level of service. We have 4 components to our stormwater utility program: program management, regulatory compliance, operation and maintenance, and our capital improvement plan. Currently, a brief overview, an A is basically fully funded, from we're doing everything right, we're fully preventative maintenance on our O&M, our capital program is fully funded, and we're using capital money from our stormwater utility to fund the entirety of those projects. In the rate study, the recommended level of service for our program is a level of service B, and I'm going to get into each of the individual segments here and where we're at and where we need to be. First up is program management. We've had a discussion 2 items ago: stormwater watershed basin studies, stormwater master plan. You can use those interchangeably. We have 16 distinct watersheds throughout the county. 11 of those have had some sort of basin study performed. Basically, when you do a basin study or a watershed analysis, the consultant will go in, they will look at the outfalls, where the water goes, what's the anticipated rainfall in those areas. They look at current land use, future land use. They'll even take into account if there's development that's permitted but hasn't been built yet. And what they're looking to do through modeling and investigation into the area is using LIDAR and looking at all those different aspects of the topography is to find where are the issues, where's the flooding occurring, where's the water quality issues. Originally, when our program was developed, the focus was on flooding. In the last 10 or 15 years, the focus has shifted to water quality. We've had impaired water bodies, the regulations have increased. Now moving forward, when you do a watershed analysis, you're looking at not just flooding, not just water quality, you're looking at both, and you're looking at projects that can address those issues. So, as I said before, the watershed analysis that we've done, some of those are fairly old, going all the way back to the 90s. Currently, the analysis in the rate study puts us at a level of service C. The recommendation is a level of service B. The plan would be, moving forward, to get to that B level would be to perform 2 watershed analysis, stormwater basin management, stormwater analysis plans twice a year, 2 of them a year, either updates or create the ones that haven't been looked at yet. Regulatory compliance. So this is the second section of our utility. Basically, this is what we do to ensure that we're meeting all the current regulatory requirements, either through our MPDS, Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System Permit, MS4 is what we call it. That's a lot to get out. It also means that we have to comply with all the TMDL requirements. We have 12 adopted TMDLs that impact Volusia County. We have 6 basin management action plans that affect Volusia County, and of course we have the Mosquito Lagoon Reasonable Assurance Plan. All of those impact Volusia County. We have obligations that we have to meet and regulatory requirements that we have to abide by, and that is part of what we do in the stormwater utility. The 04 evaluation had us at it was included, this portion of it was included in program management. We've since broken it out because it's a little more of its own thing with all the water quality issues. Recommended level of service C, we're at a level of service B. This updated rate study recommends that we stay at a level of service B. O&M, operation maintenance. This is maintaining the system that we have. The pipes, the ditches, the inlets, all the infrastructure in the ground that we need to move stormwater and get it where it needs to go and to minimize flooding. I'm sure each and every one of you have sent me a request from a citizen pertaining to drainage. Obviously, since the hurricanes, folks are concerned and want to make sure their systems are operating properly. And in the 04 evaluation, we were at a level of service C. We have improved that to a level of service B. And I would like to note, in 09, when we combined and formed the drainage task team, we had 52 full-time equivalent positions in the drainage task team. We're currently at just over 54. We have some split-funded positions. That's why you see the decimal point. So in that time frame, in 15 years, we've increased roughly 2 positions, yet we're maintaining more assets. We're doing more work with roughly the same amount of people. How are we doing that? We're more efficient. We've gotten more efficient, and that's how we've able to improve our level of service, and that's how we're able to do that with roughly the same amount of people. One thing that the rate study notes is that even though we're roughly the same amount of people, personnel costs have increased. Salaries have gone up, insurance, benefits, all those things have gone up in those 15 years. And in order to continue to maintain that level of service B, which again is routine maintenance, inspection-based, some reactionary, so that routine maintenance prevents large problems. It prevents us from running around with our hair on fire trying to put out drainage issues, with pipes collapsing and things like that. So in order to maintain that level of service B, we're going to have to see an increase in revenue just basically due to common inflationary pressure. Finally, our capital improvement plan. When they looked at it in 05, we were at a level of service D. We're still at a level of service D. To get to a level service B, which again isn't a fully funded capital improvement plan, it's basically taking the money that we have for capital and leveraging that money through grants from the DEP, the state, the feds, so on, to get these stormwater projects. We have been very successful in doing that. Our typical plan for doing a capital project is we get it designed, we get it shovel ready. Whether it's water quality or flooding, there's all kinds of money available from the state these days for those kinds of projects. If we can develop a project that includes both water quality and flooding, we can access both pots of money. Level of service B means that we're not fully funding these projects with stormwater utility money. We know as staff at this level of service that we have to go out and be active and get those grants, which we've been successful at doing. Right now, we're looking at roughly $750,000 that we've been spending on capital in order to get to that level of service B. Costs have gone up, especially on construction. We need to spend roughly $2.05 million to get to that level of service for capital. So this is just a summary of where we're at. Kind of lists the dollar values of where we're at now versus where we need to be to get to that level of service. And basically you're looking at a total difference of revenue from what's currently anticipated at $5.8 million to $9.1 million. This is straight out of the budget book. This is the current financial health with no change in the revenue. We're looking at fiscal year 26, where we're basically running a deficit in the stormwater utility plan. So moving forward, at the council's direction, currently we're at the $6.50 ERU, a monthly rate. Based on the maximum that was set back in '05, this council can go to $8 per ERU without a full public hearing. And in order to go above that, staff would have to provide notice on the public hearing and send out, just like you would on any non-ad valorem assessment on your tax bill, to go above that $8. Happy to answer any questions y'all may have. We have the consultants here that perform the study if you have any technical questions for them.
Thank you. Councilman Johansson.
I have comments, sir, not questions. I'll wait.
Joy, you have a question?
I do have one question. The slide, you don't have to go back to it, but the slide talking about pollutants, it made me think back about some information we received from Dream Green Volusia with the project that they participate with the city of Holly Hill, where they have a device that catches
water goat.
The water goat. For me, when I think about a picture speaking 1,000 words, that's one that does. Can you tell us, is that something, how feasible would it be for the county to take the lead and implement a plan like that in all of Volusia's similar waterways, so that we could take the lead and hopefully get other cities to jump on board as well?
So the water goat does a good job of catching litter, essentially. We have installed similar type. The water goat's essentially a net that stretches across a ditch. It requires a pretty decent level of maintenance. They go out there and empty it periodically, because they got a permit from us to install it.
Right, and from what I understand, they have to do it manually, but they have water goats where you can do it like automatically.
Yeah, we've actually installed what we call baffle boxes, which are similar situations where the baffle box traps the litter, but also has a filtration in it to remove the nutrients. We've installed quite a few of those. We typically focus on water outfall pipes and water bodies where there's no current treatment. So that is definitely something that's we can look at.
So, council, that's something that I would like for staff to come back with us with a number on what it would cost to implement something like that. I'm very interested in that.
Okay. Just a couple other quick questions. I think that you said that you need an increase. Costs have gone up. This is just for unincorporated Volusia.
Yes, correct.
So I have to pay it.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, you don't have to pay your taxes, but there's consequences.
It's probably a good idea.
Yeah, it's a
I
good
hate
idea.
those kind of headlines in the News Journal. Did you just say that what you will do going forward, that we've got 16 watersheds, you've got 10 studies, you're going to do 2 a year?
We have 11 studies of the
Okay.
16. The way way they calculated the cost associated with getting these studies up to date is they're looking at doing 2 a year. So when we do a watershed study, that'll generate a series of projects to address water quality, flooding, or both, and then we would use that as kind of a roadmap to plan our capital from there on out.
Okay. Do we have an option not to do that? Doesn't Chapter 9 of the comp plan, it requires us to do those studies and to fund it?
Correct. When the utility was implemented in the 90s, they specifically, the comp plan that item you're referring to specifically focuses on urban areas. My understanding is at the time this was implemented and that was put in was because I don't know exactly when DeBary and Deltona became incorporated cities, but right around that time they were unincorporated areas of the county that were highly urbanized. And so those were some of the areas that had flooding,
Right.
continue to have flooding. But you're right, there are areas now where there's urbanization that wasn't maybe back then that we probably need to focus on and do a watershed analysis on.
Okay, and then my last question is, same on Chapter 9 of the comp plan, 9.1.1.5. It says, Volusia County shall establish joint working groups composed of the county and its municipalities for the purpose of coordinating stormwater management programs countywide. Do we have that joint committee?
Well, I work with my counterparts all the time on stormwater. I know that part of these watershed analysis will include areas that are incorporated, and we'll want to work with those cities in those areas, because stormwater just doesn't stop at the boundary lines of a city.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
we'll want to work with those cities in those areas where we're doing the watershed analysis. I don't want to speak for them. Maybe there's some partnering opportunities on cost or on projects, and we've worked with them in the past, and we continue to work with them to this day.
But there's not a formal committee established.
My knowledge, there's not a formal.
It's always been ad hoc. So like the Nova Canal, for instance, which was studied back in 2010, we partnered with the city. And I think in that time it was ourselves and the Department of Transportation and likely Holly Hill and possibly Port Orange.
And the Mosquito Lagoon Reasonable Assurance Plan is a group of us, Edgewater, New Smyrna.
Yeah,
and
same
Oak Hill.
same idea. They were put together as the committees were put together on a project basis.
Okay. I believe that, we are serious about flooding issues, but when I read this, 9.1.1.5 says that we shall establish a joint working group, and the committee should be charged with avoiding duplication. So I guess I would just ask that becomes a very important part of what we do here. I hate forming a committee for the sake of having meetings and having it, but this is required. If I understand shall in the law correctly, Volusia County shall establish this joint working group and to work with all the cities. I think that would be helpful. Any other questions? David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the chair was asking, I think you had mentioned two studies per year or something like that. Is that what the proposal is? How are you going to prioritize what watersheds get studied first?
Well, I think it's a combination of multiple factors. So obviously areas where we don't have one would be, high on the priority list, areas with older ones, and then areas where we've recently experienced significant flooding and things like that. So we would get together and take a look and kind of evaluate all that criteria and come up with the ones that we need to focus on first.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Okay, then we'll move to debate. Jake Johansson.
Ben, a quick question. I think I know the answer, but I'm going to ask it anyhow before I get started. Nova Canal being a prime thing, but you mentioned that the water doesn't stop at the end of the. We have county projects throughout almost every city. Yes.
Yes.
So how do we get city money to pay for Nova Canal? I don't want the unincorporated people to have to pay for fixing Nova Canal. How do we get that money?
I think you come up with a project or you have an issue that affects both the city and the county, where there is a unified goal into solving a problem. A good example would be the current issue on Taylor Road. We have engaged with the city of DeLand on coming up with a joint project to address some of the issues there.
Okay.
So we met with New Smyrna Beach recently about a project in Corbin Park that affects the cities as well, city residents as well as county. And so there's definitely opportunities for
I think so. So one of the things you briefed me on, and then I went home and thought about it, and we talked about it quite a bit today, is I don't think anybody says we don't have a flooding problem. We're just maybe have a little bit of difference of opinion of what's causing it. But I go back to your second slide, I think, maybe the first with the level. Oh, third, one more down. There you go. Councilman Robbins said, if somebody has some answer, some solution, bring it forward. Level of service A is about the closest thing I can see as for a solution. Comprehensive planning, full CIP implementation, exemplary permit compliance, fully preventative operations, 100% routine maintenance. And here we are. If there's one complaint I get more than keep my taxes down, it's stop the flooding. So here we are in C and D and struggling, well, maybe not struggling, my words, 2 up in the B. I'm all for a stair-stepped approach to get your happy you-know-whats to B as soon as you can. And let's look at getting an A till we can solve the problem. And if it takes $16, by golly, let's do it. I think people will give up a 6-pack or 3 of beer a month to help put a dent in the flooding issues that we're being that we're seeing, regardless of the reason, regardless. Sea level rise, climate change, development, it's all probably coming anyhow, right? We have a flood of water, we have a flood of sea level rise, and we have a flood of people coming. And we have to balance all those. That's one way to do it. So I'm going to be very supportive of a incremental increase in stormwater costs. And I will advocate with the cities to start raising theirs to be at a level A too, so we can leverage those monies for projects with capital projects that'll triple. We talked about triple our money. $2 will get me 6. I'm a big fan of that. And I know St. John's River Water Management District, and the state. Will back us up all the way because they're looking at us all the time. And we can keep our head in the sand and keep our taxes low and keep complaining. But I'm not that kind of guy. So let's get to B and then go beyond that. That's my comment. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Comments? Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. So, Councilman Johansson, I think really your comments are pretty spot on with where I am as well. I make no mistake in saying that this is a tax on our people as well. It is, and it tends to hurt those that are the most needy. And that doesn't escape me when we're making heavy decisions like this. But it also doesn't escape me that prior elected bodies will sometimes go years or decades without making small incremental increases. And then you're hit with, hey, we're in a crisis situation and we're going to increase everybody's rate to an astronomical number. And that doesn't feel good. So I'm with Councilman Johansson in that, this level D is nonsense. Even level C, and I think it's a lofty goal, Jake, to get to a level A. I think it's an appropriate goal for Volusia County. I think it helps lead the way and take charge for the other 16 municipalities in Volusia to follow. And I think there's real dollars in the state that we can leverage at the state level for many projects that will alleviate flooding, clean up our water, and these are all positive, good things for our communities. I am for small incremental increases. So you're going to get a yes out of me, Council, with making a small incremental increase and then making sure we're on schedule to continue to do that until you all are at a funding level George, to where you feel comfortable that we are not falling behind. Because to build something and not have a plan, we talked about it with Dr. Birdball here. I asked every single one of them except for the one that Danny jumped in on me with, which I liked, by the way, about, was there a plan? Meaning, do you have a plan to keep this going? But to build something and not have a feasible plan, it's like having your house and not putting money aside every paycheck so that, guess what? One day, you're going to need another roof and your air conditioning system's going to break. And you better have a plan for that. And this county government better do the same thing. We better have a plan in place, and we can't go to our residents and hammer them with a huge increase. I will never vote for that. But you will get small incremental increases out of me because I think it's the prudent, right thing to do. Does that give you what you need as far as you need direction from council, or do you need a number?
Well, like I said, we can go to 8 right now, if that's the council's decision.
We're at 650 now.
We're at 650 now.
We got to talk about that because to me that's almost a little bit of a big shot.
I'm just giving you the maximum that we can go to right now.
Right.
And then anything above that, if you wanted to do a phase in, we would have to come back. You could set a maximum and then set a phasing plan where we go up a little bit each year.
And council, I'm not going to be a hard no on the 8 right now, but I think we went from 6 to 650, right?
Correct.
Is that right? And I was hemming and hawing about 50 cents, so now we're looking at, what, $1.50?
Correct.
So I'm not saying I'm a hard no on it. I might need a little persuasion. Thanks.
So you didn't come up with a number yet. So I'll support you on that, but I would support it under this condition. I think we have to have an increase. Santiago at the last meeting asked that NRAC be given the task of looking at stormwater. We're all talking about it. We all know how important it is, and you can't do it without funds. I would support that, Troy, even at 8, if you will assure me that I'm looking at Chapter 9 again of our drainage element, comprehensive plan. This is written by our own staff, who we all agreed are capable people that we trust. It's a really good document, but we're not doing it. We're not doing everything that it says. Maybe it's money, but because almost every point in it says shall fund, shall complete. If we would do this, and it doesn't specifically say that the cities help fund theirs, but I think that's what it's alluding to, because especially with this committee where the county works with the cities, we all know what we're doing. There's a permit tracking system. We're working together. The cities would fund their part. We fund our part. I think, maybe George or the attorneys could set me wrong, but it looks like a process that we're all doing together, and that's the only way we're going to solve the flooding problems. I mean, you spend time on it every single day with flooding somewhere. So if we would follow Chapter 9 and do what it says, I think I'd be willing, and I think you said you're going to do that. You're going to do 2 studies.
Yeah. This plan calls for 2 studies to be updated or created a year. And so that's what we would immediately start doing.
Yeah. That would help us on what we just went through with the previous item on almost every development thing, item that comes up where we're being asked to change zoning. If we had this information, what is the stormwater management plan? How does it apply here? What are we going to do with that water? Is there any place to put it? It would allow us to vote a lot with a lot clearer conscience. At least it would me. So, Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Councilman Johansson, everybody, you're making real excellent points. We should be striving for that B and that A ultimately. But I just want to bring up something interesting here, and I was just been thinking about it. In the last several years, actually since 2021, and actually far beyond that prior, we've offered pay raises incentives across the boards for all of our law enforcement and employees. We've dedicated, this council and prior have dedicated themselves to double-digit increases to our law enforcement at record level funding levels that I don't think many in Central Florida or the state can compare with. We had the implementation of Amendment 10. We've had the beach transition costs, all with one thing in common, with lowering our millage rates and tightening our belt. That is how good our staff is at saving money. There's double-digit millions and millions and millions that we were able to do all within our taxing, our current taxing rate. Ultimately, I agree with everybody up here and what they said, but my first option would be, we have, in my opinion, some of the best staff possible to look at and analyze how we fund this. Let's try to exhaust that first before we go for an increase. Now, if we have to do something incremental, so be it. We have an election year coming up. We have record inflation throughout this country, inflationary spending throughout this country. We could be all in much greater trouble, economic trouble, in the next 4 years if things don't change at the national level. But to put in additional money without exhausting some of these other areas first, I feel more comfortable if we looked at that, if that makes sense, and let our staff go to work to see what kind of money we can kick up without putting another possible monetary burden on our people. And if that doesn't work, guys, or we can't fund a funding source, and I got another thing up my sleeve I was going to bring up in council comments, then so be it. We can look at it. But I would definitely give these guys an opportunity to do it. They've done it every year with some major things in the past few years here, all with lowering our millage rate where we don't have to put additional tax burdens on our people. If you could just consider that, I'll back you with whatever direction you'd like to go. Thank you.
That's a great idea. The county manager wants to speak up, but I think Ben, you're going to have to be clearer, because I think what you're telling us that you've done that. You've done the savings. You need an increase now. So George Rectowald.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Put your pie chart back up there. Yeah. Back the other one. You can see how the money in operation and maintenance, I want to start there, because that's where we've, I think, really done almost miraculous job in really asset management for what we have out there. But you had an earlier item. You were talking about the development in Orange City and about potential for flooding. If there's going to be any fix to anything, and you're ever going to have new development and infill in these areas, this is the pot of money that it comes out of. So, we're at now, if you take a look, most of the stuff is maintenance, repair drainage systems, 16%, roadside ditch clean mechanical, 13%, install drainage pipe. So there's where you maybe be a new install, 11%. Replacing failing driveway pipes, 7%, retention area maintenance, 6%. All these pipe drainage. So you see how it's broken out. Almost all those items are maintaining and repair of what's there, because the system has grown because of the studies and stuff that were done back in the 90s, and those projects were taken on and those canals were taken on. So I want to point that out, that we pretty much have used up. And what you're looking at and what he's trying to say is you need some extra money, because we can't afford to do the studies if we don't, because we're using up all the money now on the operation and maintenance just to keep our heads above water. And the only reason we haven't been here earlier is because when we did get COVID money and ARPA money and things, we used some of that money into the stormwater programs. And I think something was mentioned earlier about, one of the cities having a dedicated millage or something that went to money for match just for ECHO. Well, that's what we're saying here, is we need some money to match, to go after the remaining grants from the DEP and other things that are out there. If we don't have the money to match, then you're not going to get the projects. And it's only gotten more expensive. And to go into these neighborhoods where the county older development is meeting up against new development, you're probably going to be talking pump stations, buying land for which would be expensive, developable land. It happens to be the same land. You have to have the high land to actually have capacity. So you're going to be buying those lands for retention ponds and things that are not there today. And retrofitting a neighborhood, which I've done many times, is it's an expensive proposition. So, but it's going to have to get done in a lot of these areas. And again, that's all flooding. We haven't touched on the water quality part. I think we've made huge strides with the Mosquito Lagoon, but there's literally every lake and stream and everything around the county where roads just directly drain or areas drain right into those bodies of water. We have to clean. That's a requirement now. So those baffle boxes he mentioned, they're no joke. They often require sheet pile and dewatering to set them correctly. Again, all expensive things that have to get done to maintain the permits that we're supposed to have out there to operate even our road system today.
And 2 quick points. So talking about being efficient, some of that extends to technology. So it used to be if we had a failing metal pipe or something like that, we'd rip it out of the ground and we'd have to put the road back and everything back. Well, now we can line pipes, and we don't, and it's minimally invasive, and so it's a considerably less expense. We vac and video our system to see if there's issues and catch them before they become a larger problem. And then, as Mr. Rechtenwald referenced, when they set the rate back in '05, water quality wasn't even something that they thought about. The TMDLs and all the regulatory requirements associated that we have to meet, the stormwater projects that we've implemented recently to clean up stormwater going into the Mosquito Lagoon and other places were not even contemplated when they initially set that rate at $6.
Yeah, and let me just add another part that's occurred. We've talked about this too, and they're related because it's operating systems that overlap. The road system, which has a big stormwater element to it, well, through the years, our gas tax, which is what we also operate our road system off from, has remained flat. So again, we've added miles of road or taken on road, had to further maintain roads and ponds, and we don't necessarily have that money. We have to balance between that and stormwater. If we had maybe more road money that could take care of those systems, maybe that percentage of cleaning roadside ditch mechanical could go down somewhat and be used on other projects. So again, we're really getting squeezed in public works on our operation and maintenance. That's why so much effort has been put into the efficiency and asset management that they do, as they're just constantly trying to squeeze more out of a flat revenue source.
While they pass on electric vehicles.
Well, exactly. I mean, that's a whole other area. But right, the revenues, we don't see them going up. And again, you've got impact fees pay for the growth or attempt to. They have to be part of the new capacity that are added into systems like road systems. But we have to still deal with the issues that are already there. So even earlier, again, you were talking about a subdivision. You're going to put maybe 10 homes into something that's really infill. Well, if you looked around, I mean, there's a ton of lots. I'm very familiar with that area. There may be flooding issues. It is kind of a high sand area, but if you want to do those things, it's still going to require stormwater work to make them work. And I think that's, again, why we're asking for at least an incremental increase starting now. And we really do need some direction soon because we are, as we speak, putting together the budget. So knowing what our revenues would be very helpful.
So, thank you. Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. You just said it. The question was asked a little while ago, other resources to find other ways, other revenues to be able to fund this and stay away from taxing individuals, and maybe the possibility of leftover ARPA money or whatever the case may be. But we did that, like George just reflected to, and we ran out. Or we're coming to a point now where we have to find other resources. So we can continue to kick that can and try to find other resources. You've already done the work. You've looked into it. There is no other way. We want to be able to control the flooding issue now. We got to start somewhere. You got to start sometime, and it has to be now. Water quality. You know, there are a lot of projects, and we're smiling together because there's a project that we're working on elsewhere. You know, with water quality, at the jail that we're doing those things. We got to wait till funding becomes available from that federal grant, and if we get it. But that's just that we got to start now. Everybody said, well, it's going to take so many years to do that. You got to start somewhere. Baffle boxes, water goats, all these things cost money. You said you've increased only 2 positions in the last several years. You're able to accommodate, but at some point, and then you're going to need assistance with that. You're going to need money. You're going to have to increase staff. One thing that's coming up that we got to find the funding for, Sunrail. That's going to cost us. We're trying to find ways to fund it. So where do we start with help with this? I mean, this is a big issue too. So I'll tell you right now, based on all that, I'm in favor of the increased, the scheduled increase. We got to start somewhere. We can't just worry about this later and say, okay, well, you know, bring it back to us and see if you can find another way. And then 6 months from now, bring it back to us and see if we can find another way, because we want to keep that millage rate down or we want to keep the taxes down. I get it. But the flooding is an issue, and we have to address it now.
Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And only because Councilman Reinhardt brought up the jail and Sunrail in the same comment, I'll just say, now I'll bring up, you know, my idea of beach driving, but I did come with a plan that brings $7 million new to the county with that plan. George, what I heard you say, but what I didn't hear you say really, was that you're ringing the bell. This is serious. And if we don't make a change in the very near future, it's just going to become more serious.
Exactly.
So, you know, when I hear that we're ringing the bell, something needs to be done. I already mentioned to you gentlemen that I like small incremental increases, but this needs to be on the calendar every year until we get to that Mr. Johansson level of A that we're talking about. And then we don't put it aside. We simply say, you know, we need to keep this in the rearview mirror and make sure that we're addressing it from time to time. Council, I'm not there yet unless someone can convince me with the $8, but I could go to the $7.50, $1 increase. So I'll make a motion to go to $7.50.
Second, Johansson.
Okay.
And with that, I'll just say, George, does that give you and your team the support needed to get us on track with positive increases?
Yeah, it gets us a start. I would ask permission to the council to bring back, if we go in for budgetary purposes of $750 for this year, but before the year's out, I'd like to then bring back a plan for further incremental increases in the following years. So if we have them, then we can plan off of that. And I think that'd be a big help. But this will be a good help, and then we'll come back with a plan, and part of that could show maybe more specific projects, because I think that was a request that I heard as well, and how some of the capital would be spent.
And George, as our manager, that's exactly what you should be doing. You should come back with a plan for us on these small incremental increases. And Ben, of course, you need to be a part of that conversation. And of course, Ryan in our finance department needs to be involved in that conversation as well. And then we need to make sure we are getting the message out and educating our residents as to the why behind this, because they need to know, you know, there's a reason for this. This isn't just a money grab. There's a bell that's been rung, and we need to make sure that we are properly taking care of our stormwater. And council, I'll just say, my goal with that, when we get to that A, is that our canals that we were talking about, that they are pumped down before big rain events or big storms, so that we can handle that extra water whenever we know something is coming, and we're not allowing our residents to flood. And that's something we should be working with every single municipality in Volusia County. Another tool in our tool belt to assist.
Thank you, and that's exactly right. And we can maybe do a little bit more presentations on some of the places we actually do that, where we already are with the previous monies, where we built big stormwater facilities up at Holly Hill and Ormond border. We draw that down ahead of storms. We've had no problems in that area. Those areas at one time, houses had water up 3 feet into their house. And again, we used money to leverage with FEMA, and we're able to buy out those houses and then put those stormwater facilities in place. And I will say, the canals are their own. I'm going to put a little plug in here for because the canals basically drain the cities, and this is a stormwater utility that's in the unincorporated. So we have to. That's why you see the other chart that has the acreage, and what we take a look at is, well, how much is in the unincorporated, how much is in the cities, and that's where we do need city cooperation in those canals. While we're charged with maintaining them, a lot of them are maintained actually through the Mosquito Control Fund, because they're maintained from mosquitoes to keep flow through there, which is important so they don't breed. But they're not funded by stormwater utility, because stormwater utility is for the unincorporated. And so that's an issue down the road on those canals. We'll need more help, I think, from the cities and to work together, because they depend on those canals to drain their development that's going out through. And so that's something, again, where I think some of the talk you were speaking about, Mr. Chair, maybe some standing committees maybe broke down years ago because of no one wanting to work with us. But we certainly did have them for the big joint projects, and that we, especially the latest one being the reasonable assurance plan down the Mosquito Lagoon.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at this 750 motion, and I think, George will take anything we give him probably and say thank you, right? But if I think I read into him more without him saying it, not putting words in his mouth, I think he needs more. Ben, what does 750 get us? I mean, I know this is probably a tough question to answer, but
I mean, you go to the budget. So 750 puts our revenue, I'm going to guesstimate between 7 and 8, go halfway. So you're looking at it's about a $750,000 increase in revenue over what we're currently getting now.
What does that get you?
If you go to our budget, what I would point to is, if you look at our...
Can I pause you for a second?
Sure.
Because I'd rather approach this from, what are we going to do? I don't just want to throw money. If I say, I'm going to give you $5 million, Ben, what are you going to do with those $5 million, right? I'm just giving an example.
So here's what we're going to do. We're going to immediately...
And by the way, I support the increase. I don't want you to think that.
Right, no.
Because I think it should be higher.
Right, I understand. So immediately we would, we're going to figure the rates study figures about $500,000 a year to do those 2 study updates on
per study?
No, 250 per study. If you look at our basins, they're large. I mean, I think the city of Daytona Beach is like 70 square miles. We have basins that are 160 square miles. So our basin studies are considerably more expansive than a stormwater master plan for a city. So we're immediately going to start and get those studies underway. And then from those studies, there's going to be a series of projects that are going to get generated. And we're going to take that capital money and we're going to use that money to design and permit some of those projects, the high priority ones. and then we're going to use that shovel-ready project, you know, and we're going to go to the St. John's Water Management District, we're going to go to the DEP, we're going to go to the state with the resilience money, and we're going to say, hey, we got a project. We've been great partners in the past. I mean, they literally will call us up sometimes when other municipalities falter with their projects and the money frees up, because they know we can spend it, we'll get it built on time and on budget. And so that's exactly what we would do.
So the 750 gets you a little bit, as far as money, gets you a little bit more than 2 studies.
It gets us a little bit more than 2 studies, but I got the other problem with our regular operation and maintenance and our, you know, we're still running a deficit.
That's where I'm going.
Yeah.
So it gets us 2 studies, but you can't really do much work additional for it. And I struggle with that because, not from staff perspective, from our decision-making perspective, is because flooding's been like the thing we've talked about the most up here the entire time. And let's take it serious. Everybody in Volusia County knows that we have to deal with this problem. Why are we going to throw nickels at it? If we have staff that has a plan ready to execute projects, I get it. It costs money to do things. If you know, I've been a huge advocate with a lot of your support to cut taxes and eliminate things, and we've done that. But I've done those because I've supported those because of approach that I thought they were waste and government didn't need the money. In this scenario, we need the money. I'd hate to see another storms come through this upcoming year, and what do? We threw $1.50 at it. You know, I at a minimum, I even think 8's a little too little. I mean, too small. But if we can get the 8, I think we should go at least to 8 and immediately implement the ordinance to allow for the incremental increases to go up. Let's tell Volusia that we're serious about flooding, and it costs money to do the projects. Danny, I'm going to be right there with you when we go into the budget. Where's other waste? Where are programs? Where are we charging our taxpayers things that we shouldn't? I'm in the fight. But this one, we got to be serious about it and put some real money behind it. I think 750 is way too low. I know there's a motion in a second. I'm going to vote no on that motion because I think it's too low.
Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. Just, Ben, walk me through the we talked about it a little bit, but walk me through the I don't want the unincorporated folks to be paying for the mosquito control stuff and all the stuff in the cities without support. How do we crack that nut?
Well, so the mosquito control canals are an interesting subject. So they're funded, they were originally dug for mosquito control purposes. Since that time, as urbanization has occurred, they've essentially, in a lot of ways, become stormwater conveyances for the urban areas of the cities.
Right.
Currently, the maintenance of those canals is paid for. The stormwater folks do it, but there's an internal transfer from mosquito control to stormwater to pay it. We track all those costs, so we know exactly what it's cost. It's roughly $700,000 to $800,000 a year, and that's paid for out of the mosquito control fund, which again includes the mosquito control district, which includes city and
right.
And
we all pay.
unincorporated areas.
Yep.
So
East side anyhow,
to
right?
assuage your fears as to whether or not an unincorporated person in Pearson is paying for those canals, that is not the case.
But what about if Nova Canal needs to be reworked from the county's perspective to handle more floodwaters in a flood?
Well, let me use a different one because Nova Canals is the state's issue.
Yeah.
But let me use the B19 canal, which
Perfect.
is one of ours. So if there was an issue with the B19 canal, that canal takes a lot of urbanized stormwater runoff. I mean, just from the simple fact, and portions of that canal did not exist prior to like the 1950s, or a lot of it. It was literally dug for mosquito control purposes. If there was a big project associated with the canal, it would have to come from the mosquito control. Ideally, I'd like to work with the cities and who contribute the stormwater runoff to those canals. We get lots of calls. Y'all get lots of calls. Hey, the canal behind my house not the best looking, and we typically respond with, we maintain the canals for flow, not necessarily aesthetics. We do all kinds of routine maintenance to make sure they flow. But yeah, I mean, it's an issue, and there's a lot of stormwater that gets put into those canals that comes from cities that have their own stormwater utility.
Got it. I'm stuck, and Council Member Santiago brought it up. I'm stuck on this slide. It's labeled 10-514. There's a motion right now for 750, and you're saying 825 won't get you where I just told you to go, and $12 will get you there. So if we batten down the hatches and tighten our belts and squeeze blood out of the turnip and put Ben in a set of overalls and take his birthday away, we could probably do it for
I got plenty of birthdays to spare.
11 ERU a month. So so we're still not there.
I think a good recommendation is, you know, as I explained to Mr. Santiago's question was, what's the plan? Well, there's going to be a lag.
Sure.
Right, because you got to do the study,
I got
and you got to
that.
develop the
And I know
plans.
you have a list of projects
So that-
from the half-cent
Correct.
sales tax. That didn't
And we
go.
got some water quality projects as well. and
Right.
We got, but there's going to be a lag, so I think the incremental increases are appropriate in the sense that, you know, some of those capital projects won't come for 2 or 3 years down the road. That's when we're going to need that money to hit those projects hard. The stormwater utility, or I'm sorry, the stormwater, the basin studies, we can start right away.
Got it.
And then those projects will be, identified, and then they'll be designed, and then they'll be built. And so you can see there's a progression there in terms of revenue that would be required. We will take whatever council decides to go with. I think there is a deficit, in terms of not just the studies and the capital, but there will be an oncoming deficit in operation and maintenance. And we do a very good job there. We're at that level of service B, and we're striving for A, but, we've improved dramatically from where we were, but we wouldn't like to regress in
Got
that
it.
area.
And my last comment is, as we move into the budget process, and county manager had spoken about, we'd like to bring you an incremental approach. Can we include, so it's kind of a collaborative effort, the mosquito control fund as well, to, because why don't we kill 2 mosquitoes with 1 stone, kind of, and put them both together at the same time? Thank you.
100%.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. I need some clarity on a couple of things. Ryan, may I bend your ear for just a minute? You and Ben could tag team this. Dynamic duo. Ryan, thank you. Real quick, can you explain the health of the MSD fund, and what and would it pay for some of this?
So the Municipal Service District Fund has an overlapping tax base with the Stormwater Fund. It's the unincorporated area. In the past, before some of the recent actions that had been taken, it could have been possible, if you were okay from a political standpoint, of using ad valorem tax dollars to help fund stormwater. It could have been possible to do that transfer. However, at this point, you may remember that the Municipal Service District is the fund where the communication service tax used to go. That was over $3 million a year revenue loss to that fund. And if you looked at the MSD forecast, the surplus that it was generating was less than $3 million. We're looking at a deficit that we're going to try to be recovering from this year in the Municipal Service District Fund. So between 3 out of the last 4 years of the Municipal Service District being at rollback, the business tax receipt repeal, and the communication service tax, the Municipal Service District Fund has had a lot of revenue losses to it, which have been tax savings to the same residents that would be facing any of these increases with stormwater.
Thank you. And the point of that question was to make sure that we're not being counterproductive in what we're doing. Because here we're trying to give them savings, but now we're just taxing them in a different way to make up that revenue. Which leads me to my other question here. What's the difference, Ryan, of Volusia County residents paying 100% of this by incremental increases? And before I get hung in the street here, I'm not in favor of a sales tax, but what's the difference between 100% of Volusia County residents paying for this incremental increase versus a sales tax option where residents would pay for a portion, could possibly pay maybe for a portion of this and take some of that burden away from our residents? Is there, does that make sense?
There's a couple things that I'd answer that with.
I'm trying to figure out the best route here because I don't want to be counterproductive here, and I don't want to put this whole burden on our people when if there's a better option and we're doing it looks like we're going to be possibly making this increase anyway, but if there's a way for our visitors and out-of-towners to also pay for this and relieve our taxpayers, if that makes sense.
I think there's numbers out there that have been quoted, and I don't remember them off the top of my head of how much the sales tax is paid for by visitors versus locals. So there is a difference there where maybe visitors could help pay for part of it. However, I'd point out that sales tax is for infrastructure, which would only be the capital piece of this equation. It wouldn't be the operating deficit that we're seeing coming up in the future as far as maintaining that system.
So it would take, I don't know what the answer is. I don't know if you know, but would it be safe to say that it would take some of that burden and that incremental increase and reduce it if there was another mechanism? I'm just trying to, I want to make sure people are aware, and I'm trying to get my thoughts out in the correct manner and be safe about it as well, because I want to squeeze this the most we can in the best manner.
If you had a sales tax that could pay for infrastructure, was stormwater part of what we were proposing before?
Yeah, specifically water quality projects were what was proposed before. If the sales tax can only cover infrastructure, then you're looking at $2 million of the $9.2 million that's recommended, which if you drop that down to 7.2, you're still looking at a differential of about $4.4 million from where we're at now.
So council, what's a better taxing option? I don't like him either. I don't like them all, but Mr. Kent brings up an excellent point. David brings up an excellent point. Matt, Chairman, you bring up an excellent point. Jake, I think these are all valid, but how do you word it? You know, how do we want to word this thing? We're still, you guys get the point. Thanks.
Can I ask him a question, Mr. Chair?
Sure. Go ahead.
Hey, Danny, you caught my attention with your line of questioning. Are you suggesting the possibility of exploring a referendum to impose or if the people want to do a stormwater increase in the sales tax? Is that what you're thinking, to offset this? Because it affects everybody's where you were going, right?
I don't know enough about it, David, but something in my gut said I don't want to make this tomato. I don't want to tell the citizens, oh, we're not taxing you. Hey, we're taxing you. But is it better for our visitors to pay for a portion of it to alleviate this instead of putting this 100% of the burden on our residents?
No, yeah.
Is there a better way? Because something doesn't feel right.
You caught my attention because I think some of the comments that Jake was making and the county manager was that because of the way this is interconnected, the cities also should have a potential share of this, right? And we might be taking the entire burden. But if we go down the path that you might be suggesting, everybody may share in it, including tourists. That's what you're saying.
How do we make the tourists pay? I mean, that's the whole, our economic driver here, that we should be making the outsiders pay and make our quality of life better out here at home.
I'm open to that conversation.
Take the burden off of our...
I think it's a worthy one. I think
I just don't know what the answer is.
If we go there, it has to be very narrowly defined because of the failures in the past to do things like that. So, and I'll stop there, Mr. Chair, until my turn.
Okay, thank you. Quick question. You said you would immediately start 2 watershed studies. Do you know where they are? What's your top 2 priorities? Because if you want Don's vote, it's going to have to be the chain of Lake Talmadge Lakes.
Well, that is one of the ones that we don't have. That's the Hall Creek. Little Hall Creek is a watershed that we don't have a study in. I don't have an exact answer for you. I don't have a prioritization list, but it would be, we would give heavy weight to ones that have not had a study, and also areas where we have seen some significant recent flooding.
We put a lot of water into that chain.
Correct.
So the other thing before you mentioned the canals and complaints about aesthetics. That is often a positive. You're keeping the canals clean for flow, or functioning for flow, but the weeds and the bog plants that grow along the sides are one of the key ways that helps clean that water as it's flowing before it gets to where it's going.
It anchors the bank and prevents erosion.
Yeah.
We are big fans of vegetation along the canals.
Yeah, so I don't want to see you clear cut every canal all the time. Those plants are really important. Okay, I'm going to leave it there for now. David Santiago, do you still?
Where are we, Mr. Chair? Do we have a motion in place? I don't even know.
We have a motion for 7:50.
I think I said already that. I said that I'd rather change that to make it higher, to give them more they want, so
Yeah.
I'll vote no on that unless we increase it.
I would entertain that. I'm not with Mr. Robbins yet with the sales tax, and the reason is, and I don't want to be harping on this, but I'm going to. If everybody would read this chapter 9, it's not an inspired document. It's not the Bible, but it's pretty darn good. And I think in there, it would allow us to join with the cities to help pay for their share of stormwater problems. It's not going to put the entire burden on unincorporated Volusia County. There's a lot here that our staff wrote, and I think if not this council, the previous council approved the drainage element. I think that's one of the ones that just got redone. So before we considered a sales tax, I think we ought to just do what we have in hand here, and I think that spreads the risk or the burden around. Jake Johansson.
Yeah, I have a few comments regarding council comments here. First of all, we got rid of the communication tax. We got rid of the BTR, and I think that's very important because nobody was getting anything out of that really, except for us. We were getting money, a little bit of tracking with the BTR, in my opinion. So something that the public did not want, they no longer pay for. So we saved them money that they didn't want to pay. I would opine that they want to pay for stormwater. So we gave them back this money, not to say you will never ask for it again, but to say now we want it back in a fee to pay for something that you have beat us over the head with every day. So I think that's the first point. Regarding the sales tax, I think it's 60-40. 60% us, 40% tourists, if I recall. But there's nothing preventing us from lowering our stormwater fee, correct? We can raise it.
Change it year to year.
We can change it. There's no referendum to lower it. There's no public hearing to lower it. So I don't want to wait for us all to figure out whether we're going to do a sales tax increase to increase this. I want to do it now. I want to do it to the max extent possible. The fact that we can't even get to B with what we can do today is embarrassing. It's embarrassing. So we need to work hard to get to B, and I think if we can convince the public, and it's almost a little bit of pressure. We're gonna increase your fee, but I'll tell you how to get rid of that fee. We'll do a sales tax. That might convince me to pay for the sales tax or vote for the sales tax. So there might be some, to quote my favorite president, strategery in that. But the task at hand, I think we need to go ugly, get up to speed here, try to get to line of sight B, and have George and the team come up with a plan to get to A and fix our problems, which with whatever funding we can use. So, thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to try and move quickly through these last two. We've got members of the public who want to speak that I think are getting ready to leave. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Johansson, I love that you just quoted a president with strategery. I wish you would have continued it with, you don't have to be in Washington, D.C. to do the work. They have things like facsimiles and phones. That was the other part of that whole thing. But, you know, on a more serious note, because I didn't know this was going to morph into a conversation about a possible discussion about sales tax, I will now quote the great Mugatu from the movie Zoolander, who says, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Like, what? This conversation about sales tax where our visitors are going to pay for it, but guess who else pays for it? You do, all day long with everything you buy. And we're already taxed enough. I am a hard no on the sales tax idea, and Volusia County residents, they came out loud and clear a few years ago. They were a hard no with it as well. If we went to $16 from $6.50 right now, it would sort of solve the problem. I'm not your guy for that. I'm not voting for that. I'm not voting for 10. I'm not voting for 9. You know, I'll go up $1. I would love to say I'm with you and I'll go to 8. I would love to say that, but and $7.50 is not anything what they need, but we make a plan to where this is brought up every year until we get you to where you need, because this is a tax on our residents, and I would rather them us take this from them in incremental pieces instead of just one big wallop. Here you go. This is what we expect from you. I can't do that, and I'm not going to sit here and point the blame on former councils, because listen, majority of us have been, all of us have been together for 14 months. Majority of us have been sitting up here for 14 months. 2 of us have been here for 38 months. So there were other councils that made these decisions, these policy decisions. We can't fix that. We can just go forward from here, and I'm in for $1 increase, and then come back to us. Let's talk about this before the year is up, about the other increase we need to do, and then on an annual basis. I'm there with you. But I can't go more than that right now.
Councilman Dempsey.
Does any of that money, that $50 million that y'all voted on to go towards infrastructure from HUD, does any of that spill over into this?
We will be submitting for projects, for some of our capital projects that we have, for some of those projects, but the cities will be competing as well for that money.
And I was told when we had that big debate that we had $50 million from HUD, and then we had another $42 million accessible through some other fund. So that whole
it's the same funding as $42 million for resiliency and $50 million for infrastructure, but that'll be a competition, if you will, for lack of a better term, between us and the cities and various nonprofits. So we have some projects lined up we'll be submitting for. So yes, some of that can be used for capital, not for any kind of operational maintenance or anything like that.
So it most likely will, some of it at least will spill into funding what you're looking for.
Correct. But again, there's no guarantee on that, and that's short-term funding. But yes.
That extra $50 million that some of us were pushing for would have helped that much more, huh?
I would take 50 million. Zing. All right. That's all I have. I do feel better. I feel like when you bring up the beach and the dogs on, there you go. All right.
Let's hear from the public yet. I've kind of, as we go along, I've kind of dispensed with the questions and then 2 bites at the apple, because this is really important. We're talking about either raising a fee or a tax, and I think this has been a healthy, constructive debate. I appreciate everybody's input. We have 3 members of the public, and then if someone has something to add after that, I'll give you the opportunity. Dana McCool. Be followed by Jacqueline Clark, followed by John Nicholson.
Thank you. Dana McCool, Deltona, Florida. And as a representative of my constituency, had to have this conversation with them last month about raising stormwater, and was vilified because I stated that we bowed to public pressure for our commission not doing stormwater assessment last year. So this year I'm trying to prepare the public. I have read all 514 pages of this very stimulating report. And I'm going to tell you something that I haven't heard in this conversation today through all this beautiful pontificating. Some of the people that can contribute to this are perhaps developers. Those are the only people that weren't mentioned in this, and having a responsible party to this. You know, when we talk about stormwater, we're really not just talking about storm water. We're talking about water, period. And when you're doing more investigation in this, when I'm talking about having to rationalize to my constituency why this is happening, why we have a proliferation, I understand kicking the can down the road. We've had the same issues in my town. But I would like to see what the part of this is caused by inflation, what part of it is caused by growth and development. Because there's a correlation here with the amount of development going on. I know in Deltona it is. The impervious surfaces that we have. When we talk about developer responsibility, we've been kind of kneecapped by Tallahassee as to what we can do for impact fees, but it certainly doesn't stop us from creating ordinances that would have our builders, when we're talking about growth and development, when we're talking about comp plan, land use, responsible growth and development, using or having to use more than surfaces that are impervious. These are things that I'm talking about. How do we get here? How do we mitigate these costs to begin with? Because this is very, very costly. You know, to the tune of $7.3 million is where we're going up just in Volusia County regarding that from where we are now. Listen, I don't mind this. I've had to educate myself to talk to my constituency regarding having to go up or using a stormwater assessment fee. I understand the cruel reality of where we have to go. It's not that. But when we're talking about responsibility, y'all, we need to talk about the third party here that nobody's talking about, the mistress that is development. And we need to talk about it hard, and we need it investigated. We're doing it, or we will be doing it in our city, and you need to do it here. I didn't hear one of you talk about what developer responsibility is here, because it is. So as we move forward, I hope that our county council kind of lead the way here on holding them responsible, and when we do this, to pinpoint the cause, because cause is important. I know that it's here, but cause is important, because who caused it bears responsibility, and we need to find out if that is the case. Thank you very much.
Jacqueline Clark.
Thank you. My name is Jackie Clark. I live in Port Orange in unincorporated Volusia County. Studies. In 2008, Volusia County paid $140,000 to Environmental Consulting and Technology for an updated study on the B21 basin, which you never see anywhere in any of these plans. The B21 goes from 92 along Tomoka Road, Tomoka Farms, to 44. The goal of the study was to evaluate and identify stormwater infrastructure deficiencies and to identify and recommend capital improvement projects to address these deficiencies, with the primary goal of reducing flooding and improving water quality, both. None of those were ever implemented. To this day, none of that work has been done. and we want to do more studies. The study also reveals that the high levels of fecal coliform in Spruce Creek are likely due to the septic tanks, all the large animals along Tomoka Farms Road, right? I mean, the stormwater sits on your pastures, it's soaking up all the manure, and then it drains into the ditches and canals, and it ends up in Spruce Creek. The DEP has grants for that. If we could stop the flooding and help Spruce Creek, that would be great. Unfortunately, the cost of the work back then in 2009 was $1.5 million. I know from the capital improvement budget here, it's never going to happen. I know tonight coming here, it is never going to happen. And I would be one of those. I would be thrilled to pay $16 a month. I would do it. My house is flooded twice in less than 20 years, 20 plus inches. I don't believe that it will change anything. Lastly, regarding how funds are allocated, I also went through the entire report, and it is interesting to me that right now, 76% of the revenue goes to personnel and operating expenses. In 2003, it was 15%. For capital in 2002, 2003, was 45%. Now it's 12%. What happened? I have huge respect for all of you. And anybody with the county staff I've ever dealt with, they've been phenomenal. They're so good. But at this point, I have no reason to believe no matter how much money you throw at it, it's going to get fixed. Thank you.
John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. Troy, I like you. However, you're sitting there saying that you can't approve an amount that was needed 20 years ago. Things have increased in 20 years. The cost of housing, food, et cetera, et cetera. So most of your constituents know that their increase is coming. So they're anticipating some kind of an increase. Secondly, almost everybody in the county has heard about the flooding. Whether you're in Daytona Beach, Port Orange, Astor, they know about flooding. They know something has to be done, all right? That 50 cents, had you increased 50 cents each year, you'd be at $15. $15, $16, not that far apart. Plus all the money that would have been raised over the last 20 years. So putting things off 20 years before you check on something only hurts you in the long run. I brought before you what happened with the city of Daytona Beach, rollbacks. We had a 27% increase in our taxes because of it. You guys, when we did the sales tax, the half-penny sales tax, I told you guys that the impact fees that hadn't been raised in 17 years was going to bite you, and it did. Those surveys after the vote, almost 3/4 impact fee. All right? So you can't put off this thing. If $8 was needed 20 years ago, at least $8.50 is needed now. You have to increase it a little bit. And I think if you tell the public that we wanted to do it 20 years ago at $8, but we were able to, by manipulating, keep your taxes down for 20 years. They'll understand the need because they know about the flooding. There's a kind of a feed into it that this is why we're doing what we're doing and we absolutely need it, and they'll understand the need. Danny, thank you for the half-penny sales tax. All right? All right? I've mentioned that like the day after the vote failed, I mentioned that we needed it. But we have to do it correctly. We're at 6.5%. Our competitors are at 8.5%. That was never mentioned. So if our people say, oh, we don't want to go up because it's too high, but then you say, well, our competitors are 8.5%, and we can raise $100 million if we have this half-penny sales tax. You're going to have to pay a penny more when you go to 7-Eleven. I'm sorry, that's not a lot. Unless you're buying a big ticket item, it's pennies. And I know it's repetitive and it adds up over time, but what we get in return is fantastic. So I would recommend a 1 penny increase to do a lot with
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, you're out of time. Councilman Santiago.
My last bite, Mr. Chairman. I think it's my second too, by the way, on debate. Council members, I'm looking at this here, and we have a $1.19 billion budget. Could I seriously tell someone, if I have a conversation, that we took what happened in the stormwater world and all the impact that we had in this county? Could I seriously say that we took it serious that by raising it by $700,000 when it's been behind for 15 years? We raised it $700,000. I can't say that with a straight face. The $1 is not enough. Let's send a clear message. Let's take this issue serious. The most we can go up to legally today, according to Ben and our staff, is $8, and then work on the incremental increases. And if we come up with other solutions, Danny, I'm open to the conversation. We always have to have different ideas and start talking about things. But I urge my colleagues, vote this one down, and let's entertain another motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And briefly, John, I'll respond to you. I like you as well. I don't know you very well, but I like you as well. But, that being said, I'm not your guy if you're expecting me to come in here and fix the mistakes of former councils by not doing small incremental increases over the past 20 years. I'm not a tax guy. I'm a reduce your tax burden kind of guy. That's what this council, I think we just heard, we have done with the leadership of several of you with ideas. So I'm not the guy that's going to come in and say, we're going to increase this now by $10. And just for your comment about the penny sales tax, it works well with your narrative when you say it's just a penny at 7-Eleven. I don't know what you can buy at 7-Eleven for $1 anymore, because it would be a penny. It would be a penny. I don't know what you can buy, because a candy bar, a king size candy bar, is $3.99 now. Okay, so now you're looking at 4 pennies, and you haven't bought that soda, and you didn't buy a gallon of milk, and you didn't buy, and it's a huge burden on the everyday people that live here, and that's the other side of that story. So, listen, council, maybe do what Councilman Santiago wants you to do, and we tend to agree on a lot of things, but I'm struggling with $1. I'm just telling you, I'm struggling increasing it $1. I think it's a step in the right direction, and I think we are giving staff a plan in the future to make sure we continue to bring this up and we have this healthy discussion. And I've heard the comment about, it's election season. Well, 2 of us are up for election. But council, I want you to know right now, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to do what's right for Volusia County residents. And if someone wants to challenge me or beat me up because I want to, in my mind, do the right thing and provide for Volusia County by increasing something like this, so be it. But I cannot fix what prior councils did not accomplish and take care of. And they probably had great reasons for that. I'm not going to beat anybody up or beat up prior councils for that. It is what it is. We can't fix that. We can only go forward. I'm good with $1.
Okay, thank you. I was hoping you would amendment to the $8.
It can be voted down, and then we can do that if that's what they want to do.
It could be.
Or the seconder could pull their second.
I think there's value here, and I'm going to go back to this drainage element one more time, because I think that this council really needs to drill this home if we pass any increase. We have to take Ben's word for it that he's going to do the studies. And then the question has come up, is government tends to study things to death, but there in element 9 there's a trigger. And it says the Volusia County shall develop a comprehensive surface and groundwater watershed management plan within 6 months after completion and adoption of the comprehensive drainage watershed studies. So they got 6 months to come up with a plan of how we're going to spend the money that might be left over. If we just do 750, there's not going to be a lot of money left over. But that's the that's the motion on the floor, is to increase it to 750. Motion by Troy Kent, second by Jake Johansson. If there's no other comments, Chris, please call the roll.
Mr. Dempsey,
The vote is to increase it to 750?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Johansson,
No.
Mr. Kent,
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt,
No.
Mr. Robbins,
No.
Mr. Santiago,
No.
Mr. Brower.
No. So the motion fails 5-2. The motion is not passed. Are there any other motions? David Santiago.
Mr. Chairman, I move to make the increase to $8. Second.
Okay. Now the stormwater fee motion is for $8. Motion is by David Santiago, seconded by Matt Reinhardt. Carissa, would you call the roll?
Mr. Dempsey, Mr. Johansson,
Yes.
Mr. Kent,
No.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Robbins,
Yes.
Mr. Santiago,
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
Yes, and that motion carries 5-2.
Thank you.
It's a long way to get there. Okay. Item 11. Ordinance 2024-09, Section 78.6, Sexual Offenders' Place of Residence. Russ.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of council. Russ Brown, Deputy County Attorney. Before you for your consideration, as requested by council previously, is Ordinance 2024-09, Sexual Offenders' Place of Residence, creating Section 78-6 in the Code of Ordinance that would prohibit a sexual offender from residing either permanently or temporarily within 1,500 feet of any school, child care facility, designated public school bus stop, public park, and playground in the unincorporated portion of the county. The ordinance would also make it unlawful to knowingly rent a place to a person prohibited by the ordinance from renting a residence that's located within the 1,500 feet of any school, child care facility, designated public school bus stop, public park, and playground. There are exceptions contained within the ordinance that would most notably grandfather persons that are residing currently within the additional 500 feet. And when I say additional 500 feet, so currently we follow the state statute of 1,000 feet. This would increase it to an additional 500 feet in the unincorporated area. We have the map in front of you. It's kind of a macro view, if you will, of what the ordinance in the red is the additional 500 feet, so what that would look at in comparison. I also have Mr. Brandon Barnett, the GIS and LIS manager on your staff, who can answer any of the technical questions of what goes into doing those boundaries. He ran a report with the additional 500 feet, and it's approximately 4.5% of the current dwellings would be removed with this additional 500 feet, if that makes sense. So with that, I'll answer any questions. So there would be 4.5% less dwellings available for offenders to reside in if the additional 500 feet is approved in the unincorporated, of the total percentage available now. And with that, I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, questions first. Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Brown and staff. Real quick, Russ, do we have the available homes that are left after that 4-point-some-odd reduction that are available for housing if they do so choose?
I'm going to let Mr. Barnett answer that question.
So in the unincorporated area, we're looking at, well, total right now, there's about 28,000, 29,000 dwelling units, right, based on parcel data. When we look at the analysis here, then proposed impact, we're going to reduce in the unincorporated area that number by about 7,000, right? So you're going to be left with about 21,000 dwelling units across all the county, or roughly about 10,000 dwelling units in the unincorporated area.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Don, did you have a question for staff?
Yes, I do. Russ, whenever he's done, I'm going to talk to Russ. But I'll ask you as well. You said, what do they say about statistics?
Careful.
Yeah. So you're saying that this proposal is only going to cut down the housing 4%?
4% of the residential parcels. And how
Okay.
we arrive there, right, we use the property appraiser's parcel code description. Single family, right, multifamily housing. And we basically selected those and then ran those numbers.
So is it your position that these sex offenders are only going to have a 4% decrease in their available housing?
If we look at the impact on this, yes, it'll reduce the unincorporated dwellings available by 4.5%.
So you're saying that the rest of these available homes, they're all available to registered sex offenders. Every landlord out there, besides this 4%, is willing to rent to sex offenders?
No, sir. All we're saying is that within this is the impact within the additional 500 feet. It's not about whether there's a willing, I don't know somebody's intent, right? They're willing to rent somebody or whatnot.
I mean, let's kind of get grounded here. How many, just for my background, I mean, and for everybody else, I've been doing criminal law for 34 years, both as a prosecutor and a defense attorney. And I'm against this. And the reason being is because the criminal justice system has already vetted these people to say they're free to walk amongst us. Okay, the judges, our elected state attorney, they've evaluated these cases, they've looked at them, and instead of going to prison, they've reasoned that these people have served their time, they've done whatever they had to do, and now they're fit to walk amongst us. And so now we're creating an additional layer of punishment that we have no business doing. And to come here and say it's only 4%, I think is disingenuous.
Well, let me just correct on that, because we have to operate within the data that we have. I don't know if the property owners would deem the structure to be vacant or if they'd want to rent to one of these individuals. Nobody on your staff's going to be able to do that.
Well, let's do this. How many we've spoken with, Russ and I collectively have spoken with sex offender probation officers, seasoned probation officers, and they've said there's, out of this whole county, there's only 3 landlords that'll rent to sex offenders. Is that correct?
I know that, and this is the recourse we had back and forth last time, sir.
Yes, sir.
That was the probation officer's indication that there were 3, and I do know that there were other addresses that were given to us by actually the sheriff's sex crimes division. There was 5, and in full disclosure, those 5 that they say are kind of known multifamily dwelling units at rent, those 5 would be caught up in this new 500 feet, meaning they would be prohibited.
Correct.
So I don't know about the other 3, but yeah.
So as part of this study, we all, right now, because of the current laws in our mapping in our registered sex offender registry, we know where these people live. We know where all the sex offenders live now. The sheriff can keep track of where they are, and if they leave their residence for more than 3 days, they have to report and tell us where they're going. So has the county looked at where these current registered sex offenders live and how this new ordinance would affect those people? They would be all displaced, right?
No, sir. Everybody if you currently reside in a residence and you're registered, you're grandfathered in.
I understand.
It's
Okay,
for
let's just go 5 years from now or something. Okay, let's talk about our children and the environment they're going to have to live in. Okay, so let's look at the next generation. So are those places going to be available for the future sex offenders that are released into Volusia County? Are they going to have the same places to live that the current ones do?
If the council's decision today is to approve the ordinance and it's still in effect in 5 years, and those residents reside within the 1,500 feet away from the places in the ordinance, then no, they would not be allowed for new residents.
So, in essence, with this, there's not going to be anywhere for a new registered sex offender, let's say a year from now. They get out, there's nowhere for them to live in Volusia County. Is that fair to say?
No, sir, I can't say that.
Well, under the current landlords who are currently leasing to registered sex offenders.
I can't say that, Mr. Dempsey. What I can say is of the 5 to 8 that we got addresses from, they are caught up in this additional 500 feet as based on what we've been told. And for the 3 for the probation officer, because I didn't have those addresses, they were never given to me to be able to run, but I did run the 5 that the sex crimes unit, I believe that's the unit the sheriff has, they gave me of known addresses who said that they would be caught up in these additional 500 feet.
Right. So a person getting released from prison who's going to spend the rest of their life as a sex offender, they grew up in Holly Hill, where are they going to go? Where can they rent a place in Volusia County? Based on, as far as you know, I understand you don't know everything, and I get that. But I mean, based on your knowledge from the 5 landlords, I guess, who do currently rent, but when you say they're caught up, that means no more new sex offenders living on their property, correct?
Right.
Correct. Can't be registered, right.
So then what happens is there's no way for us to track where they're living. They become homeless in the eyes of the registry, correct?
If they don't have a residence, they would be homeless.
Correct. And so there's nowhere to monitor their location for the sheriff because the 5 landlords who are renting to registered sex offenders, we know where they are. They have to register where they're living, and if they leave that location for more than 3 days, they have to report where they're going, correct?
They're supposed to. Yes.
But if they're homeless, if this passes, then the new guy getting out of prison, being released into our community, has nowhere to rent. So he's homeless and he's unaccounted for, correct?
Yeah, I think
in your hypothetical, yes, sir.
I think the situation that we're in is we know we only have a certain amount of data that we have to operate in. This clearly, if it were adopted, would reduce the number of dwellings that would be available for these individuals.
Reduce or eliminate?
I don't think any of it you can say we can eliminate, but it's certainly going to make it more challenging to find an available place. It could have the effect of impacting some existing facilities that are focused on providing a home for these individuals. I have also heard in the past, has been talked about, that if you reduce the number of available, and when we say available, it could be an occupied structure currently. So it's not necessarily vacant. But if you reduce the number of dwellings that are available, it could result in somebody not able to find a home. And I think going to your point, that right now, if they have a place and they've registered with the sheriff's office, you know where they are.
Right. Yeah. So the point being, I know we could talk about what ifs, but the reality of today is there's only 5 known landlords that'll even rent.
I don't have
renting.
I just want to be clear, Mr. Dempsey. I don't have that information. All I have is
right.
I was given 5 addresses of known places that rent to offenders and asked to run those, and I did. And those with Brandon ran them. Actually, I gave them to Brandon. He ran them, and those 5 addresses would be within the additional 500 feet. I don't know that those are the only 5 addresses for multifamily dwelling units that rent to offenders. That's not what I'm saying. And additionally, it's a less than 5% reduction in the total amount of units available. I'm just saying there are others out there, just like the intent to rent. We can't say that about somebody else. I can't say somebody will or won't. There are other places based on the numbers that would not be caught up in this additional 500 feet.
Well, wait, hold on. Now, you just said there's 5 known landlords that'll rent to sex offenders.
Well,
that you know of.
That was 5 addresses that were given to me by the sheriff's unit that are addresses that I was presumed given to me that rent to, have multifamily type dwellings and rent to sex
How many won't be affected by this? How many current landlords who rent to sex offenders won't be affected by this?
I don't know that number other than the ones outside the 1,500 feet.
Right. So 100% of those 5 known landlords that rent to sex offenders will be wiped out. Not 4% of them, not 1 out of the 5, but all 5 are going to be wiped out by this new ordinance.
5 addresses that were given.
5 out of 5. That's more than 4%, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you recall our conversation with the probation officers who said that if this passes, it'll basically make them all homeless.
We did have that conversation.
Right. Yeah, it's true, right? They said it.
Yeah, they did. Yes, sir.
And they also said that basically once they're homeless, there's no accounting for them. And they're just basically living in the woods, living downtown DeLand on the streets, walking the streets of Daytona, walking near playgrounds. You don't know where they are, right?
Well, I just want to be clear that I think it's totally appropriate for you to say that. That's not information that's coming from us. I'm not saying it's wrong, but they're not here today, I guess, to speak to it. But if they shared it with you, it's good enough for you to say this is a legislative decision by you. So it's not quasi-judicial. So it's a legislative decision of council.
My question was to Russo. He shared it with us. I'm not asking you to trust me, but
well,
we said to me,
and
to
we
Russ,
will trust you because you don't have to
trust me. If
you don't have to have a witness to substantiate your opinion or information. So,
but I heard the conversation.
Yes. Okay. I'm not just making this up. That's all I have.
You're not.
Thanks.
Done. Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. Russ, we had a conversation last week. I'm going to bring it up. I'm going to ask you to recall it because I want you to trust me. No, just kidding. By the way, I'd like to give a shout out to Troy's parents who are watching. I know there might be 5, there might be 8. We can probably find out from the sheriff where these clusters of folks are.
Yes, sir. And I want to be clear. So the addresses that were given to me, I do believe, and the sheriff's office has been very cooperative and very appreciative, and they gave me the addresses, and those are known addresses I believe that were given to me of clusters. I mean,
if the sheriff has this registry and there's 4 people living in a place, that's good enough for me.
Yes, sir.
So, and I think the county attorney brought up, and you brought up that there is space in the county that where homes may or may not be rentable, that these folks could live in.
Yes, sir.
So if somebody comes out of jail and or the judge says you're now a sexual offender, sexual predator, and you don't go to jail, I imagine if you're a offender you might be, but not a predator, or vice versa, that you now need to look for a place. And if we approve this ordinance, one of the places you won't be looking is one of these 5 to 8 to however many places. And you might have a problem finding a rental in the clear areas that are available. But now you know where to look, right? And I would hope there would be some very nice nonprofit to go, these are the places that are predator offender friendly. But that may not be available right now. So we're not moving the people that are in there now out. We're not kicking them out in the street.
Correct.
So they're not homeless. And the people that come out of jail or get a judgment against them currently are living somewhere, we hope. And do they have a certain amount of time to find a place to live if they're living with their family, with their parents, by the way? I
believe they do. I don't know what the conditions are. I'd have to look that up.
Okay. So in this ordinance, is there any way we can gather the locations where these multiple people live and exclude that, not those people, but that location?
So if that's council's direction, I would ask to give us time to research that issue, to get those addresses in cooperation with the sheriffs, with the probation.
I am a huge fan.
Yes, sir.
Of these folks clumped together where the sheriff can account for 12, 14, 16 of them in one place. why stop in 16 different places when I can stop in one?
Yes, sir.
And from what we've heard from one of the landlords, at least I have via a phone call and a few emails, is that actually she spoke early on, is that she provides support of some sort and checks on them every day. I like a person who cares that much to support those people and would like to continue that. She and people like her probably aren't going to do it if they're at 15 or 18 different houses. Now, granted, she's probably getting some kind of rent for them, and I mean, a couple of them that have emailed us early on, they have jobs, they work. You wouldn't know until they mentioned it, right? So, if I would love to find a way to carve these places out, because I think they're an important piece of our community. And then allow the 1,500 foot to stay, to kind of come up with a compromise.
Yes, sir. And so if that's council's direction, we would just ask that you essentially
it's
basically
doable,
table
is what
it.
you're telling me.
It may be doable. We need to research it. I have
Okay.
a little bit of concern about a disparate issue impact, but we just need to take a look at it.
Yep.
And then cooperation with various agencies to make sure we get the addresses that need to be accepted out, if you will.
Got it. And then if not, George and Mike, can we come up with, if we can't get there, can we come up with innovative ways to work with people that might be able to develop something in the area that's now qualified? Because what's saying the next council in 6 years doesn't say, man, I want to up it to 2,000 now, and now, you know, I mean, we're gentrifying left and right, and here's another opportunity to do it. I'm not a big fan of it.
Well, do you mean
From a development standpoint.
Yeah, work about developing a facility or structures within a
Or allowing
concentrated
it,
area.
because right now there's.
Well, so your ordinance to exception, are you talking about like if something is built after?
So if we take away these, I'll call them apartment complexes, if we take them away, these 5 to 8 to maybe more, you don't know, and there's no place within the white area, can we work with those people to allow them to build or otherwise repurpose buildings in the unincorporated area, to allow them to, I want the clusters at the end of the day. Can we move them somewhere? Can we help them with, maybe not incentives, but look, this is a good idea over here. I don't know.
So I don't know about the exclusions, but I will say this is a big moving target, right? These are school bus stops, parks, and so as you add to them, right, new park opens, that creates a new exclusion area. And so, you know, we're obligated by the state, 16 municipalities. This is a big lift every quarter for my group to make sure that the sheriff can operate intelligently.
Yeah, all right, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. We heard a testimony. It said that we have no business doing so. Russ, in your investigation into this subject matter, has society deemed a maximum of 2,500 feet statutorily to be acceptable in municipalities, counties? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. There are residents, local governments that have 2,500 feet.
Okay. With that being said, Council, I'd like to take it to debate, and I'll make a motion to approve this additional residency restriction.
Second.
Councilman Robbins makes a motion to approve the extra 500 feet, and the second was by David Santiago. I have one quick question before we go to debate. Has the sheriff's office rendered opinion on this?
The sheriff this morning, it was relayed through his attorney that he does support the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Open for debate, and we also have 3 members of the public who would like to speak to this. For debate, Danny Robbins.
Chairman, thank you. And just so we can just rewind a little bit, there was overwhelming support from law enforcement, from the sheriff and his 35-plus years of law enforcement experience and expertise, as well as multiple agencies throughout Volusia County that also did support this matter. But council, we have an argument on the table that an increased residency restriction will make the homeless population of this sector of people greater, and that we're not going to be able to track them down. With not only my years of experience and training in law enforcement, I'd say that that couldn't be farther from the truth. I'm going to tell you why. Statutorily, they still have to register. You can't just put homeless with a question mark and boom, poof, poof, they disappear. It is very serious. For example, on the registry paperwork, you have to leave details. You just can't put under the oak tree. You can't just say homeless. They literally have to put behind Walmart at 44.95, red tent, okay? They have to disclose, for accountability purposes, any new tattoos, identifying marks, their new phone numbers, right? Their social media accounts, their credit cards or EBT cards, all of which are tracked through location services through a carrier of some point, computers, IP addresses, stuff that's attached to your phone. So, you know, to think that, or to create an argument or non-argument or non-issue that this would be displacing people and we just wouldn't be able to create a fear factor and say we're not going to be able to track them is highly false with the technology that's out there today. And you'd be highly mistaken if we, in my opinion, believe that. Homeless sexual offenders or predators is actually very rare. You know why? They have every incentive to find a place, just like Mr. Brown, were we able to get those pictures of all the dots that we sent to Carissa? Chris, are you able to pull it up, all the residences? And I'll say this, when there's a will, there's a way. There's over 1,000 reasons or proof of that statement. They have every incentive to find a place to stay. If not, counsel, what happens? It's a violation of failure to register and is mandatory, and I'll repeat, mandatory prison. Think about that. Who wants to go to prison? Or who has ever said, hey, I want to go to prison? Said no one ever. Yes, housing is tough. That is the point. If they don't like it, people are going to be upset. I'll personally buy them a bus ticket out of town. But this, I want to be crystal clear. I want folks to know and our families and visitors to know that we will not tolerate or find this behavior acceptable in our community. And I'm not going to kowtail or take this laying down and accept this vile behavior. It's not gonna happen with me. There's gonna be some arguments where we're gonna try to disprove a negative, but if we look at crime trends throughout the country, the state, even the community, where these laws are in place, you'll see less repeat offenses, less recidivism, and less crime. Why, you may ask? Because they know the consequences. Or, two, they move somewhere else. So, you know, I think we need to vote in favor of this, but science dictates, counsel, that sexual offenders and predators have a tendency and urge to reoffend if left in and around an environment in which they cannot control their actions. This is no different than a drug user, no different than a thief or a burglar, or leaving those types of people in your home to be unsupervised. They will steal. Science and history shows that there will be repeat offenses. So the only answer I can come up with is to take them or limit that environment greater than what it is. Take them out of that environment so that we don't have to explain to our kids why somebody in their school or community got molested, why someone in their school got abducted, why someone in their school was a victim of human trafficking or sexual exploitation or child pornography. Because these heinous acts happen, they don't just create one victim in our community. It affects a whole family. It affects the whole block. It affects our whole community. But believe it or not, in some cases, those innocent victims become offenders somewhere down the road. And as inconvenient, counsel, to the public as this may seem, I want to ask everybody and ask the victim how inconvenient the trauma and the pain they have faced at the hands of the offender. Thank you.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, that's a very good talking point, Danny. I just don't know how 500 feet somehow saves the day. I don't know if there's any logical correlation over 500 feet. 500 feet from a bus stop, more, really? That's the answer to everything is 500 feet? I've been doing this 34 years. I know you're, I guess, questioning my credentials. I used to prosecute these cases. I've defended these cases. It's funny, everybody checks with law enforcement. What's law enforcement? Yeah, the torches and the pitchfork. Let's get them. Has anybody checked with the local defense bar? Or anybody checked with the probation officers to ask them, hey, how does this really affect the long term, the reality of this? It's really a good talking point to get out the pitchforks and the torches and say, let's get them, let's burn them, let's make their lives as miserable as possible. I'm not here even necessarily advocating for them, even though they are human beings, and the justice system has already deemed them to be fit. If they were that bad, they would be in prison for the rest of their life. But the justice system has deemed them fit not to be in prison for the rest of their life, even though what they're accused of is a minimum mandatory life in prison. For some reason, they've been vetted through the system and are allowed to walk the streets. So now, who are we to step on the judicial system? We don't like judges who legislate from the bench, but we got a legislative body here creating laws that the judges have felt these people were free to walk amongst us under the current laws. And what gets me, here's an article. I'm just talking about tracking these people. Here's an article, Fox 30, Jacksonville, about St. Augustine. This was a couple years ago. Talking about, the title is Homeless Sex Offenders Become a Growing Florida Problem. Okay? Residents listed on a sex offender registry in Florida must live in certain areas, but they are not required to have a permanent address. In one case, a predator in St. Johns County was listed as living in the woods behind a Winn-Dixie. The individual has since moved. A resident said, my concern would be that the children, would be more for the children, because they're outside, said a St. Johns County resident. Action News dug through the registry to find at least 6 St. John's offenders on the registry, including 2 predators who are listed as transients. Action News Jack's law and safety expert Dale Carson said it's becoming a growing problem and it's difficult for law enforcement to track these people. We find them living under bridges, on boats. We find them in the community away from the children, he said, but those individuals specifically are very hard to track. In a statement, the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office said all offenders, including transients, are monitored primarily through the use of an offender watch as well as the FDLE portal. Quarterly address verifications are completed on all monitored predators and offenders, and this data is monitored and updated in the offender watch system. A representative went on to say that the only time of notification is required when a person individual is classified as a predator. The notification must be made to the nearby residents. Hold on, I'm going here to the end. Florida Department of Law Enforcement said that all transient offenders are required to register the same way as an individual with a permanent address. However, the only difference is these individuals must also check in with the sheriff's office in person every 30 days. That's just it. What you're getting rid of by making these people transient is, like right now, if I live at number 1 Happy Street and I want to go to Orlando for 4 days to go to Disney World, I have to tell the sheriff's office where I'm going because I have a registered address and that's where I'm going, and I have to let them know. If you're transient, you can just go to Disney World, go to Universal, go hang out, wherever, just go hang out. And they have no way of tracking where you are. As long as you report every 30 days, you're okay. So you don't have the same requirements if you're transient as if you have a residence. I want these people to be able to be located at all times. I don't want the sheriff's office to have to go on a hunting expedition or a Where's Waldo. Well, where are they? Which wood? Okay, where in the woods are they? I mean, we need to have an address. And you know what? If they're not at that address and we go by there and check 4 days and they're not there, felony. I've seen people go to prison for a long time for not being at home after 3 days and not registering in their new location. I've never seen that happen with a transient. So I understand why you're trying to be tough on them, but I think it's going to make it worse for the community instead of better because they're going to be unaccounted for. Thanks.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. And Don, I try to understand that sometime, but I'm not a defense attorney, and I don't show a lot of sympathy for some of these acts. I'm sorry, I don't. But also, too, I want to note or make a worthy note that the laws and the judges have deemed it acceptable to increase it to 2,500 feet. If these laws didn't make a difference, then why would they be on the books? Think about that. Because my next motion is going to be to amend the 1,000 feet and recommend the 2,500 feet. I don't want to do that. I think we can get there and add and give our law enforcement an additional tool, just like we do when I was working narcotics. We did this when it came to drug charges. There's increased penalties when you're in and around a playground, like sale and delivery, Don. Churches, schools, daycares. You know why? They work. It's a deterrent. It gives our law enforcement another tool in their toolbox to make our community safer. I just don't see a lot of other argument for that. There's, I can't speak to St. John's. I can't speak to the level of their sheriff's department. What I can do is speak to the leadership in our own Volusia County Sheriff's Office and our own local municipalities, because these guys are on top of it, and we have record funding to make our community safer, but I also want to provide them this extra tool. To say that any one of us, or I would be making the county more unsafe or making these people transient, Don, I don't really agree with that, because this comes down to individual responsibility. I didn't make them to do anything. Our society has deemed certain things to be acceptable and unacceptable. This, whether it be by plea, whether it be a trial by jury of their peers, whatever the case may be, that is a decision, however it happened, that they made, that they have to deal with. To pin that on any one of us, when public safety really, Don, is all of our responsibility and all of our goal, I don't know if that's much of an argument. There's responsibility that they have to take. Society has deemed certain things, whether it's 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, 20, they've deemed it all acceptable by law. You know, I think we're off. You know, I'm not upset with you, Don. I hope you don't think that. You know, but I don't see much of an argument to try to make, no matter what the argument or defense may be, or an excuse why we wouldn't take action to make our community safer when it's been proven time and time and time over again, at a city level, county level, state level, and national level throughout the country. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 3 members of the public who would like to speak. Let's do that first, and then we'll wrap this up. First, we have John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. I understand the need. However, I'm worried about unintended consequences. All right? It's an emotional issue, basically. When I taught school, we had to be informed when anything affected a student's behavior. If their parents were in jail, their parents separated or divorced, and if they were molested. All right? Every child that I was informed had been molested was molested by a family member. Only one child, 13-year-old girl, was molested or raped, but she was a prostitute. That's what she did for a living. She made more money than I did. So when you're looking at this, these are not strangers in a community doing this. I think it's 90% of molesters are known to their victims. So what we're doing here by doing this, we're saying, okay, here they can live. When Daytona Beach did this, go to Beachside, there's no location whatsoever that they can live because there are schools, churches, and parks everywhere. And when you do 2,500 feet, that's almost a mile. Daytona is only 5 miles wide on the Beachside. So it's easy to eliminate them. So when you looked at it, you could literally go to Clyde Morris before they could live. And these people, if they come out of jail, don't have a lot of money. I just found out that the little tiny motel down the street, $1,600 a month for 200 square feet. To move in, it's $5,000. How many people coming out of jail has $5,000 in their pocket to rent? Most of the places that are cheap, relatively, are going to be in downtowns. What you have in the unincorporated, those clusters that would have inexperienced or a low-income properties are clustered. They're not going to move in next to you, Jeff, because they can afford a what, $400,000, $500,000 home. They're not going to buy out there. What do you have to rent out in the middle of nowhere? Very few rental properties. There's no place out where you are that somebody's going to be able to rent a property for $500 or $600. Not a 10-acre, 5-bedroom house. What you've done is you've now excluded them basically from anywhere in the county. We got sued as the city when we were trying to exclude adult clubs. We restricted it so badly that they went to court, and the court said, yes, that's right, throw it out. So we got sued because there weren't enough locations. If you say there's absolutely no locations for them to rent in Volusia County, I can imagine a lawsuit. Thank you.
Julie Martin.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Martin, and I've been writing to sex offenders for 15 years. And I wish that this could be a question and answer period, because I could answer all of your questions. Mr. Robbins, I think you're a little misinformed on what a sex offender is, because it can be a contractor who peed on the side of the road using his truck door. It can be a young man who's sexting his girlfriend. The man or person who committed a horrific crime is not getting out of prison to face these ordinances. He's in for life. The people you're hurting are not the people who made these horrific mistakes. It's unfortunate that they do, but the person ahead of me was correct. Offenders are not violent, extremely likely to use physical violence. That's not who they are. They're con men. They take a situation, they take advantage of it. And it is a lot of times family or a neighbor or someone they know, which is why educating our children is so important, for them to understand what is right and what is wrong. But adding another layer to them after they have served their time in prison, what kind of opportunity do they have? Yes, they made a mistake, but if they paid their time in prison, don't they have the opportunity to get out? I probably own all those properties that you have listed. I'd be happy to go over them with you, make it easier on you. I own 7 of them in Volusia County. I make sure my guys are doing the right thing. I really do. I don't want them to hurt someone. It is not my intention. But if they're doing the right thing, isn't it better for them to be monitored by me and probation and the state? If they're in the woods, how do they charge their device? If they're in the woods, how are they cleaned to get a job? They need an opportunity. If you take it away from them, they're going to be desperate and they will want to go back to prison. It happens. They don't know what to do. They get scared, and at least they have food, and they will go commit a crime so they can go back.
John Freeman.
Good afternoon. I'm John Freeman. I was born in Halifax Hospital 68 years ago, and I grew up in this area, so I'm one of those natives that hangs around. When I was young, my teenage uncle went to Vietnam, died as a teenager within a month of getting there. Shortly after, I went into the service at 17 to go to Vietnam. I served until the late 80s. All that, the important thing about that is that after a while, I got out. I lost friends. I had, therefore, put it in my mind to help out veterans and people that I met that were veterans were having problems. Well, along the way, I also started dealing with people coming out of prisons. I dealt with registrants, people that are on sex offenders and what have you. I have an old 96 beater that I drive people around to appointments so they can go see the doctor or pick up groceries or whatever they need to do. I get them to group therapy. One of the biggest problems I have, I also run a prison ministry, is people, especially offenders, getting out, having a place to live. Sure, there's all kind of houses out there. There's only so many that will open their door to rent to a sex offender. And if you start cutting out the number of houses out there, that significantly reduces the number of people that can rent to sex offenders. I know Thomas Jefferson spoke about life. That was the very first thing in the Bill of Rights, was life. Maslow said that's one of the basic needs people have, is a place to have a house or a roof over your head and food and safety from the elements and what have you. If we start cutting away sections because we want to say, we don't want you in our area, well, isn't that punitive? Aren't you saying, we don't want you in our area, so we're going to do what we can to squeeze you out of the area? I've seen people that are working doggone hard trying to do their assessments, jumping through all the hoops they have to do through probation, what have you. And I know some of them that live in the woods. Some of the guys I help are veterans that have one leg or no legs. I had a friend that was blind. He was blinded in prison because of his charges. Guess what? They found out he wasn't guilty. But he was also a doctor in Vietnam. So all this, let's throw them out in the woods. Well, you're talking about your fellow veterans, the people that have served this country. You're talking about people. You can say offender, like they say, they don't say convict anymore, they say inmate. No, these are people. And what we do here will reflect on how we as a people are seen later on, how well we take care of those that have erred. Thank you.
Councilman Robbins.
Chair, just in closing, I want to add, because I forgot to do it earlier, and thank you for giving me a third time here just to close this out, hopefully. But the state attorney also sent a letter of support of this as our kind of chief official in this area, and I would just note that with that being said, if it wasn't deemed acceptable, he of all people would possibly say something about it. And guys, you know, I try to understand this. I think we just think maybe a little bit different. I don't know what the answer is, but what I do want to say is that and reiterate that things like this are put in place for public safety. And I want to there's some very, ma'am, you had said a couple things about a contractor who peed on the side of the road. Chris, I sent you over some jury instructions. I just want to go ahead and put this to bed. Are you able to pull those up, page 1 and 2 that I'd given you? Are you able to put them together by chance? I'll just go, there's several elements that the jury has to consider when convicting people in this, and we have to be completely accurate. And one of the elements is the intended exposure or exhibition of his or her sexual organs to be in a vulgar, indecent, lewd, or lascivious manner. The exposure of exhibition of the sexual organs was in a vulgar, indecent, lewd, or lascivious manner. Can you go ahead and put the second portion of it up, Carissa? Nakedness and a vulgar, indecent. The nakedness was in vulgar, indecent, lewd, and lascivious. Proof of mere nudity or exposure of sexual organ is not sufficient for you to find the defendant guilty. And this is a baseline of what our judicial system uses to convict. I'm not making this stuff up. I see you're shaking your head. Used in regard to this offense in words vulgar, and it goes on this. So, you know, I'm trying to deal in facts here. I'm trying to respect, but I just think I'm off from that thought process. But if there's nothing else, Counsel, I'd like to call the question.
Calling the question means we have to go to an immediate vote. We have 2 members that would like to speak.
Council,
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you guys up there. That's my fault. Sorry, I'll retract that.
Jake Johansson.
I just want to seek clarification. I might have to ask Russ or Don for this. Those were jury instructions that we just got, but you know, I've tried to stay away from this, but I have an acquaintance who's in this situation, and he never went to court. So it was, you know, you might go to jail for 20 years and all the stuff that comes with going to jail as a sex offender, or you could plea, and it was a urinating in public thing, and given that he pleaded, and so here he is. He peed in public, probably the wrong thing to do, and so now he's registered, and he has to live by these rules, and none of that stuff that was just mentioned a second ago fell for him. He just pled because he didn't want to go to jail and all the things that resulted from that. So how do we make that leap of faith? That I know the person that Councilman Robbins is thinking of, and I know that person. He's in jail, hopefully, if all that stuff is true. But again, I'm going to ask you a rhetorical question. How many people have peed in public here on the dais? And if you did it at the wrong place at the wrong time, you might have plead as well. So I'm not saying to change your mind, but it's not just people that go to court or go to the jury trial that end up in this position. Thank you.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, thanks, Jake. I'm glad you asked that because I don't know if you guys remember the last time we were discussing this, I brought this up. That's my biggest beef with the system. That's why I ran for state attorney a couple of years ago, and I lost because I ran against minimum mandatory sentencing. I'm against any type of minimum mandatory sentencing because it takes away the checks and balances of our system. And when we got the legislature saying anybody who's accused of peeing or exposing themselves in front of a minor under the 12 or under, they're facing, life. So every single one of you, I've never peed on I don't know if anybody's peed on a dais. I couldn't quite understand. But no, none of you would play Russian roulette. I did this last time. None of you all know what it is. There's only a one bullet in that revolver. So 5 in 6 chance you're going to win at Russian roulette, but none of you would play it for $1 million. And this is to answer Jake's question. The reason any of you would play the reason you won't play Russian roulette is because if you lose, if that 1 in 6 bullet comes up, you're dead. So what happens with people like Jake and a lot of the people I deal with, and I've dealt with both as a prosecutor. Remember, I'm former law enforcement too, Danny. I'm not just a bleeding heart defense lawyer. I'm a former prosecutor who used to prosecute these people. I prosecuted one of the biggest known molesters on the east side back in the early 90s, okay? So I'm not sympathetic to these people, but you have to understand the people that Jake's talking about, the people that she's talking about, the people that I'm talking about are the people who have 10 images on their computer. I don't know how they got it. I could sneak on you. When you go to the bathroom, I can get on there and get 10 images on there. Guilty. Now, you want to go to trial? Because, if you go to trial, you're not going to play Russian roulette, but if you go to trial on those allegations, you'll probably win. 5 in 6 chance you're going to win, just like in Russian roulette. But if you lose, you get a bad jury. Now you're going to prison for life. It's going to cost you your life. A lifetime of being raped by inmates, beaten by the guards, a lifetime of misery. So what happens, So what happens is the state attorney dangles this carrot. We'll offer you probation. We'll let you walk amongst us, okay? We're not going to send you to prison for life. In the cases where the person confesses, or the child is pregnant, or there's STDs, or there's a recorded phone call where you got concrete evidence that this person committed this heinous crime. It's the questionable cases where they find it on David's computer. Dave's like, I didn't know it was on there. Yeah, right. It was on your computer. Go to trial if you've got a defense or So you're going to go to trial, you feel lucky, or are you going to take the probation as a sex offender? Those are the people we're talking about. And just like Jake's friend and like countless other people that I deal with all the time, those are the people that I don't want to see having to live in the woods. The ones that didn't have the courage to pull the trigger. It sounds great. I've read that jury instruction countless times in my 34 years, both as a prosecutor and defense attorney. The problem is they don't go to trial because nobody, not one of us, and probably 90% of those people, 99%, don't have the courage to pull that trigger and take their fate in front of 6 unknown people when the state's dangling a guarantee of no prison. You're going to be a sex offender. If you're in Volusia, you're going to have to live in the woods now. But ask yourself if you would really have the courage. If I accused one of you of doing something to my daughter, would you really feel comfortable taking that in front of a jury? Especially if the state attorney was offering you probation and a guarantee, or are you willing to risk your life, the rest of your life? There's a lot of people that don't have the money or the courage to take that to trial. That sounds great in theory, Danny, but in the reality of it is most people don't have the courage or the money to fight it effectively. They take a plea, and they count on people like this to at least give them some sense of stability in their life and a chance at recovering from, a lot of times, what I think are false allegations. I think this is one of the biggest fallacies of our system is just we're too quick to just tough on crime. Yeah, let's just burn it. It's low-hanging fruit politically to want to hammer these people. There's a lot of innocent people caught up in the net, and that's who I'm concerned about. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I've not asked any questions or weighed in on this. And I'll just say I came in here thinking one way, and then, I listened to Mr. Robbins, and I started feeling a different way. Then I listened to Don, I feel another way. Then I hear Jake talk, and I feel another way. And this is a struggle for me. But I will say it weighs on me that the sheriff is behind this. It also weighs on me that the state attorney weighed in on this. But I have to say, 5 of the 7 of us represent about 115,000, 120,000 people. I've not had one of my constituents ask for this. And if any of you have, I'd like to hear about it, because I've not had that. I've not had anybody call me and say, hey, I want you to take this up, or I saw this in the paper, I want you to support this. So that weighs on me also. This isn't an easy decision, which is why it's been brought up before us several times. Our attorneys have worked on it, and we're sitting here this evening doing the hard work that the people elected us to do. So I really don't know where I'm going to end up on this with a yes or no, because, Jake, when you hear a story like that, I mean, it absolutely will rattle you, because it's not, when you think about the heinous, horrendous things, it's easy to say, burn them, this is it, and if my memory is right, back whenever Florida agreed with the death penalty, there was a very, very effective commercial. If my memory is correct, I was a little kid. But it was this guy being led to the death chamber, and I mean, he was just pleading with, please, I didn't do it. I didn't do anything. Please don't do this to me. And then the next scene was this little child saying, please, I didn't do anything to you, And then it goes back to this guy ready for the death penalty, and it's very effective because you're like, get him, how dare you hurt a child? But there's another side to the story, Jake, and you shared that. And Don, because of your day job, you share that you represent people who aren't willing, for lack of better terms, to play Russian roulette. And now they have that scarlet letter for the rest of their life, and they very well could have been urinating in public. It's inappropriate. I guess the takeaway from that is just do it in your pants, I guess. Really. It's frightening when you hear about stories like that. I don't know where I'm going to be on this.
I haven't weighed in either, but I'll just do it quickly. I think, Don, just like we did the first time this came up, I think you, because of your experience, you make a compelling argument that I'm more afraid of the unintended consequences of this, of the harm that we would do to the public and to people that I'm not even going to go through all the possibilities of what they could have been tagged with. A young guy with a younger girlfriend, whatever it is. If my phone was ringing, if I got any emails, if I saw headlines in the newspapers that this was a problem in Volusia County, I'd feel differently. I think this is low-hanging political fruit, and I don't like that. I'm gonna oppose it with you for the reasons that you have said, and I think we have a system in place that is taking care of these people and keeping them accountable. I'm not hearing of a larger, wider problem. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you. While he could certainly defend himself, I only chimed in because I don't think it's a political posturing with this ordinance proposal. I think even before I got on the council, the council member Robbins had mentioned this as a priority of his back to me before I got on here. I recognize that it's a difficult decision. I also recognize that other municipalities or counties have done similar, and it seems to be working. While it might not be convenient for some folks, it's not quite the same, Don. I was reflecting back on your other arguments earlier today with the 4 cars, right? That would make a difference. It's not quite the same. I won't make it apples and apples. But I think you alluded to that if one more car holds there, then one more can have an accident. Though I don't use these analogies, but if this does save one more or prevent one person from being in an area that they probably shouldn't be near a child, that could cause a problem, which I know isn't the sole problem. I'm going to hate the fact that I just said that analogy because I'm going to counter it to somebody in the future. But I was just thinking about your comments earlier. That was just more sport than anything. But I think it seems to be working other places. There's not an uproar of advocacy saying, don't do this or it hasn't worked in other communities. So that's why I support it. And I think Danny has been steadfast in working on this for a long time now. And I'm inclined to give it a shot. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And not seeing anyone else wishing to speak, Carissa, would you call the roll?
Mr. Dempsey.
No.
Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Kent.
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins.
Yes.
Mr. Santiago. That was a yes for the
Yes.
record. And Mr. Brower.
No, and the ordinance passes 5-2. Jake Johansson.
I'm just put myself in the queue for the next one before
Okay.
it gets
Item
or out of hand.
12 is the chair at large in District 1. You want to get in the queue before somebody takes your nominee. And District 3, appointments to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. Before I call on Jake, there are 2 people on the list that you said don't qualify for any of the required positions. Are they not able to be nominated?
They can be nominated, however, 6 out of the 8 categories do need to be filled. So what I'm going to ask is after the 4 of you make your nominations, I'm going to go ahead and rearrange some of the categories of the individuals that were appointed at the last meeting to ensure that we get that 6 out of 8.
Okay. All right. Then go ahead, Jake Johansson.
Sir, excuse me, Carissa, but I can't, my item won't come up. But the person that from Faith is not on this list right now, correct?
Correct.
And so you all know after the last meeting that I wanted somebody from Faith. I reached out to the Faith group. They provided me a name. That name is going through the checks right now, but we don't know where she'll fit. So it's important to me to get somebody with Faith. If it's not important to you, then I'll just keep trying or eventually pick somebody. But
Mr. Johansson,
Yep.
I do have the individual that you're talking about. I did go ahead and get the positions that they would fill, so I will take that into consideration. And once that individual does pass the clean hands check, I will bring that individual back at the next
can we know what places, and then that way the council members that will choose somebody know where that person might fit?
The only position that individual fits in is a citizen who is actively engaged as an advocate for low-income persons in connection with affordable housing.
So item 3 or IV. Got it. Copy. All right. So you all know that my only person right now that I would want would fit into 4, Roman numeral 4, if you choose to allow me that person later on.
Which, again, that place is currently filled by Mr. Mark Billings, so at the end of this, once the other 3 of you make your nominations, I will need to just go ahead and move some individuals around, and then I would like a motion and vote to confirm those position changes, category changes.
Okay. So you're going to wait until the next meeting?
Possibly, depending on how everybody votes this afternoon.
Okay. Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. Chris, I'm a little confused. Who exactly of the applicants do we have left?
Yes, sir. You do have Ann Evans. She is an incumbent. DJ Lebo. She is also incumbent. Terry Sitteram and Phyllis Terry Malia. Those are the 4 individuals.
I'd like to nominate DJ Lebo, please.
Second.
Can you tell me who seconded that?
David Santiago. So we have BJ Lebo by Danny Robbins, seconded by Santiago. Don Dempsey.
Ann Evans.
Yes. We have Ann Evans by Don Dempsey, seconded by Troy Kent. And I will do Terry Saturan. Is there a second on Terry? Second by David Santiago. And That's all of us for now. So if we can vote on them, and then we'll take up your second question. Ann Evans, BJ Lebo, Terry Citrin, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? And those three nominees are appointed.
And I came prepared. I already have the categories that they need to be appointed to. So it will take a minute for me to name them all, as well as their categories, and then I'll just take a motion and vote on what I asked for.
Okay.
So Mr. Mark Billings, which is Mr. Brower's first appointment, would be elected to a citizen who is actively engaged in the residential home building industry in connection with affordable housing. Mr. Johansson's appointment would be at the next meeting confirmed to a citizen who is actively engaged as an advocate for low-income persons in connection with affordable housing. Ms. Ann Evans would be a citizen who is actively engaged as a not-for-profit provider of affordable housing. Suzanne Odina, which was Mr. Reinhardt's appointment from the last meeting, would be a citizen who is actively engaged as a real estate professional in connection with affordable housing. Mr. Waylon Neese, which is Mr. Kent's appointment, would be a citizen who resides within the unincorporated areas of the county. Mr. Dwight Selby, which is Mr. Santiago's appointment, would be to the category of a citizen who represents employers within the county. And DJ Lebo would be, I believe Mr. Brower just appointed her, would be a citizen who represents essential services personnel as defined in the local housing assistance plan. And then Terry, that was Mr. Brower's appointment, would be an applicant that does not fit in a category. So you would actually have 7 out of the 8 categories filled.
Okay. So you need a motion to approve everything you just said, and a second. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve as stated by Carissa.
Motion to approve by Jake Johansson, second by Matt Reinhardt. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. That takes care of that. And we will move to public participation. You do have some? Thank you. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. A couple of issues. One, which didn't come up when you were discussing that the roadway and that development and the hill. To get that hill out of there is only $20,000. It's dirt cheap. And if whether this project goes in or not, I would ask you all to ask George to find the money to get rid of that hill, because I personally hate going down a road and not being able to see 100 feet in front of me. So if we can eliminate this, it would be great. Secondly, zone changes. I understand what the people there were talking about. There has to be development, but we've set aside the center, basically, of Volusia County for animals. Is there a way of creating a permanent zone where there are large properties, 2 acres, 5 acres, 10 acres, or whatever, that will be permanently in that category of farms or whatever? Because at this point, you could be in the middle of nowhere, and then at some point, somebody comes up and wants to change the zoning, and you say, or some future council says, oh yeah, that's fine. And then he ends up with whatever next to him, Zephyr Hills water development or something of that nature. Third, affordable housing. I know it doesn't apply to you mostly, but there are areas that boarding houses, I just read an article on that. We used to have them years and years ago, where single men could pay $10 a night or $40 a week or whatever it was, who were working, newly divorced, traveling, whatever. They can afford it. It would get them off the streets. There are men out there who are homeless but have jobs or have ability to get jobs, and they need a place to stay. And lastly, the YMCA and the Echo. I had a problem with a religious thing. Salvation Army with all of it, all the things it does, and YMCA are still religious organizations, how we balance their right to be private versus their public use. To me, if they're providing environmental land, if they're providing a service to our children, especially sports, if they're doing that, they're doing something that we would normally do ourselves, and it would cost us money to have the fields, to have the employees, to maintain the fields. If they're going to do that for us and provide a service to our children, there's 600,000 of us. Not all of us belong to that church, but if all of our children can have access to additional services, I okay that with Echo Grants. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is the end of public participation, so we will move to comments by County Manager George Rechtenwald.
I have none.
I will move to County Attorney Michael Dyer.
Yes, sir. Mr. Bledsoe is here hiding, as he normally does, behind the dais. But I sent you an email. He handled the county's case in the recent hearing we had involving the West Volusia Hospital Authority's obligation to contribute to the county's Medicaid contribution. And this case, as I know you all know, and the prior council's gone on for a little over 2 years. This was the last case pending before the trial court where they were arguing that they were not responsible for that Medicaid contribution. We're waiting on the written order, but the court ruled in the county's favor. It's consistent with the prior rulings. I just want to thank him and his team for their very hard work on that. It's been a long road. Thank you for your patience. And my wife just walked in, so if you could maybe share with her at the end of the meeting how much you enjoy working with me, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Did you ask her to stand? Oh, I see a hand. Okay. Okay, that brings us to council's closing comments. Don Dempsey, you are first today.
Yeah, I have nothing for today. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Jake Johan.
Yes, sir. I'd like to verify that April 30th is in fact going to be a workshop here, and we're going to informally go through those agenda items we discussed. Is that correct, George?
Yes, sir.
A workshop.
We call it a workshop. We can advertise it as a special meeting, but to give you flexibility, but otherwise it will be a workshop.
Yeah, I think it's important that it's clear and expectations are set that regardless of what we call it, we are going to discuss where we want to go as part of our goal setting on this, and I guess what I'm getting at is when we have workshops that involve unlimited public comment, it quickly devolves into something we don't want. We have work to do, and I think it's important that April 30th we work. This is like having a conversation back at the lunch table that we can't have, but we have to have it in the sunshine, so we're going to have it in the sunshine. And everybody can listen to what we're going to say and then comment when the things come back for comment. I just want to make sure that expectation's set.
Yeah, and it's currently queued to be an advertised as a workshop.
Perfect. Thank you.
Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Briefly, just a couple of things. First of all, Mike Dyer, where's your wife? Where's Katie? Is she here really? Or are you joking? Oh, listen, I got to tell you what a great guy. You know what a great guy he is, but he is a pleasure to work with. So we heard earlier, and we've been hearing a lot about flooding and some causes and things like that. And council, listen, want to remind everybody, you can get in if you have an opportunity to get into a small plane, or when you're flying back into the area and you take a look at Florida as you're coming over the land mass, there's water everywhere. I mean, there are ponds everywhere. And it made me think, what's the highest elevation in Florida? It's Britton Hill. It's 345 feet above mean sea level. Britton Hill is Florida's highest natural point and the lowest high point in the United States. You can summit it without a Sherpa, and it says your grandmother can get to the top without breaking a sweat. Okay? It's what it says. And then, of course, it made me think of Mount Dora, and Mount Dora, for those of you that want to know, is 184 feet above sea level. We live in a very flat place, and when we have a lot of rain, we're going to have a lot of water. It just is part of the process. Last, but certainly not least, is there was a horrific accident on LPGA Boulevard a few days ago. And, I don't even want to think about what the Heralds are going through, but I have been to that location in the past, and I have pulled out of that location in the past, and it's dangerous. So, George, I want to know if the county is looking into a possible light at this location. I know that we're talking about a transfer of that road with the state, but
what's the cross street, LPGA, and do you remember?
Off the top of my head, Ben, do you know exactly which one cross street it is?
It's the entrance to the preserve at LPGA.
The preserve at LPGA.
Yes, sir. And I was made aware of that accident yesterday.
Yeah.
And I've already spoken to our traffic engineering staff. We're going to take a look at it.
One of our Volusia County families lost their 6-year-old daughter, and I know that the community is reeling from this. And I'm bringing it up because of the tragic accident, but also if you've not been out there, you need to go out there, and you need to try to pull out with that curve right there. And if the county can do something before the state takes over that road, great. But I want the community to know that this council, when we find something or we hear about something that is unsafe, that we do everything we can in our power to try to change that.
Yep. We'll take a look. We'll study it. There's criteria. And,
I know.
We'll look at that and anything else we can do. So thank you.
And my thoughts and prayers go out to the Harrell family. I don't know them, but it's an absolute tragedy for this family and our community. And with that, I'll say good evening.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. First thing, when we talked about the ECHO projects and whatnot that were going on, and I asked a question about Daytona resubmitting, and I heard that they had not as of yet, my understanding. So my recommendation to those that are listening right now that are with that project, I would encourage you to do so. The ISB beach access, kudos. So that's a long-waited project. I know John and I had discussed that actually, and why I asked the questions in conjunction with FDOT's doing that road. We can all have it at one time. It's a major, when we talked about Bevel Road and coming in, that was an entry point to Volusia County, or to Daytona, to Daytona. Same thing could be said, the entrance to the beach. That is one of the main entrances. So kudos for that and the project as it moves along. Other than that, Don is not here right now, or I tell him he's never allowed to watch any movies about corrections officers ever again. Okay, because we're not like that. Yeah, Shawshank, that's out. Take it out of your movie repertoire. It's, No. No. And the warden's in there, nothing like what you see. That doesn't happen. So you're not allowed to watch them anymore. Hollywood exaggerates that. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Councilman Robbins.
Nothing too much pressing, Chairman, Council. Thank you. I just want to made some observations here in this last 14 months, and this is strictly my opinion, but this council has made some great strides and staff has made some great strides and improvements to the way we do business, and looking at ordinances and going through this. I'm just I'm not saying this because I got an ask here in just a second, but I'm proud of you guys. I sincerely am proud of staff and proud for the community engagement. But now, okay, you ready? So the Sanford Zoo has a zip line. A zip line, Don. No dirt bikes, no BMX, just a zip line. And I think they have it. They put it out, for bid. Or I'd have to follow up, but I'd like to try to look into. I don't want the county to maybe operate it. I want to see if that's something that's amicable or something that council may be interested to put out, in the community for, there's ones for like toddlers and kids up to a certain weight. And then, but what a better way I went on it, and I'm not the most flexible individual, but it was fun. But pick a park on the east side and the west side and put it out to a company to possibly run. But is that something that we can maybe look into? Are you guys opposed to zip? Yeah, there's a little one in Daytona, but it's
Tuscaloosa Park.
It's a major.
We were going to have one over the tub grinder at the landfill to make it exciting, but
there you go.
More of an adventure park situation.
But on a serious note, I mean, Tuscaloosa Park. I mean, it's kind of inundated with homeless and.
But we could look seriously at other amenities. We're looking at, we can take a look.
But just to be fair, if we can look at to see what it would take for somebody to make it worth their while, but to pick one of our major parks on the east side, and so Don isn't crying in the corner, we'll pick one on the west side. But that's all. I try to bring up things that our family enjoys, and I know other people enjoy that I see that are highly used. And I'll tell you that Sanford Zoo, man, it's got a lot of cool stuff. So hopefully we can bring some of that to Volusia. But thank you guys.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike, is your wife still here? Yes. I just wanted to say to her, everything that Troy said about your husband, I disagree with him, just so you know. So, no, Mike, I love you. But you forgot to say Mag batting 1,000 Dyer.
Mike batting 1,000
Dyer, that's his nickname here. Troy, Danny, I'm open to your idea. I just wanted to put this out. I hope we don't debate it today, but I don't want to forget it. But I wanted the council to give it some thought. When I had an observation when I went home at the last council meeting, that the process that we have in place, I'd like to open it up for potential change in the future. For example, I'll just use, Danny, you've come up with several initiatives here over the last year I've been here, and you get consensus to say, hey, we want to look into this and that, or whatever it might be. And then we have a discussion, briefly usually, about it. And then staff comes and presents a package to us. And then staff goes again. And if it goes from there, it goes again. And then we have another ordinance hearing. And there's so many of these bites at the apple. So I find us debating the same thing 3 times. I'm talking about efficiency only. I'm okay with, I'll just use you again, Danny. If you have a concept that you want to put forward, an ordinance to come back, I'm okay with, getting consensus for you to propose this ordinance, work with staff, come back with an ordinance that is advertised. It's advertised that we're going to be hearing this particular item before the council for decision, for amendment, and then let's have the vetting process. It could either come or go at that point. We get all these bites of the apples, and it causes, again, the meetings to go long and redundant. It still provides the public an opportunity, a noticed opportunity of what we're going to discuss, but I think it's awfully inefficient that we sometimes do things 3 times, and it's almost always the same debate. So just if I'm talking about initiatives that we put forward. Jake, you got an idea? Move forward. Meet with staff. This is the ideas that Jake has in it, and come before the council, and we make a decision.
If I could, I I think the two.
You're batting 1,000, and we can lower your
I don't
ranking.
know.
Okay.
Hopefully, you still think so. You know, the two ordinances that came forward today, I think, are really bad examples of the issue, and I understand what you're identifying, because the medical lien ordinance, it is unusual. I haven't had an ordinance in my time here that we've had pending for years, but the party that requested it asked for time to possibly adjust what their request was. So it wasn't us that did it. The sex offender ordinance, for example, I think typically our ordinances are going to be just as you said, David. You know, I think we get direction, we're bringing back to you. If there's a big deviation to what we propose, we have to re-advertise and bring it back. But most of the time we don't have to do that. I mean, you either vote it up or down. The sex offender ordinance was a little different because council has adjusted what it was requesting along the way. I'm with you 100%. I mean, we do not, typically our approach with an ordinance is if we get direction, we bring it back to you advertised, free to vote on.
Yeah, I think the one that reflected last meeting was the repeal of the gun issue that you preferred, Danny, because we're going to hear that issue again, because that was just a discussion, right? So I would have preferred to, at that point, dealt with it as the business as advertised.
We can take a look at that closer and see. Yeah, I would say the times where we have bring them back for discussion is usually it's something that's brought up at the end of the meeting that council hasn't had a full vetting of discussion about.
We need to give you more direction, and that was the point that I was giving. If it's an initiative or an idea of one of the council members, I would say if you get consensus, follow up with staff. Hey, this is what I'm thinking. This is what I was trying to propose. Put an ordinance together, and then we decide or modify it in any way during that public hearing. Just trying to be more efficient. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm done.
Mike, does every ordinance have to come back for 2 readings?
No, sir. Our default, only those changes to your zoning code that change the permitted excluded use of the zoning district do. All your other ordinances can be 1 reading. If you make a change, kind of a larger substantive change to it, because that impacts the title, we just have to re-advertise, which is fine. I mean, sometimes that may come up. A lot of times, I think you're just going to vote it up and down as is proposed.
Okay, thank you. Is your wife still here?
Yes. Yeah, she's still waiting.
I have
for
dinner reservations at 7.
I'm going to be quick because I said we would be done at 7. I just wanted to let Mrs. Dyer know that she's doing a tremendous job raising your children while you're at work.
I thought you were talking about Mike, but yeah.
Pardon me?
I thought you were talking about raising Mike, because I would agree.
Then as you can tell, I'm having a hard time talking today, so I'm not going to say much. I think either David or Matt have changed their colognes, and I'm highly allergic to it. See, I can't even laugh because it makes me want to cough. So I did want to say one thing, because in one of the debates, it was brought up that if you sit on the council and you propose something, well, what have you done? I didn't want to respond to it then, and none of us did, because I really resist the changing a council meeting into a back and forth, and I don't want them to spin out of control. I don't want it to be a tit for tat. I think the public deserves better. But I will say this, when it comes to the flooding issue, because I talk about it a lot, and I talk about changing our development pattern. It doesn't mean I'm against all development. It means that we see some issues even when standards are carried out, and so we need to investigate that to see if there's changes that need to be made. So one of the things that I have done consistently is to say no to zoning changes. I've also promoted low-impact development, which has been sent to NRAC, and they've come back with at least a start of that, and I'm pleased with that. I think it's weak and it's not complete, but it's a start, and now we can come back with it. But one of the things that happened today, I think, could be the most significant thing to investigate and bring up remedies for flooding wherever it occurs is Chapter 9 of the comp plan that we've had that has some tremendous not suggestions, the shall do's, and if we would follow that, and which we decided to do today. Ben Bartlett's going to do 2 more studies, and we're going to complete the studies, and then the trigger is pulled that we have to come up with I'm trying not to start coughing. With concrete plans. I want to see us do that. There's another thing that I would like to add, but I'm going to talk with legal staff about it first this week, and so I'll make an appointment with you, Mike. And but today, I think we had robust debate, and it was civil. It was educational to me, and I think that's what the public deserves, and so and what they want. And I appreciate how the day went. And so with that, I'm going to stop and adjourn the meeting at 7:13.